Yeah, probably not. Rest in peace. But it's turned into the Everybody Hates Jordan show. He decided to join us. All right. I will not finish humming that song because then we'll get DMCA'd. Oh my god, now I can't get the song out of my head, and now I keep resisting the urge to like hum it, and I'm like, please don't strike me, sir. I don't want to go to a federal prison. Hey Jordan, is your @ on Instagram the same as the ASJ? I already did it. I did 2 separate ones. You never want to do that stuff. I mean, I don't know. Joe Rogan does it, but Joe Rogan's Joe Rogan. We're not Joe Rogan, so I'm not gonna do the multiple post thing. Yeah, people don't like that. I did it anyways because social media marketing does not apply to me because it's worth $10. Oh, you're starting? How to sell yourself online, OnlyFans. I'm even recording this, by the way. It's gonna be we're gonna put our logo, we're gonna spin it, and then we're just gonna put that audio stinger over it. I'm gonna learn to sell myself online, OnlyFans, and it's just gonna for $10. That's actually that would probably you could actually. I mean, I don't know. Will you actually be able to make content that people want to buy? That's up to you. And you tell him to get on the Twitch, or you'll take $10 from his bank account. Hey there, guys. We're doing part 2 of our podcast featuring our first guest, SR Sotolongo. He's right there in the background, looking at the camera, the wrong camera, as I was saying that. It's all right. If you want to come chat with us as we discuss some of the best and worst games of 2020, you can join us at twitch.tv/Co-Op Syndicate. That's COOPSYNDICATE. We'll see you there. Peace. A fucking mouthful, dog. A mouthful of penis. Oh my god, dude, what a public image he's painting for himself. People are gonna be like, yo, guy, this guy's aggressive, bro.
Reminds me, I don't know if you guys ever saw Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, but at the end of that movie, or at the beginning of that movie, they're basically the premise of it is that they're making a movie based on Jay and Silent Bob, and then they go across the country to Hollywood to stop the movie. So these people online commenting that Jay and Silent Bob is a stupid idea for a movie. At the end of the movie, they go to all the commenters' house and they just kick the shit out of them.
I think Jordan was purposely muting his mic. We're about to get started, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I was muted. Good thing I was.
Un segundito, 1 little second, and we'll get started.
I was about to have some serious problems with the stuff I was saying, so good thing I protected myself. Thank you past me from 5 minutes ago for muting the mic. I appreciate you. I care about you. And I'm here for you, man.
Pride, because he's talking about himself in the third person. I should really
deep fried memes.
Jordan would turn himself into a deep fried meme for $10. That's an inside joke. There was a Jordan just does random voices sometimes, which I think adds to his personality and comedy greatly.
It adds to my personality the way that Abed adds to his personality in the community by making movie riff. Because I lack one.
Yeah.
Oh man, that got dark out of nowhere. I'm getting into deep fried meme territory here. I gotta drink some water and hydrate because right now I'm about to go nuts. We need to get this started, bro, guys. I'm running on fumes here, man. I'm running on low energy. We gotta get started.
All right.
What are we waiting for?
I think we're gonna get started here, guys.
Okay.
Oh, has anyone seen my headphones?
Right there.
Guys, my audio for later because God knows that editing this is gonna be a nightmare. Probably.
George Takei. Oh my.
So, welcome. Oh wait, hold on. I got my headphones backwards. It's kind of messing me up.
Oh no.
So, welcome one and welcome all to the Co-Op Syndicate, episode 5. This is your co-host, Michael C. Moore.
This is your other co-host, Jordan G. Marcos. And we still have our very own special guest here, SR Sotolongo, aka SR Sotolongo, man who does not need introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway because it's my podcast, damn it. So,
welcome back.
Let's get started.
Returning guest. Yeah, let's get it started out here, man. So, would you guys like to start off by talking about current events and what's been happening in gaming? I think we should make that a segment. You guys want to do that real quick?
Actually, you know what? Why don't we start with the current events because we totally skipped it last episode or in the first part. We were supposed to do like a whole current events thing. I don't know if you want to get started on that.
Yeah, let's do that then. It was last episode was about Sergio, so I feel like it was actually more appropriate to just be talking about him. Anyways, I mean, look at that. We talking about Sergio and his opinions. We actually managed to fill 2 hours and a half, so it was actually a good time and it was pretty good content. You guys should check that podcast out either on YouTube or at buzzsprout.com/Co-Op Syndicate because it's some good stuff. But anyhow, I digress. Guys, so I don't know if you've heard, but if you've been watching and listening to the podcast, that last time I went on a little bit of a rant regarding Cyberpunk 2077 and how huge of a disappointment it's been to me, especially as someone who really dug the marketing and everything, and I threw my $60 at them. No, yeah, I think I threw $60 at them faster than I could say. I'm a cuck. Take my fucking money. Only to be disappointed and find out that I paid for a PowerPoint presentation that ran at about 15 frames per second, and the only thing that the game was good for was basically crashing like once every hour. I was pleasantly surprised to find out that on top of the fact that they've basically issued instant refunds to everybody, which I of course applied for, they have been presented with a class action lawsuit.
That's official now?
That's official now.
Oh, shit.
So, what do you guys think about that? I'm going to let you guys go first because I know I certainly have a lot to say and I don't want to, squander or take any points away from you guys from what you guys feel about it. But why don't you guys let us know what your opinions are on the fact that CD Projekt Red now has a class action lawsuit on their hands?
What a fall from grace. I mean, seriously, right? 5 years ago, they come out with The Witcher 3, and they're this, critical darling, right? And they can do no wrong. All the way in the lead up to Cyberpunk, everyone's, like super excited, super interested in the brand. They have, that Keanu breathtaking moment, right? Like it seems like all the cards are lined up in the right spot for them to have this incredible success, and they just rush this thing out the door, I mean, it was intentionally misleading, right? They held back footage from these versions that they knew were subpar, that they knew that they weren't working, just for the sake of trying to secure as many day one purchases as possible.
It's worse than that, man. On top of the fact that they did that, because how one of the biggest ways that developers are advertising their games now is that they use content creators and they basically tell them, hey, like either play this on stream or whatever, or make a review on it on YouTube. And they'll usually provide whatever. They'll provide all versions of the game, of course, because you have to. It's only fair. You have to be able to review the game on whatever console or system of choice that you're going to be playing it on. In the case of CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk 2077, they were so dishonest that they went ahead and they basically told reviewers you can only review the PC versions of the game, which in itself is an admission of them knowing that the console versions of the game was busted.
I'm actually going to stop you right there real quick because I just wanted to point out that right now Sergio's actually petting a cat and he looks like a Baden villain.
Do I?
Which also brings me to another thing that we can... Yeah, go ahead and try and show them off. So yeah, I mean,
Oh, you're muted. My bad. Yes, you are. Hold on. It's my fault. Hold on. Hold on. It was my bad. Whoops.
Kitty's not about the Bond villain life anymore.
Why is it? Oh wait, Jordan, speak. Okay, let me just turn back real quick. That was my bad. No, anyways, Sergio was cropped. If anything, oh no, the cat left. It was a moment, guys. We ruined it. We were gonna try to show you guys, for those of you who were watching, that Sergio was petting a cat, very much like a mafia, like a Bond villain or something. But oh well, we missed it. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
what were you guys saying?
I guess I'll just continue going. Like, yeah, I mean, as a big fan of the Witcher series, playing since the first game, and knowing CD Projekt Red is one of the last companies to, like, I guess the level of interest in making a good, game the way that Rockstar is, it kind of hurts me as a fan, both a fan and a player, to see them kind of drop or fall from graces, as Sergio was saying, because they genuinely are one of the few companies that actually do take their time to craft adventures. Like, if you actually play the game, glitches aside, there's an actual story, a complete adventure and experience to have there, with like actual interactable scenes and characters that have, like, really great stories to tell, and as a player interacts with the world, it's really, like, they've really expanded upon the mechanics that they wanted to bring about. So I don't know how. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to share real quick, how you feel about the game yourselves, or maybe you just want to shit on it.
No, I mean, I don't know if you want to go first or.
Well, okay. I mean, Sergio's. We haven't really heard about his perspective on Cyberpunk 2077, so I think it'd be nice to hear from him. But personally, I'm more focused on the lawsuit right now. In my opinion, what I think about the lawsuit, great, fantastic. Why do I say that? On a more humanistic note, like as a human, I do feel bad for the developers that this game ultimately ended up being a financial disaster for them, especially after putting in so much work and effort through all these 8 years that the game has been in development. But while I will say that I feel like this should have happened sooner, perhaps to one of the companies that are more egregious with its violations of releasing like unfinished products and all that, like all the consumer violations that all these other companies like EA or Bethesda has done in the past. I will say that I'm glad that at least finally one of these companies were finally presented with some form of legal action, which to me will serve as kind of like a notice that will put all these other developers on notice that, hey, this whole ship it now and fix it later crap, it stops now. Like, it's not okay to sell unfinished shit, no matter how hard development gets or whatever. You do not have the right to profit off of this until it's a complete product. So I think in that sense, it's a positive thing. Now, I don't know what you guys think about that, and also Sergio, if you want to let us know what you think about Cyberpunk 2077 in general, then feel free to go ahead and give us your point of view on the game, because honestly, we want to know.
Yeah, so I mean, on the lawsuit aspect of it, it was going to have to happen eventually, right? That there would be some sort of big deal like this where enough people were going to feel slighted that something was going to have to give. I mean, we've been dealing with this for years, right? I mean, especially with Bethesda games, right? And I remember with Fallout New Vegas, right? This is going back 10 years, like, all these random ass bugs and glitches, like, if you're wearing a hat, you try to walk into New Vegas, all of a sudden your game crashes, or how many issues Skyrim on PS3 had, where the bigger the longer you played it and the bigger your save file got, the more the more slowdowns you had, and the more glitches you had, and the more chances of your save file corrupting. We've had plenty of stuff like this in the past that we've dealt with, but I've never seen it on this scale, right? Where you have this huge game where it's performing and doing gangbusters, right? I mean, what would they sell, like 14 million units or something like some crazy amount?
20, they've hit 13 million copies sold by refunds in a total profit. Right after, I think 7 million, they reach pure profit there.
That's crazy. But again, right? They sold an unfinished product, right? I mean, I was playing it the other night, and it's very easy to sort of get immersed inside the game because the animation, the lighting is just so well done, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like talking to Jackie, right? And he's telling me the story or whatever. He's on his bike. And then he gets off his bike and then we're going to walk into this building, and I parked right next to him. And instead of walking around my car, he just walks right through it. And it's just, there's little stuff like that all the time where you walk down an area, and then all of the LOD version of people where it's just like this blurry mess of like sharp edges and stuff and like undiscernible textures. Like, and then you're staring at them, and 3 seconds later is when it actually pops in. I mean, it's simple little stuff like that you would think would have gotten, they would have been able to pick that up before they released the game, you know? But I don't know, man. I don't know if it was stock forcing their hand, or not forcing their hand, right? Obviously, it falls on the management, right? Because they saw the condition the game was in. You know, they made the decision to release the game. But I don't know if it had something to do with stock price or something to do with pressure from external sources or something like that.
They're
I just don't understand.
That it was a lot of it was mostly management, and then also partially investors too. Like, basically, the way that it works is that management made the bad decision to ship it unfinished and broken to satisfy investors,
right?
Essentially, and you know, at least, I mean, okay. So I'm not excusing what CD Projekt Red did at all. I think it was honestly horrible, and yes, they should be punished for it. But as a at least to how they reacted to them even committing the crime to begin with, you know, for them having done something that was so immoral, you know, the executives didn't withhold the bonuses of the developers. So I think that was appropriate, because obviously it wasn't the developers' decisions to ship the game out in the conditions that it was in. And also they did issue full refunds, whereas I'd like to think that, you know, the companies that we've come to know as like these great corporate evils like EA and stuff would have just like wiped their ass with the complaints and be like, you guys can buy FIFA 2025 or whatever, and it'll be the same crap and all that. So kudos to them for that. And to bounce off what you were saying, it hurts my heart, man, because it's true. Like, I played the game, and even though, like I stressed, it was a graphically horrible mess, riddled with bugs and glitches, running at 15 FPS for me on the base PS4 and all that.
Ooh,
the environment of it, and just the narrative, at least, I chose to play as what was it, like a street kid or something like that? So that was the narrative that I kind of found the most interesting, that I thought would align more with like the cyberpunk that I was kind of coming to expect.
Mm-hmm.
I was digging it, man. I really was, and ultimately it was unplayable for me. Like, even if I was to just man up and take the 15 FPS and all the bugs and all that, I didn't agree with some of the controller choices and stuff, and then just the fact that it was crashing once every hour, it was just too much for me, man. I don't know. I'll let you guys continue going on about it, because I've pretty much said my piece with Cyberpunk 2077. I'm gonna put it in a grave until it's a perfectly playable game, and then I'll decide to play it once people have said that it's perfect.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, and going off of that, I mean, Sergio, you mentioned that there was a lot of polygonal textures there before, like, you know, the pop-in texture effect would take hold, and then, you know, to me that sounds like a really great PS1 game, to be honest. I'm honestly excited to play Porygon in Night City, you know, the game, because of all the polygonal features. But you know, I also want to point out the fact that you mentioned Fallout, because I've been arguing this with Michael. It's true. It's Fallout 3. Bethesda has had a save file issue since Fallout. As far as I remember, every time you make a save file in Fallout 3, it like something happens where it gets corrupted.
Jordan, why don't you consider moving? Sorry to interrupt you. Why don't you consider moving the mic over to that corner so you can like pop it more? Because you're looking more at Sergio anyway.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe you could bend it. Maybe at that angle.
I'm gonna work on that after I make this comment real quick.
That way because it's gonna be pretty bad if you keep putting in and out.
So I just want to point out, because you actually mentioned Fallout. So it's like, since Fallout 3, save files have been getting corrupted. Fallout New Vegas happened, more corruption save files. Skyrim comes out, more corruptions in save files. Then Fallout 4 happens, more corruptions on save files. And now Fallout 76 and Cyberpunk take that, you know, take the baton forward in this long-running, you know, sprint to see who can corrupt more save files. And honestly, it's funny that you mentioned corrupt save files, because there's a little article on IGN that literally states, if your save file is over 8 megabytes in Cyberpunk 2077, which, by the way, it's a dense game, so it's not hard to get that high, your game is prone to corrupt, and you're going to have to restart. So
Really?
the fact that you mentioned it, it's a real thing. There's a real issue where if your save file goes above 8 megs on Cyberpunk 2077, you are prone to having a corrupted save.
Damn, dude. Maybe I should stop playing.
I know, right? It makes you feel like you should stop playing. But, you know, this section is supposed to talk about current events. And to start off, you know, aside from the allegation that they're literally getting taken to the court for this stuff, I wanted to point out how Fallout 76 launches in the same fashion, and they didn't get taken to the court. You know, that what does that speak to about the bigger companies that can get away with this stuff, like EA? I think EA only got pegged for their loot box scandal, but they didn't get pegged for any of the garbage they released.
Well, let's be real about EA, right? You're talking about the loot box scandal. That did go to court in a bunch of different countries, right?
Which
so, I mean,
I also supremely cheered, by the way.
Yeah.
Battlefront 2 fucking deserved that. And look, it became a really good Star Wars game. But yes, go on. I just wanted to add that every single time that happens,
it's
you
true.
can expect to see me sipping on a drink and just kicking back and enjoying it. Whatever
they got pegged for the loot box, but they don't get pegged for releasing Anthem poorly. They don't get pegged for releasing garbage like bugged messes in Battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they only get pegged for the loot boxes. But people, this is the first time I've ever seen a game fully get pegged for releasing in a poorly performing game. So I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, Mike,
I feel bad that CD Projekt Red had to be the first one because they have like a better track record going for them. But I'm just happy it happened. Like, sure, could it have been more ideal if like EA was just like, you know, cut off right at the source?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But I'm just happy something's happening.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's just I wonder what if they're offering full refund, right? What exactly is a class action lawsuit going to accomplish, right? Because whatever you invested to get this product, they're offering you that exactly. Whether it was the collector's edition or a digital edition or whatever platform you bought it on, you can get back what you paid for. So I wonder if the class action lawsuit's even really going to, and again, right, I know nothing about law, right? So I'm sure they can come up with an argument that'll suffice. But you know, I wonder what they could even possibly argue, right? Because they're already offering reparation for whatever damage they've caused these people. The only thing they can't repay is time, right?
Well,
but
if you like my take on it, I was actually studying a little bit of law and stuff at some point because this was what I was originally gonna do. So when it comes to taking stuff to court and all that, right? Hello, sir. How are you? My dog just decided to get on my arm here. You guys can't see him, but let me show him on the camera for those of you guys who are watching real quick. This is him. He's a cute boy.
And in his head, he's probably like, I'm a goofy goober. Yeah, you're
EMCA strike. Yeah. Anyways, so when you take something to court, there could be multiple reasons as to why you do it, right? You know, so whenever there could be in the case that you're saying, the refunds obviously is to pay back or to make right the fact that people spent $60 on a product that wasn't what they were promised, and it wasn't even a functional product to begin with.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that they refund it, and that kind of fixes that too. Another reason that things get taken to court, though, and there might still be a further like punishment in a financial sense, isn't really to really fix anything or to pay people back, but it's actually as a punitive measure to set up a precedent, to set up a legal precedent. So putting on like a lawyer hat, me kind of just thinking in a legal sense, I think what they're doing with this and why I'm so happy about it is that they're setting up a precedent where if a game developer does this again, what's going to happen is that they too will be presented by a class action lawsuit, which is why I'm happy about it. That's my take.
Sure. No, it makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, like, I know, Mike, you're saying this, like, so that developers don't do this again, you know, so it doesn't happen again. But I also wanted to point out that they really went on a limb with Cyberpunk 2077. If you look at it for what it is, and I'm sure once the bugs are all removed, people are going to see what I'm talking about. The game is really spectacular, and there's a lot of systems going into that really make it, you know, an amazing form of art. It truly is a masterful piece of art. So it's like, I want to point this out because it's like other companies are probably going to see this, they're going to crap out, and they're just going to make Call of Duty clones for the rest of the time because they don't want to risk going so far as to make an actual genuine piece of art and just make something that sells and safely release it with no bugs or whatever, instead of going back to their creative roots. That's why we see a bunch of looters coming out all the time, where people are just giving up and they're just making Destiny clones, trying to sell on that rather than actually make an original IP. We see that EA just started making Battlefront like Battlefield. Then they just endlessly release Need for Speed games that are all literally the same carbon copy of each other. The Call of Duty is endlessly repeated. Activision hasn't made a new IP in years. Mm-hmm. They used to have Spider-Man, but they lost that to PlayStation. All they make is Call of Duty now. They don't make Tony Hawk. I mean, they brought back the Pro Skater series for like a brief minute, and then you know, EA gave up with Mass Effect, Dead Space, and all the other titles. They closed in all the other companies. Then we have Konami, which gave up in the race. Capcom's just re-releasing Resident Evils forever. So, you know, that's kind of what I want to point out. It's like, I want companies to take this as a thing to like consider working more before releasing something, but I don't want them to take this in a way where they just give up on their creativity just to make something safe for the sake of not having this problem. You know, I don't know if you guys agree with me in that sentiment.
I don't know if it necessarily. I mean, because Cyberpunk 2077, right? I mean, it's technically a new IP. Well, I mean, it's based off of an existing property, right? Cyberpunk, the tabletop pen and paper game, but you know, I don't know if it necessarily will affect the creativity per se, right? Because I mean, I feel like you see this usually when console launches happen, where like companies are willing to take chances on stuff like new IP, like toward the beginning of a cycle. You know, you get your EAs and your Ubisofts and all that are, you know, they might have they might have comparisons in terms like Immortals, right? Phoenix Rising, whatever that's called, right? You know, that may just be a Breath of the Wild clone, right? But it is its own new IP, right? And yeah, sure, maybe it didn't sell as well as they need to, and that's why it's, you know, they cut the price so fast. But I don't know if the message to take from the Cyberpunk thing is that the going out of your way to do something creative and do something different is to be avoided. I think it's really the main thing is, you know, make sure that whatever we're printing on the disc actually functions. You know, I mean, that's the main thing here. I remember when Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 came out, like you couldn't even play the game without the day one patch or something. I mean, the day one patch was like 17 gigs or something, and then the actual game was 5, like the one that was printed on the disc. Like, I know it's almost unrealistic to assume that people who play video games don't have access to the internet, right? But let's just assume when they turn the PSN off on this PS4 here, right? When I put in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, or God forbid Cyberpunk 2077 in here, what version of that game am I going to have access to when I can no longer get the update off of PSN, right? It's, I don't know, man. When red flags should have gone off is when they delayed the game after going gold. Really, because when you go gold, you're done, right? The discs are being printed. There's no reason. I mean, obviously there are some reasons to delay the game, as we found out, right? But they were willing to print the game in a subpar state on the Gold Master because they thought they were going to be able to hit December 10th and be able to iron out all those bugs. And the truth is that they weren't, you know? And if there's one lesson they're going to take it from that, I feel like it's that.
And it really seems like management really got mixed up. There must have been some, I guess, competing voices there, because it's like, I bet like one manager was like in charge of releasing the game was like, oh, release it now. And the other guy, the creative director, was probably like, hey, we're not ready yet. And it's like this back and forth, and then it's like, should we release, should we not? And that's why they had like I guess like 5 to 6 different release dates that they had for the game, like, continuously delaying it. And the fact that they even went on a limb to delay it last minute after all that production is going on, it really lends, it shows to light that there are some developers that legitimately care about how they're perceived in the world, and it's like they want to make sure that their reputation isn't tanked by a poor release. So it's the fact that they went that far to stop a game during gold to make sure that at least they could try to get as close as possible to something good. It shows that they tried, but at the same time, it's like the whole decision on launch in the first place, there was something going on there. Like,
it's horribly misguided.
We'll probably never find out.
Horribly misguided.
Is corporate stuff, you know?
I think that ultimately it's exactly what you just said right now. It's a corporation. You know, ultimately, it would be nice if, I guess, if it was as simple as just painting a corporation or a team as just one entity and that's it, which ultimately that's what they're representing, right? A corporation is supposed to be like a one unified soulless entity or whatever, but that's ultimately not true. A corporation is composed of many different people, all with their own agendas and their own priorities and their own beliefs and their own morals. So what you're getting out of this story is that the developers ultimately didn't want to release the game, but a developer is just a developer. They don't have the say of when the game releases. The management is what had the say over that, and they decided to go ahead and I guess whatever their agenda is, ultimately they thought for some reason it would be the right move. Now, I think I would like to speak, or I would like to say that I think one of the strengths that capitalism has is that when a product is bad, we have the freedom to speak with our wallets. So if a product's bad, it doesn't sell well, and that ultimately ends up being like its own auto correction, so that companies learn, okay, this was a misstep. Let's go ahead and fix this, or let's offer something to make the product better, or now we know in the future to not make products or repeat this mistake that we made with this product, which is a good thing. But ultimately, when we're talking about corporations, EA put loot boxes in their games because they saw that it made money. So that's what they did. And that's where you get into situations like with let's say Call of Duty, what was it, World War II, where day one you could download the game and you couldn't even play it, but they sure as hell made sure that the store, the in-game store worked. Yeah. So it just kind of shows the priorities. Now, I'm sure that the developers ultimately, especially if they don't get any incentives for ensuring that the game has all these different like monetization bullcrap and all that, like ultimately they're just going to care about making a good game, right? Because that's what making a video game used to be. You just make a good game and that sells it. And somewhere along the way, people figured out, I guess, that video games could open an avenue to make additional money, like outside of just, making a good solid game, via patching or via DLC, via, loot boxes, whatever the hell. And I guess that's where you started getting this, I guess corporations now are different parts of the corporation are trying to fight for different things. I mean, you understand when we worked in Office Depot how it was, for example, that...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we as employees would want one thing, and then upper management would want something else, and ultimately that's the sign of... I guess a team can't be trying to achieve a goal if everyone has a different goal. Like, how do you do that?
Well, they're consistently chasing growth, right? So, I mean, you mentioned capitalism, right? So, I mean, the goal for most corporations is to grow, right? Is to do better than you did, whatever previous quarter, previous year. So, and a big part of this, right? So, I feel like it goes back to a lot of changes that happened when we moved from PS2 to PS3, right? First off, internet access built into the system. First off, now, before, right, from the NES all the way to the PS2, the game you printed on the disc was the game. That's it, right? You had one shot to do it. Maybe if you wanted to spend the money on reprinting the disc with an updated version and selling that instead, you could take that risk. But usually that was not a risk most people were willing to take. That'd be very expensive to reprint everything and ship everything out. So the game had to work as soon as you put it in the box. Now with the advent of the internet, now we can start adding things to the game, right? Whether that's new costumes, new missions, new stuff, or we can start to fix problems that before would have just been stuck in the game for the rest of eternity. Now we can start to fix those problems, right? But then now all of a sudden, now that we have this opportunity to fix problems, right? Now it becomes, okay, wait a minute. So we're printing the game on the Gold Master. We're finding problems with it while it's in production. Let's start, fixing those problems. Let's get ahead of the curve and let's just have a patch that's ready to go on day one so that they're not dealing with these problems that we know are here, right? But then now that gets factored into development, right? That period of 1 month or a month and a half or whatever that lead in from when they send the Gold Master to when people actually receive the game, that's still development time, right? They're still working, they're still crunching, they're still trying to get stuff done because that 1.0 version that they're actually pushing out with the patch, that's the finalized version of the game. The game that's printed on the disc anymore is not that version, right? So there's that, right? But then it's about chasing growth. You're talking about, stores and all this stuff, right? Making sure that the store works. There was a time, right, when all the extra costumes and all the extra modes and all that stuff had to come on the disc, right? But then now, what people are willing to pay for it. I mean, that's the short version of it, is that people are willing to pay for these things, whether they be skins or new versions of a card or whatever the hell, whatever skin for their gun or stuff like that. People are willing to pay for it, so they're going to start doing stuff that incentivizes, or not that they're starting to do that. What am I trying to say? I'm getting away from myself. If you look at the mobile market, right, they perfected that monetization model of giving the game away for free and selling stuff piecemeal, whether that be loot boxes or skins or whatever the fuck. It works now for games because gamers are willing to pay for it, right? At the end of the day, gaming's kind of an expensive hobby. The people that play video games, they tend to have at least some money to spend on video games. Otherwise, they wouldn't be they wouldn't be buying them. You know, the only trouble with that model is that it kind of incentivizes people to just, or not incentivizes people rather, but the way the companies are designing the games is that they want to keep you on the same game, right? Whether it's Division or Destiny or World of Warcraft or Call of Duty or whatever, they want to make sure that you stay in their ecosystem and that you're not spending any time in anyone else's ecosystem, because you could also be potentially spending money in that ecosystem. And the only way that you're going to grow your brand is to make sure that everyone who's playing that game has a compelling reason to stay there and grow that instead of grow someone else's pie. So you have a bunch of people that are competing with that. The problem is that everyone has a limited amount of time. So even though there are 6 or 7 different lifestyle games, whether they be Fortnite or Genshin Impact or whatever, that appeal to huge amounts of people that have, you know, they're free to access and all that stuff, there's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many hours you can play video games, right? Not all of them are going to succeed. And, you know, you're probably going to start seeing more stuff like Genshin Impact, you know, where they spend a lot of money up front, give the game away for free, and do the gacha system. But it's not going to work for everybody, you know? And much like we're seeing with this, with Cyberpunk going with the, you know, getting a lawsuit thrown against them, right? These things are going to change. It's not going to work this way forever. It's just how the things are now, you know? But
right. I mean, you touched on a lot of things there that I do have a pretty big opinion. You touched on like PS2 era games where like everything launched day one, you know, how it was going to be. And
it was the last time they had to make it work.
Right. Exactly. And
they don't have
then you
to
also
anymore.
touched on like a lot of development. I also want to call back to the part, you know, that I was to kind of reinforce my opinion on like the whole cookie cutter mentality that a lot of developers have.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna reel it back in because there's still a little bit of news that I kind of want to put out there for this news section, and then we'll jump into all those topics. So, real quick, just to you know, news blast everything that's going on. So since then, and then all the things that have happened with Cyberpunk 2077, they've made a profit as of December 20 completely with 13 million copies sold, despite refunds. They're still hitting numbers. They've also patched, they released patch 1.05, which has finally stabilized the game to a playable state in most choices they make. Obviously, the game's a choice game, so you know, the different choices you make, not all of them are fixed, but they've made some pretty big improvements on the game. Next patch is coming in January, and then there's another one following suit on February, which should finally completely fix the game for what it is. Since then, there's also been updates to Call of Duty. What's the Warzone, where they added the Black Ops DLC from Black Ops Cold War. There's been the Cayo Perico heist in GTA, which is the first time they've ever made a map expansion to GTA. Believe it or not, they're actually, you know, considering doing the map expansion. I'm sure it's going to follow suit with when they release on PS5. They'll probably continue expanding it once they update it to the new engine. Genshin Impact just released update 1.2, which opens up the area to the snowy mountains. And then just a little bit of rumors here. Call of Duty is actually there's rumors that they're actually going to consider updating Modern Warfare from 2019, update it to PS5 standards, and then start updating that game instead
of Cold War.
Instead of Cold War.
Yeah, that's what Sergio was saying there, is that now there's a drive to have people stay within certain ecosystems. So that's actually interesting, because Modern Warfare did outperform Cold War. Everyone who got Cold War is saying that Modern Warfare was by far the better game.
No, yeah, it is, and it lends to light to something I was saying during our first episode with the games as a service thing, which is just you got to look at it both ways. From a business sense, yes, you're saying you want to keep the games there, and no game does it better than Call of Duty, in my opinion, because they slap on 200 gigabytes, and it's either you play our game or you delete it. You know, they're pretty much like literally monopolizing your entire console at this, or hard drive, whatever it is you want to call it. But I also wanted to lend to light the fact that game development has technically slowed down in a way where games are starting to release instead of a 2-year, you know, cycle like you see with Insomniac and the older titles.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing games now slow down technically and start building on themselves. With like Destiny, it's like, you know, Bungie hasn't released a new game since Destiny 2 in 2017, right? It's been 3 years. Every 3 years, companies are supposed to release a new game. Bungie said, screw Destiny 3. It's too much work. We're going to F up again. Let's try and double down on Destiny 2, figure out what Destiny is, fix that by making 3 more expansions and extending its life. We see GTA 5 from Red Dead. I know that Rockstar made I believe LA Noire and Max Payne 3 back in the day, but between Red Dead, which is their big, you know, game, they made GTA 5 3 years later. But then it took 5 years, I believe, to make Red Dead 2 in 2018, and now there's nothing new coming out. So they're really taking their time. So what I wanted to point out is just, you know, with the games as a service thing, it's also it's a double-edged sword, because at the same time they're also trying to use what they're good at the moment and expanding upon that because it's more cost effective, I guess is the best way to say it, for them to make new content for that rather than trying to constantly make a new IP.
I'm gonna call BS on that though, because yeah, it's great that they're saving a buck here, but ultimately I'm buying a game because I want it to be good, bro. So like, yeah, it's great and all that you're gonna add content to Destiny, but that doesn't excuse them releasing a half-assed game to begin with. Like, if you've made masterpieces arguably as good as Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, which were legends within their own right, what gives you the right to release a shitty game just because you have plans to make it good in the future? Make a good game and then expand on it with a games as a service model to begin with. Don't release something that's not finished or that's half baked and then just say, oh yeah, but DLC. I'm paying you $60. Give me a good game worth $60. And if I love your IP, I will go ahead, bro. I will pay you $1,000 over 2 years or whatever. I don't care, but make your game good. Make me care about it before I spend money for it.
Right. And I'm not here trying to tell you guys that, you know, this excuses companies releasing $60 titles like half baked for the sake of fixing them later and making a long adventure. I'm not saying that Destiny's the best example. It's just been the most the best working example. But I do want to point out, you know, for example, GTA has been running on that games as a service system. They released probably the best title of 2013 aside from Last of Us Part 1 and you know, whatever came after that, I can't recall right now, but my point is they released a great title, then they grabbed the games as a service model, carried it forward, and they updated a game that today is still one of the most played games of all time. Heck, as a matter of fact, I think it's top 3 in most sold games of all time. Yeah. You know, the only games topping that I think is The Legend of Zelda or something and Tetris.
Zelda? No,
not Legend of Zelda.
I think it's Minecraft and Tetris.
Yeah, it's Minecraft and Tetris are the only two titles. And both of them have been out longer than GTA 5. So it just goes to show you how a good game can really climb up the charts.
Wait, are you saying in sales or are you saying in
total sales?
No, in total sales. GTA
units sold. It sold like 150 million units or some obscene
Anybody
number.
That owns a console or plays on PC most likely has a game.
Yeah, I actually wanted to. No, yeah, I was just confused because I know Ocarina of Time is like the top rated game of all time, but it's not the most sales.
No, that was my mistake. I meant to say Minecraft. I just kind of, you know, I lost. But my point is, it's just, if done right, it could take you a long way. And I think, you know, for example, Activision, I've been saying this for a year. Every Call of Duty is pretty much the same iteration of it for about 5 games, and then they finally switch the engine and do something different. If Call of Duty Modern Warfare had Black Ops Cold War as an expansion to itself, it would have been a lot better of a game than it is what it is right now, having sold separately and being a glitchy mess. Because they had to create their own version of the engine, their own textures, and all this stuff on the side to make their own game system, blah, 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 whatever they wanted to do, whatever crazy kooky thing they wanted to do to release the game.
Yo, by God, I think you just gave me a revelation right there. That's actually valid.
But
that's
it's
actually crazy. Like, if they would have, that's true. Like, if you think about it, Modern Warfare was like, for a Call of Duty game, arguably it was pretty amazing. So if Cold War tried to do some nice things, but the biggest problem with it was that I think they gave it to, what were these developers?
It was going to be a Sledgehammer /
was it Raven or Treyarch?
Raven Software. No, it was Raven Software and Sledgehammers are going to work together. They had a falling out with a creative difference, and then Activision stepped in. Right? Then they grabbed Treyarch's what Treyarch was supposed to do in 2 years, grabbed that, slapped it onto Sledgehammer's thing, and then they both together made Black Ops Cold War within a year. I think that game had a turnaround time of about 6 to 8 months in planning. That's how much they've been
insane.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is. They grabbed the game they're working on, slapped on what Treyarch is working on together, and made a game in 8 months. As a matter of fact,
I actually agree with Jordan on this one. That's one example that games as a service would be amazing.
Touching about crunch time, I just wanted to point out how technically Anthem was made in less than 8 months. It was technically made in 6 months because of how messed up the development cycle was. But that's besides the point. The point I'm trying to make is, if games as a service is done right in a situation where you get a GTA, in a situation where you get Call of Duty, it actually works. And we're seeing that now with Warzone, where they're literally cat. They're literally trying to grab Call of Duty Warzone, updating that because they know that that's going to be their long running experience, and it's the truth. They don't need to make a Call of Duty with an extended multiplayer anymore. They just need to make Warzone, and that's it. Because everyone's playing Warzone. It's free. You can play it anytime you want. It's still the same good old Call of Duty killing, shoot, pew, pew fun. Well, why make another multiplayer every iteration? You already have the one big one. Just update that one forever, or at least for the next 5 years until you make a new version. It gives you more time to have a creative process. You can save more money. It's cheaper for the player. $40 expansion instead of a $70 new game. Come on.
So I agree with you in part. The only thing is, obviously, there's a little bit of nuance to it, because in the case of Destiny 2, I think I would argue that I would have already preferred a Destiny 3 over, some of the expansions that they've released for it or whatever. Because in my opinion, I just want something. I want a level of freshness to be introduced to Destiny that wouldn't be possible with an expansion. But what you're saying actually makes a lot of sense for Call of Duty, and specifically because one of their biggest problems to begin with is their lack of innovation from title to title. So ultimately, it doesn't. Them releasing a game every year that and then risking the drop of quality between each one really doesn't make that much sense, neither on their part or on the part of the players who actually want to play the game. If they do hit it off every once in a while, it wouldn't make sense for them to expand on Modern Warfare and then just wait until they find that thing again that for sure will make Call of Duty greater or introduce that level of freshness or whatever that they need, and then maybe consider making that the full new title. So I actually agree with Jordan full blast on this one, and that's actually that's one of the first times I could actually say I've seen games as a service as a possible benefit, rather than I personally think it's been a detriment mostly up until this point.
I don't know if you have any inputs on what I said, or if
No, I think you hit on a lot of salient points, and it makes sense. You're going to make a much better impression if you actually release something that's functional, right? And people are going to want to stick around, in terms of a long scale thing, especially if you're designing something that's meant to be played in a long term window, like games as a service games tend to be. I mean, I don't really play a lot of those games, right? I tend to play single player almost exclusively. So I mean, it's not something that I give a whole lot of thought to, but no, I think I think I agree.
I mean, it's just generally how I see it. I mean, Assassin's Creed games have been releasing now with a game as a service model for about 4 years. Origin started it. Odyssey took it forward, and I believe Valhalla now came out with it with the same plan. It's literally, I mean, I think they finally officially admitted that it's a game as a service game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I want to lend to light how Origins, revamping the Assassin's Creed series, although some people don't necessarily like it because it kind of went away from the whole, stealth or strategic thing to a more RPG. Some people just, long time running fans might not like that. But one of the things I want to point out is they carried the game as a service plan how I see it best. They gave you a complete story, a complete game that's actually decent. Origins to me was very good. It was a good game. And then they just added onto it with DLC and extra story and this and that. And look, this is the origins of the Assassin's Brotherhood and this and that. And we're going to add all these extra things. And it's just map expansions, in the same way that Witcher 3 did it, where you get the main game and then all of a sudden they just, you get a whole extra forest with a whole bunch of extra content. That's how it should be. It should be a complete game where you get a complete experience and then they just add to that. And then by adding to it, they save themselves money in the long run, because on top of making a good game and making profit, they're reusing some of their tools to create more within the game that's already loved to make a better title. And it gives them more time for the creative process. Now, in regards to the Destiny thing, as a big Destiny fan, I just want to say, I know you haven't played Destiny in forever, but it does feel revamped. It's not fully revamped because it's not a full game, but it is revamped. Now playing with the dark powers, it's a completely different experience, and they've changed some of the systems to really make it, and a complete story, not to mention an actual complete story for once.
Well, look, I respect that, right? And, you and me have been talking about Destiny quite a lot in the past episodes of the podcast, and obviously outside of the podcast as well. But ultimately, it's, for me, them adding new powers and stuff like that, and then, okay, just to get it to begin with, if you plan on actually including a narrative in your game or whatever, that should be a bare minimum. Okay, so them adding a narrative, while I think it, and more cinematic cutscenes, everything like that, I think it's a plus. It being Bungie, it should have been there already to begin with. I'm not gonna congratulate them. I'm gonna say good job in going in the right direction, but I'm not gonna be like, yes, Destiny is a groundbreaking game because they did something that they did 10, 15 years ago or whatever. That should have been there to begin with. As far as adding new powers and stuff, that's stuff that every RPG that's had expansions has done since since forever. World of Warcraft does it all the time. They add new classes, new powers, this and that. So I'm ultimately not that impressed. What would make me impressed? Start putting in all the things that you got right with Halo. Granted, maybe if it doesn't make sense within the context of a looter shooter RPG, then don't. But it's not going to hurt them to add those vehicles or whatever. We talked about they finally started adding AIs that interact with you and stuff, which thank God is great. Give the enemy AI some more personality, like how it used to have, and then build upon that. Like bring back what you did right, and then add to it. Don't just expect for me to cheer when you make it, when you're slowly trying to get back to that gold standard and maybe just fluctuate from there. No, you have to keep pushing, keep trying to grow. And honestly, as long as Destiny doesn't get that right, which I ultimately think they could finally do if they went for a Destiny 3, I don't think they're ever going to get there if they just keep expanding Destiny 2. And that's why I keep saying, that's why I keep, when I have that conversation with you, I keep telling you, I just feel like Destiny 2 is too bare bones. Obviously, the expansions help a bit, but I think that the foundation of what it is won't allow it to get to where it needs to be for me to have interest in it again.
The problem is what you just said about foundations. Like where they're currently at, Destiny 3 would be beyond, like, it's the foundations of what they currently have. So if they take this extra time now with these, which is what they did with Shadowkeep, they'd spent all of Shadowkeep doing stuff.
Do it
to make Beyond Light. So they took all of Shadowkeep to build the foundations for Beyond Light. But where they're at now with Beyond Light, if they release Destiny 3, it's just going to be Beyond Light. Now, if it take 3 years more to build on those foundations to make it better, when Destiny 3 does eventually come around, if it does, it will have the new foundations that have been further expanded upon by these expansions, which is why that's my argument.
It's a fair point, but ultimately, games as a service is insane. Okay, look, you can't just look at what we're experiencing right now as content creators, right? The more projects you take on, the harder it becomes to produce on any single one of them. So the problem with games as a service is that they're not going to build their team to both dedicate to Destiny 2 as games as a service, and then on top of that, bring new people on board to create Destiny 3. What's happening is that they're like, okay, no, this is the team we have. We're just going to dedicate it to expanding Destiny 2, and then they're missing out on the opportunity of ever making out of Destiny 3. The only way that Destiny 3 could ever come now is either if they expand their team to be able to do just that, which is keep Destiny 2 alive, and then simultaneously work on Destiny 3, unless they do crazy crunch hours or something like that for however long until they finally get it released. Or the other alternative is letting Destiny 2 die and then working on Destiny 3. That's the problem that I have with the games of the service in the Destiny example. Now, I'm glad that they're, it's finally, Destiny 2 is a lot of a better game than it was when it first came out. So kudos to them. But again, as someone who played the Halos of old, I just can't. I don't feel it. Like I just recognize I see the lesser effort that went into Destiny to begin with, and it just kills me. I can't bring myself to love it for all the things they're doing to improve it. They need to meet their previous threshold, and then surpass that, and then I'll consider becoming a Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying a lot of things, and we got to consider also the fact that they can't just do that anymore. They don't have a Microsoft with billion-dollar company backing them anymore. They don't have Activision spending money on them anymore. It's just they're kind of on their own on a limb with just Destiny. But again, it just what you're saying. I could agree with it, but at the same time, you got to consider Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. They did what you said, and Destiny 2 came out like garbage. It basically went back down the same slippery slope and it fell back down. So now with them taking more time, I would say they have more time by slowing down development.
Well, I kind of want to move on from this point so we can get to the 2020 in review. But just to kind of give my closing comments here, you could add to it if you want afterwards, and Sergio, same as well. Just because I think now we're just starting to repeat ourselves in the back and forth a little bit, just to kind of give you, again, what I'm trying to say. So yeah, it's slowing down development, but the problem is that their focus is on keeping Destiny 2 alive instead of building Destiny 3. I disagree with what you stated, saying that Destiny 3 would have been what was the expansion that you were comparing it to?
It would have just been off the foundations of what they have right now for Beyond Light, because you got to remember Destiny 3, 2, and 1 are all going to fall in line with the same engine. So over time they update it with expansions. If Destiny 3 would have come out at the state that it was in with Beyond Light, it would have been based off of those systems. Whereas by the time that it could eventually come out after Lightfall, which is that third or sixth expansion, the foundations for that expansion could be better than what it has now, which is what they're trying to do to then make a Destiny 3 beyond what it could be. Heck, beyond. I'm literally saying beyond. I'm putting there to beyond PlayStation Podcast and from IGN.
So just to summarize, wrap up real quick what I think about what has to happen with Destiny 2. Games as a service needs to stop being an excuse that okay, just how you're clearly saying that. Oh no, but Bungie's slowing down development and they're giving themselves more time by getting to this expansion before they make Destiny 3. It's a bunch of horseshit. There could have easily been a GTA 6 in the time that they've expanded GTA 5 already and re-released it for 3 different generations in the time that they could have developed GTA 6. That's a horseshit rationale. I could tell you that the whole thing that's going into it is the money aspect of, okay, it's way more expensive to develop a new game. Clearly, we can still see that there's money to be made here if we just improve this game, and that's fine. Improve your game. Me personally, the reason why I'm not playing Destiny 2 is because I know what Bungie's truly capable of, and I still see Destiny 2 with all the improvements that they made as a lesser game than what they can truly make. If they want me back, they have to hit that same threshold they had before and surpass it. That's it. That's as simple as far as I go with Destiny. If they do that, I'll do it. But up until that point, I'm not going to take. I guess I'm a very aggressive consumer in that sense. I don't like to settle for products that I feel like aren't the best that they could be. I feel like I'm getting shortchanged when that's the case, especially when it's a game that's expecting for me to pay for it over time. If Halo 3 would have, for example, because I loved Halo 3, if Halo 3 would have been like grown to like some sort of massive proportion as a game as a service, and they would have done nothing but improve and improve and improve upon it. Like improve, nothing that obviously a company could make a change that could ultimately end up being bad. But if I see it as an improvement, then hell yeah, man, take my money. Oh, you're gonna add a new campaign because now we have games as a service. It's a new narrative and it's great and blah 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 blah. Then fine. Oh, you're gonna add some new maps. Are fantastic. That's fine. New weapons, vehicles. You're gonna start adding new mechanics. Great. I don't like the fact that they peeled so much stuff back from games that they made that, in my opinion, were superior. Sure, they added some elements that were great for Destiny, the raid, all the different multiplayer interactions and stuff like that, the loot and everything. I'm okay with that. That's great. I think that's a good thing. But they peeled back so much of what made their previous games back that I feel it's an offense to me. I don't want to support that. And I'm speaking in a way with my wallet where I don't want to support your game until you give me what I want. That's just, it's my right as a consumer. You may not agree with it, but that's how I think of consumerism, where I just won't support a product until it makes me personally happy, even if they're doing things that are objectively good.
Yeah, I guess all we can ask for is to just get a good experience for a good value for money. And we can sit here and rant on forever, and we're going to have arguments all over this podcast in the future. Like, I'm sure we're going to have like 10 more episodes where we're just ranting on Destiny. 1 hour of
speaking of Destiny.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to be here forever, and I'm sure with the next expansion, we're going to have the same debate next year, so...
Sergio's just sitting here like, oh no.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any closing comments on Game of Service or any of the news that we talked about. I'm sorry, man.
No. Don't apologize, bro. I'm glad to be on the show. No, let me just be real here. I don't have much to say simply because I've never really been a fan of Destiny. Like, ever since the first one, I've never really been a fan of the series. And even though this is going to sound hypocritical, considering what one of my favorite games of 2020 is, I'm also not that big on games where the main thing you do is shoot. Like, I prefer, like, if I'm playing an action game, I want something that's like combat with like a deep system. If we're playing something a story, I want something with like, choices and something that's like very, very structured and very designed. I'm just not, it just doesn't really speak to me all that much, and most games as a service type games don't really speak to me because I don't play many multiplayer games, and I generally just avoid them. Like Battlefront 2 is a good example of, like, that game was a shit show when it first came out. I ended up waiting like a year and a half, 2 years, got it for $4 on PC. And it's fun. For $4, fun. Campaign, played a little bit of multiplayer. I mean, it is what it is. I think I played it for like 10, 12 hours or something, but, I don't really have much to say, but I do lean more on the mic side of things, where it's like, it is, you have to vote with your wallet, right? If you don't like what a certain company is doing, the way that they're posturing their products and the way that they're designing things, just don't buy it, Go put your money elsewhere.
Yeah, I guess that's just the best way to do it. All right, so let's just recap this because we talked about it on the last part, but just how you guys are feeling about how COVID has changed the world, how it has impacted development, and playing from home.
Okay, so we're going to be here for another 6 hours.
there, guys.
I mean, just
the Co-Op Syndicate
quick.
charity stream. We're gonna go for 24 hours here. So feel free to drop your donations.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. We're not doing that today. Don't say that. We're not. People are gonna take that seriously.
In the future, but not today.
Yeah, we probably will do a 24-hour for St. Jude or something. But no, I guess I'll start off. I mean, look, for me, like I mentioned in the last part, it's just another day for me. You know, I'm a big gamer. I stay home all the time and play games all the time. So for me, staying home was nothing different. But I do feel for the developers. You know, being separated and not having those managers looming over you and having to really try and get communication with somebody who might be taking care of their kid and this and that has really impacted development. And we saw it in a lot of the games that came out this year. A lot of games this year came out really, really messed up. And developers have had to put up with all sorts of different development situations trying to make up for it through servers and using now Google Stadia is like the medium.
Why don't we draw it out as a timeline so that way, you know, we could kind of just make our case
I'm
for how
gonna
we
timeline,
see that
I'm trying to present some of the things. Yeah, I'm going to present it as a timeline, but it's like I just want to talk about some of the things that actually happened. Like, you know, Google Stadia has actually become the developers like go-to system because they can just cloud update, boop, check out the game, broken, all right, boop, take it out. And there's no updating. It's all just seamlessly streamed in. So it's kind of interesting how a failed console became the dev's choice.
You know what's crazy about that actually, too? I heard, surprisingly, I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but I you know, since I was following all the news of Cyberpunk 2077 and getting into arguments with, like, I think dumb people on the internet about it, they were just, you know, trying to suck off CD Projekt Red a little bit. Apparently, it plays really well on the Stadia as long as you have a good internet connection. Which I thought was interesting because I kind of like I'm a little bit of a competitive player. Like I like my fighting games, I like my online shooters and all that. So I was kind of.
Wouldn't the Stadia version just be the PC version?
It's right? Actually their dev build because they update it so that other devs can try it. You could technically play dev, you know, if you get locked into it somehow because the developers are using that for development. It's already known that, like, I know for a fact Bungie does it. They update the game in their crap, and like developers can try it out. Now, whether they have access to it, I don't know. There's a little bit of thing where some guy glitched into it, and they were able to check out the dev build. There's a lot of interesting things.
What's crazy about it is that, like, as long as you have the good internet connection, you can play a game like I don't know if it's like you could just play it like max graphics straight up on your cell phone or something. Does it depend partially on the hardware of what you're playing it on?
Yeah, it depends on the hardware that you're playing, and of course, how far like programmed for Google Stadia. Because I know they promised 4K, but then it doesn't really run on 4K. It's super sampled or something, or whatever the terms are called for them. Checkerboarded 4K or something. It's a thing where like it's kind of like Netflix. It's like by bit rate and how much internet speed you have. They'll kind of like you'll be 4K for 2 seconds and then it'll drop down to 1080p, but you won't be able to tell the difference.
I have a question about it because I should have done more research on the Stadia, but we're kind of talking about this. It's kind of interesting to me. So like, let's say if you played something raw on like your cell phone or whatever, and then you played it on Stadia via your cell phone, is the Stadia version a superior version, or
what do you mean play it raw on your phone?
Like just okay. So the way that Stadia works, right, is like I guess I don't understand how Stadia works. Like, do you still like do you download?
No. So okay, imagine a YouTube video, right? Basically, what you're doing is you are playing with an interactive YouTube video where it's a stream of the game, but you're not actually doing any of the processing locally. That's being offset to some cloud bank server or wherever in Timbuktu or no sé qué. But all it is it's just a video basically playing on your phone. That's why you can play it on a cell phone, because you don't actually need the graphics processing run to run Cyberpunk or Destiny or any of these games.
Okay, yeah, so that's my question. It isn't okay. Like, so let's say if there was a Cyberpunk 2077 mobile, which obviously there isn't, wouldn't it run better playing it on Stadia versus playing like the Cyberpunk 2077?
Probably not, right? Because I mean, anything you play locally is going to be better because there's going to be no latency, right? Or at least there's going to be. Actually, there would be no latency, right? There's always going to be latency with Stadia. I mean, even if they're talking about in their commercials that you can play fighting games on this thing. I think they have Super Street Fighter 4 on there or something like that. There's always going to be latency. There's always going to be artifacting, and depending on the strength of your internet connection, you might not even be able to play at all. Versus if you had the game locally, you're going to be able to play as long as you have access to the actual hardware.
Well, yeah, okay, I know we're going into a big back and forth on this thing, but that's exactly what I'm saying. So for me, I said Stadia, I kind of didn't consider it because of the competitive aspect for me. I know that the latency was going to be like a turnoff for if you wanted to play like a fighting game or a shooter or whatever. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, even with the fact that, let's say if you do have a good internet connection, could it possibly be a better experience? Like, let's say something that I've seen on Twitter is that people said that obviously Cyberpunk 2077 runs like dog crap on the base PS4, but I've heard that reports that obviously as long as you have a good connection, it runs better on Stadia. That's what I've heard.
Okay, so I'm gonna go off on a limb here and say some things developer, even though I'm not a developer. So there's two things going on with Stadia, which is what makes it technically a better system for gaming. For one, in Stadia, like I said, the developers can just patch it in fast. There's no need to do anything. They don't need to patch it. At any moment, you're playing Stadia and the game's being streamed to you and they patch it and you don't feel anything because it's just a change server side, right? So in that regard, the games can obviously play better because they're constantly updating it without you realizing. There's no updates. It's getting streamed into, right? And you got to understand that you're playing a stream. So imagine you're not just watching YouTube videos at 1080p. Imagine you're watching YouTube on auto setting and it's constantly shifting the resolution for you because of your connection. So that's how cloud streaming works. It's the game changes settings graphically and quality wise depending on what your internet connection is. So at any moment your connection can dip and it just drops to 420 or whatever, 420, and you don't realize what you're doing or what's going on, but it's happening to you in real time, and then it just kicks back up to 4K, which is what I'm saying. It's the checkerboarding of graphics. So they're changing this game all the time, and at the same time, there's no need for a processor or anything. All these things are running simultaneously to you in a stream. There's no need to wait for a processor to kick in. There's no need to wait for a graphics card to render something. It's all streamed in already. So that's why it technically runs better, because the game is based off of these systems, and the server is already doing all the work for you. So it's just you just play the game. And that's also why we see, Halo being played on a refrigerator, because they can just stream it in.
Yeah, I think you guys made it a lot clearer now. Now, my question is, how will we even get into the Stadia loophole?
The Stadia loophole?
I mean,
how we got into it? No, I think it's just a comment that you brought up that you were just saying, hey, isn't it interesting how it just runs better?
Oh, no,
I was bringing in how, developers through COVID have been using the Stadia platform to develop and update the games from home in a way so that they can communicate quickly, because they just update it to the system, give each other the code, and they can just jump into the game. They don't need to share like a specific in-house server or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just them figuring out how to develop from home, and that's what I wanted to say. Like, what do you guys feel now that I've shared my opinion on it? How COVID has impacted development?
Huh? Well, I mean, clearly, it's affected development, right? I mean, people have to find new ways of communicating with each other when they used to be able to do that. What's going on? Just,
I'm pretty bad with mics, man.
Time he turns a centimeter off from the microphone, it starts clipping. So I'm like, people are gonna murder me for Jordan's audio. I gave him the headphones so he keep track.
He can hear it himself.
But the problem is that now that the monitor, I don't know if you can tell, but as he was commenting, that he was he was listening to himself speak, and he was just like, so what is your opinion on that? Because I could tell that it was taking an impact on him. So I'm just trying to find the solution so that...
I was just trying to do it slow for the sake of just, calming down, because I'm here raving on about random things, and you guys are just staring at me like, what's this weirdo talking about? Like, he's just talking about a whole bunch of random Stadia stuff.
I'm just concerned for your audio file, man. I'm just concerned for your audio file, because if you could listen to it, like, every single time you veer off, even a centimeter.
I know my voice radiates off where my nose is pointing at, because I have such a long nose. You don't have to tell me twice, but the
says the audio is interrupting for you all now.
It's like this mic literally loses me from here, and it doesn't make sense.
We all have it unmuted. I think I have a solution here, guys. So
okay,
you haven't been doing it up until now, but again, the problem is it hasn't been prominent because of how you speak it versus how Jordan speaks. But I think it might be best if I turn Jordan's noise gate a little lower, and then, well, you've been muting, so I think that's fine. You don't have to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna turn your noise gate a little bit lower, and I'm just gonna hope that fixes the problem. At this point, some of your the things you've been saying are not salvageable.
I'll keep learning as I go. But But like I said, I was just raving on. But yeah, so you were trying to say something about how you feel about video game development in 2020 with COVID impacting it. Lend your
well, so I mean, you're right on the money, right? So everyone has to work from home now, right? So that's changing the way that teams interact, and it's also changing how efficiently teams can get things done, right? A bunch of games that were going to come out this year end up getting delayed into 2021 because trying to transition from a development pipeline where everyone's in the same room and you're able to deal with producers and all that, sort of having to splinter that out where now maybe necessarily you might be funneling all of your work up through a producer, and that's funneling its way up to whoever's dealing with that at the top level. It's going to take longer for these things to come out, and I'm sure there are plenty of people that miss being at the office to some degree with their friends and their coworkers. But I mean, it is that's just the state of the world, right? I mean, I think it's pretty remarkable that of any time for something like this to happen, right? It happens in an era where we have access to an interplanetary communication tool like the internet, right? Like, if this had happened even 20 years ago, there's no such thing as remote development, right? You're going to make your stuff at home and you're going to be taking all your meetings over the phone, right? And you're going to be physically mailing a USB stick over, in the mail, which you might not even want to do, right? Because you're touching it, so that's contact, right? So if at least there was a point where we thought it was going to be on all these surfaces, right? So you might not even want to do that in the context of a pandemic, So I mean, it's remarkable that we can do this at all, at least in my opinion.
Okay, that's a nice way to put it, Mike. You have any opinions on COVID impact in video game development?
Yeah, so I think as far as COVID-19 impacting video game development, the biggest thing is that if especially if you're limiting the amount of people that are, is the noise gate also shorting on me a bit? Yeah, it was. I lowered mine too. So the thing is that when we all talk at the same time, it was like bleeding into each other. But I'm just gonna pray that our audio isn't horrible. That's all I'm gonna pray for. That's all we can hope for, right? So the big the big thing about COVID impacting video game development is that obviously you're gonna be trying to restrict how many people are in the office at a time. You're probably gonna have better hardware available in your office or whatever. So taking into account all the logistical factors of how you're actually gonna work to get the game done, it's gonna slow things down by quite a bit. It's gonna introduce a lot of complications that weren't there before, and so one of two things is gonna happen: where either development for games is gonna slow down greatly because you're gonna take your time to deal with the complications in a proper way, and then obviously you don't want it to affect your product, or something that I think you can say, or at least I think I can say kind of safely, considering the fact that, like, as you saw the pandemic go on for longer, you started seeing the release of more buggy, more broken games. Maybe there could be the additional side effect of not being able to work in the traditional setting of your office or whatever. That might make games come out worse.
Was there really like a huge surge of like buggy games? Because I mean, I didn't play a whole lot of games this year. That's something that I noticed, at least in 2020, that I kind of refocused my hobbies. I mean, I played games, right? Like I love Doom and I played Bloodborne and a bunch of stuff this year. But I mean, I didn't play a whole lot of the new stuff, right? I mean, did a lot of the new stuff tend to be super busted?
Yeah, well, you had Marvel Avengers, outside of just being a plain boring ass games as a service game, it was extremely buggy. I actually brought up a clip from one of the previous episodes where we were talking about, I think, games as a service, where I was playing as Hulk, and then like...
Oh, I think I saw the clip, right? It was in your first episode.
Yeah, it was in our first episode. It was like, on top of the fact that, like, even if you were a single player and you were fighting more than like 3 people at once, which like the whole game kind of structures itself in trying to make you feel powerful by you fighting multiple enemies at a time and everything, because you're a hero, so you want to be taking out almost nearly like an army of people at once. The game just dropped down to like 10 frames a second at some points. It was even worse when another basic staple of what the game was supposed to be was playing with your friends. So like if you had people on your party, the game was just unplayable. And then sometimes you would do a certain mechanic and the game would just crash. So in that clip that you saw, I was playing as the Hulk, and one of his I guess his like bread and butter play style is that you want to grab people because that enables you to do the most damage against enemy AI. So one of his strongest attacks is you grab a person, you grab another person, and then you clap them together. And that's in that particular clip, I clapped them together. Not only did the game freeze, it crashed my PS4. I couldn't back out of the application. I couldn't do anything. And then there was just multiple instances where I was playing the game, like let's say doing the campaign, and I would just be trying to climb on something or jump from one building to another or whatever, and I would just clip through things all the time. Like there was missing detection everywhere, and the frame rate was horrible, like I said. So that one was super buggy. Another example, Call of Duty Cold War. Modern Warfare came out just fine. Now, obviously, there was the other production issues that came up with Cold War, but I was playing zombies the other day, and I got like the wonder weapon for a certain for that map, which is like the really powerful special gun for that map. And all of a sudden, for some reason, this fog started showing up, and it was like flickering on and off.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was like some weird object showing up on my screen, just following me, like as if it was part of a gun or something. I don't know. It was just completely busted.
All right. I mean,
your game sounds haunted.
It did. That's actually what I said. I was like, dude, my game's haunted right now.
All right, let's go ahead and reel it back in. So let's try and put it in a timeline. Obviously, we're gonna go off into talking about these games that did poorly, but it all. At what point do we decide that it's COVID's fault and then just the developer's fault? So, but before we get into that, let's build a timeline. So the year starts off really well, in my opinion. We got Resident Evil 3 coming out, which is actually a nice remake, but it was technically like they grabbed Resident Evil 2. They mix it up and call it Resident Evil 3 to sell it to you at 60 instead of 40 as an expansion.
That's what they did in the 90s. They made Resident Evil 2 and then they remixed it to make Resident Evil 3. They use most of the same maps and like...
It is, but what I'm just trying to lend to light is that could have been a $40 expansion, or they could have just released it at $60 and made you feel pretty cheap about it. You know
if you know where to shop when it comes to PC gaming, it was a $40 expansion.
One of the biggest points I brought up was for Jordan, so that way he knew that PC was a good investment. Because I told him, hey man, the fact that you got the PlayStation Store that monopolizes the prices, it always typically inflates things most of the time compared to how where you can shop on PC.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean that's neither here or there because then they've already given out like
we don't want to get into PC versus console and stuff,
And obviously,
no, sure, it's definitely better now than it's been in a long time.
Or whatever,
yeah.
We can get into PC versus console in the future.
What I'm trying to say is that even then, you paid $40 on PC. Great, if it was an expansion, you might have found it for $30. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. No, that's true.
That's true. I'm not trying to say whether it's cheaper or better per console. I'm just trying to say that in the way that they released it, if they would have released it as an additional episode to Resident Evil 2, they would have capitalized on that a bit more. It's just my opinion on using the game as a service model thing here. But going forward, we have Half-Life Alyx, which really, completely changes everybody's mentality straight up on what VR can do by being the end-all be-all of what VR should be.
I've been saying this since Resident Evil 7, bro. VR is a game changer. The way I didn't get to play Half-Life Alyx, and part of that is because I've never finished Half-Life 2, so I wanted to finish Half-Life 2 before I played that one. But VR is just a fundamental shift in the way you actually play any game. Doesn't matter what kind of game it is, because it's a completely different sensory experience. I use Resident Evil as an example because that's sort of my main experience with VR. But in any regular horror game, right? You have your headphones on, you're playing on your screen. At the end of the day, if you get scared, you can turn off the screen, you can take off your headphones, whatever. When you're in VR, right? When you're in the mansion, right? Like you can't turn off the TV, right? It's literally your vision, right? You have to close your eyes, and even if you close your eyes, you still have the audio, so you can still hear this guy laughing behind you. I mean, it's terrifying. It's terrifying, right?
Wow.
The spatial awareness and like looking. I mean, just I don't know if you've had a chance to like really put one of these things on, but it's just I remember playing Batman Arkham VR when that first came out. And just you take the elevator ride down into the Batcave, and it just goes for it looks like a mile almost in terms of the actual the spatial distance. I mean, it's insane how advanced these things are, and insane how easy it is to get immersed in this stuff. And I've heard so many great things about Half-Life Alyx, especially like in terms of like the way they do the animations. Like they have animation for fluid in bottles. Like, I mean, it's crazy the amount of stuff that you can actually do in that game.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how Gabe Newell is when he actually puts his mind to things and allows people to get truly creative with IP, that they can bring back even the oldest of titles and modernize them for a modern crowd. And I'm just saying it because I'm just a big Valve fan, and I'm sad that we don't have a Portal 3, Half-Life 3, Half-Life 2 Episode 3, or Team Fortress 3. But that's just me.
Personally, I think that VR, like you said, is actually a fantastic step forward in gaming, and how it could eventually be applied to just make games that are so fantastic. Like a big example, actually that came out this year, which we could talk about afterwards, is Rogue Squadron. No, yeah, Rogue Squadron.
Squadrons
came out this year.
Yeah, Squadrons. Star Wars Squadrons. They say is actually a phenomenal VR experience. I really wish I could experience that myself, but I don't want to really. They say the best way to do so is by actually like having the proper like pilot controllers,
like a flight
and
stick
stuff,
and everything,
the flight stick and the VR and all that. But I'm not going to do that right now. Sounds like it's an amazing experience. Same thing with Half-Life Alyx. I would love to experience that. However, me personally, I'm kind of a pansy when it comes to horror games already. Like, I couldn't even do The Last of Us Part 1 on the hardest difficulty.
Really?
On the hardest difficulty. On like easy or normal or whatever, that's fine. But like a big example is the part where you're under the hotel. I don't know if you guys have played it on the hardest difficulty, but they ramp it up to 10, man.
Yeah.
So the fact that like those fast-moving zombies...
There's a massive difficulty spike at the bottom of the hotel while you're trying to get the pump running again.
No, dude, I remember. They pop up right behind you and you can barely hear them.
Too smart. Yeah. So they mess with you, like constantly being like making those noises or whatever. So then whenever you like point your flashlight, whatever you are, they just let you see like the tip of their fingernail.
Yeah.
And then they'll somehow find the perfect way to climb up behind you and then just like murder you instantly. So I'm just there, vibing. I see the tip of a fingernail real quick. I go to turn the corner to see if I could kill them. It's gone. And then all of a sudden I turn around to go back where I was originally going, and then it'll just be there and it'll just kill me.
Yeah.
So I decided the best way whenever I encounter a difficulty spike in a shooter that way is kind of like I take the coward's way out, where I'll just try to skip enemies like a speedrunner and just get out of there. So I did that for that difficulty because I think somehow I was playing it on normal or whatever. I was like, nah, this is too easy. Let me put it on hard. So originally I made it to the door and then I just got out. I was like, nah, let me try that again. Let me just put it on hard. I don't want to be a pansy. Let me be a man about it. Let me put some chest on my some hair on my chest. Not chest on my hair. I put hair on my chest. And
chest on your hair.
So I tried doing that again. I tried skipping the enemies. And when I turn the corner to go to the final door, what's there to greet me? A bloater who instantly just grabs me and rips my head out of like its socket or whatever, dude. I'm just like, I screamed. I was like, no. I literally took the game out of my PS4, put it in the box. I was like, I'll come back to this eventually. And then I just never did.
And you never did.
So to tie it into the VR, I heard Resident Evil 7 was extremely scary. I can't do it in VR.
It's so good.
I would love to, but I just can't. I would die.
All right, well, let's keep on going. Here's Sergio's favorite game of the year, Doom Eternal, right? Woo-hoo! Which is another great title. But even though I consider it to be one of the better games of the year, there are some issues that did circulate the game in regards to the music and soundtrack. I remember specifically that at one point Bethesda had to, I believe, get rid of what's the gentleman's name?
Mick Gordon. Mick
so
Gordon. What ended up happening there was that they had the soundtrack included in the collector's edition, and what fans were finding out was that, or actually, they had to delay it because there was some communication issue between Mick Gordon and Bethesda, and some of the masters that they sent over weren't up to snuff or something like that, and they ended up having to get one of id Software's audio engineers to basically take the music and fill out the rest of the sound that Mick Gordon didn't provide, because he was really taking his time with making sure everything was mastered properly. So they got one of their own sound engineers to basically take the music, add that to the tracks that Mick had already mastered, and then release that, right? And then once they did that, Mick, as far as I understand, they took that sort of as a slight against him, and then there was sort of a big public falling out between the two of them. The two of them, meaning Mick Gordon and Bethesda, obviously. And now Mick Gordon won't be doing the soundtrack for the Ancient Gods, or I guess any Bethesda projects going forward. So that was a little bit of a controversy, but I mean that doesn't have any bearing on the actual game as a individual product.
I'm not saying that it does. I'm just trying to point out the fact that somewhere in this miscommunication, it really happened after COVID hit.
Yeah,
all these things started hitting after that.
Was that directly a result of COVID-19 that they had the communication issue?
I don't know if that's directly a result, right? Because the game came out, I believe, March 20th, and I remember like the week before it came out, was when everything started shutting down, right? That was when I was doing my casting when we had to cancel that. And I remember Hugo Martin mentioning something about how COVID wasn't going to affect the release plans because the game was basically done, right? It wasn't going to affect anything like that. But the delay with getting the soundtrack out to people who got the collector's edition, that was on Mick Gordon, right? Because he was the one who had to master this stuff and get it out to Bethesda, and he just wasn't getting it out in time. There's actually a letter, I believe. Not Marty Stratton. What's one of the id Software people? They actually put out a letter explaining what exactly happened, what exactly the content of the problem was between them, and why they won't be working together in the future. So I would encourage everyone who's interested in that to go read it, because that gives you the full context that obviously we're not providing because we don't remember every detail.
All right. Well, that's a good closing comment on Doom Eternal. Other than that, it's a really great game. I'm sure everyone here can agree. Mike hasn't played it yet, but Doom,
really
I played the 2016 game. It's amazing.
It's perfection.
Fucking perfection.
No, I just look. I'll keep it brief, right? But it's just something about that game. I played it on Nightmare, right? So I went out of my way to really just like go hardcore on this game, and you got to play the game on its own terms, right? There are some games, like we mentioned with Red Dead 2, right? When we were talking about that in the other episode, like, Red Dead wants you to play it very specifically, right? And it makes the experience feel worse because of it. Doom Eternal is one of those games where it wants you to play it very specifically, but if you play it in that very specific way, it is the most fun I've ever had with a first-person shooter in my entire life. It's just the power fantasy of managing all these different resources, of leaving a few enemies over here so you can go take care of them when you need more health, and dealing with these enemies, and you're not going to be able to focus on this guy for the whole time, so you're going to have to go over here, exploiting everyone's weakness, trying to get it done as quickly as possible. It's so hectic. You cannot believe it when you actually manage to kill everyone every time it happens, and it just keeps building on top of each other. Each room just builds on top of the next one, and it's so satisfying. So satisfying.
Well, thank you for sharing that inspiring comment. I now will go take out my wallet and buy the game. No, I'm playing. I'm going to wait till the PS5 edition if it does. I'm a big fan of the whole Bethesda and
Microsoft. What do you need the PS5
merging.
edition for? It already runs at 60 on console. Unless you want it at 120.
No, I want the extra ray tracing and whatnot.
Oh, sure, okay.
And also, maybe it's just me being upset about the whole Bethesda thing. But I've told you this before, especially in the first episode of SR Sotolongo, where it's like I don't want to buy a game and then like as soon as I buy it, they tell me it's a better version. I need to pay for it again.
Sure.
I want to make sure I buy my one thing. It's the end all be all.
The Bayonetta complex.
Yeah. Oh my god, don't get me started on that. All right. So another great game that came out this year, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on it. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. It's amazing. It really works, builds upon what Final Fantasy VII was.
I think that's how you properly do a remake, because it adds so much more to the game outside of just like in my opinion, what's the worst of the worst, which is just HD collection where they just make it like 1080p and call it a day or whatever. Or even if they just make graphical improvements or whatever, I don't think it still justifies a $60 tag on a remake or whatever. What they did was that they added some new elements to the story while being extremely faithful. Obviously, Square Enix being like masters of making like games that are just graphical beauties, in my opinion. They obviously gave it an amazing look that makes the adventure that was already so great more immersive. And then also they made the combat and everything. They turned it from what it was mainly a turn-based RPG game. They did now where it was more real time, kind of like a little bit more like Kingdom Hearts. But then they also added that element where like if you want to use magic or whatever, it slows it down so you could still you still have that complexity behind it that the original kind of had. So I think that's how you do a proper remake, in my opinion. So I give it 10 out of 10. Great job with that.
I mean, I'm gonna stop you right there because personally, me as a person who played the original game, I mean, I although I agree with everything you're saying, my one problem with your comment is that the game's incomplete. We only got part 1 or CD 1, and that they're not going to release the other parts for several years. So, did we technically get a good remake, or we just got a good remake of a part of a game? that turned into a full game. I mean, I would say Resident Evil 2 would probably be a better example of how to perfect a remake, because they legitimately brought you the full game remade with their own things with different scenes and whatnot. I don't know if you want to say anything.
I would agree with you, and personally, as someone who I always think in the interest of what's best for the consumer, you drive a fair point. I think you drive a fair point. In saying that. The only thing for me, and you guys are correct me if I'm wrong here. Like I know I personally don't play Final Fantasy all that much, but my brother's a big like Final Fantasy like nerd. Like he's played like all of them, and I know that Final Fantasy VII was like really like super expansive to the point where that's the like one of the few games he actually hasn't even been able to finish yet when he was just playing it like day in and day out. So I don't know if like, for example, trying to make that in just one game, especially with all the new things they added to it. Like they couldn't even get it on one disc originally, right?
Yeah.
Now, I think they did sell it still though for the price of one game, even though it was on separate discs before. I don't know if that would be like a viable business move for them now, considering all the additional development I think that they would have to put into the game outside of them just copying the story and then maybe adding one thing.
Well, Nomura mentioned that specifically, right? He mentioned that the amount of content that was in the original version of Final Fantasy VII it's just too much for one AAA style game. So they were going to divide it against, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 or how many parts or whatever that they're going to eventually add to this thing. But they were very public about the fact that it was only going to be a remake of the Midgar section. I haven't played it, honestly, and I've honestly, that's the main reason why, is because the whole thing's not done, so I'm just waiting for the whole thing to be done, and then I'll play it when it's done. Plus, hopefully, by the time the whole thing's done, it'll be on PC, then I can play it at a good frame rate. But, PS5, I have the PC. I don't even have the PS5. The PS5 might as well not even be real. I don't even know if it exists. I played one already. I played one on camera. I'm not even sure if it exists, dude.
Virgil has a PC. Leave the man alone.
Screw y'all. So it's just y'all upset because I was the only one who was able to beat the scalpers. All right. So, anyways, the thing I want to say is that basically Final Fantasy VII Remake to me just feels like they're grabbing a 4 CD game from the PS1 era and just turning it into an ACD adventure. It's practically what it is. If part 1 came out with 2 CDs, each part's going to come out with 2 CDs, and it's basically going to be 8 CDs instead of 4. It really lends to the meme of Metal Gear Solid 1 where they had to put in CD2. MGS4, where it's like, hey, don't forget to put in CD2, and it's like, what? We're on Blu-ray. We don't need that anymore. But it's like, it's funny because that joke in 2007 was funny because we didn't need 2 CDs, and now with Final Fantasy VII, it's
we're back to multiple CDs.
We need 2 CDs. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's just I'm waiting for the full adventure. I really want the full thing, and I think, but it's not just that. I'm pretty sure that one of the creatives at Square Enix even said like their one city is so dense graphically that it's hard to make a whole world
right
at the same quality and standard that they bring it up to. But I guess that's on them, and maybe with SSD or whatever they can find a way to load faster the maps. And I don't know. They have to figure out what they want to do with their engines, because there's games like Red Dead Redemption 2 that are graphically amazing and they fit their whole world in one shot.
Well, no, Red Dead had 2 discs.
No, it did, but I'm saying like their full game is in that one thing.
Oh, sure.
Final Fantasy 7 with their graphical capacity, they're splitting it off into different parts, whereas Red Dead Redemption 2, for as big as it is and beautiful as it is, they just needed the 2 CDs.
I think ultimately that would just it could be broken down into so many things. I don't know if it's worth like necessarily exploring it, because it ultimately it boils down to like what me and Sergio were saying, that Final Fantasy VII is not like it's just a decently sized game or like whatever. It's like very like you don't understand, like it's a lot. Like
even for the time, it was a massive game, right? I mean,
it was 4 discs.
They were
right?
No, it was 3. Final Fantasy 9 ended up being 4 discs, but Final Fantasy 7 is 3 discs. But they they were originally targeting Nintendo 64, right? And that only has 64 megabytes of storage on its biggest game, right? The CD offers you 700 megabytes of storage per disc, and they threw 3 of those on there because they could do full motion video and uncompressed audio and all that stuff, right? So they basically just went hog wild and designed exactly the game they wanted to design. But, and I will say, maybe this is a little conspiracy theory or not, but I'm not 100% certain this is the truth, but I think this might lead into why they're going the episodic route versus why they didn't just wait to have the whole game done at one time. When that game was announced, it was 2015, right? So at that time, if I remember correctly, Square Enix was putting out a bunch of different episodic games, stuff like Life is Strange, And I believe Square Enix did the first season of Hitman, right? If I remember correctly, which was also episodic. They were doing that in installments. So that seemed to be the big thing that they were chasing, right? That they were going after the Telltale model of making all these games in episodic formats. And I think Final Fantasy, in order to get greenlit, had to be in that model. So when they're coming up with their development plan, they're deciding, okay, we're going to make episode 1, it's going to be Midgar. We're going to make episode 2, it's going to be disc 2. And we're going to make episode 3, that'll be disc 3. But then eventually the game takes so long to design, right? I mean, very famously, right? CyberConnect 2 was working on the game originally, and then they ended up bringing it back in-house because it just wasn't up to snuff. It took a long time for the game to end up eventually coming out. But I think what we're dealing with here is just the remnants of that plan, if that makes sense, right?
No, I think you draw a good point, and honestly, I guess I'm not hating on them for it. I actually respect them because that's actually, I think, in my opinion, how you should do admission. They were ambitious about a project, and then they reeled it in. It's like, hold on, let's do what we can actually do first. Mm-hmm. And then they ended up chopping up this game into multiple parts for the sake of actually making a good. And that's exactly what happened. They made up a good product. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's an amazing game, despite the fact that I might not be getting the entire Final Fantasy VII experience in one shot. I'm still getting a Final Fantasy VII experience, and it's expanded upon. So I can only imagine what the next part's going to be, and if they're going to make it even bigger, because now they have to get into the open world at some point. You know, that's part of Final Fantasy VII, the overworld, walking through all these areas, meeting, I think it was Yuffie over in a forest. So they have to build all these things, and it can't just be a corridor either. So they have to figure out how to do all that, and I think that's something I commend them on, because they found a way to reel in their ambition and do it properly.
And in your defense, I think it makes sense too that as a consumer, you know, you're in the right where maybe you don't feel like good paying $60 for what was only a portion of the original game. But I think since, you know, ultimately video game development really is a relationship between both the developer and the people who buy the games, you know, maybe it wouldn't be a good deal for them to put so much work into it for them to only receive $60 and you know, still have to put in that much work to make it a AAA game in a game that's supposed to have all this content, you know? So sure. It has to be an agreement, I think, where, you know, if they're going to improve Final Fantasy VII this much, they're going to make it that much more immersive, add that much more to the combat, make it look beautiful and things like that, then it's ultimately up to us as the fans of Final Fantasy to say, oh, you know what? I know that this isn't really the full game, but I kind of understand that, like, this is like so much work you're putting into it that it wouldn't really be fair to hold you to $60, you know, for the whole thing. So then one of two things could happen there. Either you're patient and you just wait for them to release it, and then you deal with a big price tag for the whole thing, or, you know, you're just like, oh, you know, this is a project I want to support. I will buy this part for $60, and I'll wait for you to release the next part, and I'll give you $60.
The thing is that if you wait, you won't deal with the big price tag, right? Because you can get Final Fantasy VII right now, the remake, for $30, right? So by the time Part 3 comes out, I mean, how cheap is the first part going to be, right? And then how cheap is the second part going to be? I'm sure they'll come out with a boxed version that's all 3 parts, or however many parts it ends up being. I mean, granted, they'll come out with that box version in 2049 when it's done, right? But who knows how much that will be? But again, it could be more expensive. Yeah,
but it's also I agree with that. But that's where the relationship between the developer and the customer comes in, because if everyone then just says, "Oh my God, bro! Like Final Fantasy VII Remake's gonna be $240. I'm just gonna wait for the price to go down," then you're ultimately punishing the company for the effort that they made, because you're not actually giving them, you know, you're not paying for the full work that they did, and ultimately what that's going to happen then is that they're just not going to make more of that anymore.
Sure.
So you have to. It's a delicate relationship where, like, if a company's not doing any like bad practices or whatever, and they are giving you things that you're interested in, support them, and then maybe consider, you know, if at least if the developer's more open to communicating with with their community, you know, see if maybe you could work something else out. But I don't feel like, you know, if you're gonna, don't just make it solely like, oh no, all me as the consumer, especially as the company who's trying to do something that you want, because totally. Ultimately, a business can't exist that way.
I get you, dude. I bought 2 copies of Horizon on PC at full price because I want Sony to know to put their games on PC, okay? I bought one for me and I bought one for a friend at full price, so I get that, right? But in the case of Final Fantasy, I'll let other people play it. And they can buy it, they can play it, I'll wait till it's done, you know?
No,
that's just me.
That's your guys' right as a consumer. I totally agree.
Black Withered Rose 09 on Twitch chat. He mentioned that the first part of Final Fantasy VII feels like a corridor because you have to remember that there are streets to traverse through, and slums full of garbage and debris. I don't think the open world would be a good idea full of a walled garden like Midgard. But I also want to point out and lend to light that Final Fantasy 15 and 13 have all been experiences that go off into a quote-unquote open world, but it ends up just being like one giant hub that's closed off by various loading screens, and most of the experiences in the other Final Fantasy titles have also been corridors. So technically, it's in their development cycle. I mean, you could argue that, yeah, sure, for Midgard it makes sense, but what we're arguing about is what's going to happen when you do have to jump that bridge and get to the open world. Are they just going to segment off a world that was originally open? Or are they just going to do like the hub world thing that they did with Final Fantasy 15?
Well,
and that's just something that we have to look at towards the future.
That's just going to be speculation. And I think we're going to have to wait. But something I will say in the argument of open world versus corridor is it's always nice to have more freedom in games if possible. But in my opinion, I think it depends partially in the reason on why you play a game to begin with. So, I think one of the a small debate that's been stirring, it's not really been a big one, but something that a lot of people have been talking about is like, which Legend of Zelda game truly is the best one of all time. A lot of people say Breath of the Wild, and a lot of people still say it's Ocarina of Time. And the debate is mostly centering around the fact that like Breath of the Wild has been one of the games to give you the most freedom and like exploration that I think in recent memory I could even think of any video game giving you, like just straight up of all time, like just the straight up, like the amount of interaction with the world and freedom to explore it and everything is just on another level. But a lot of people who played Breath of the Wild kind of felt slightly dissatisfied by the overarching like narrative or like specifically like fighting Ganon in that game didn't feel as epic as in some of the other entries, like maybe Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time. Mm-hmm. Ocarina of Time really did a good job, even though obviously it was the first to really set up a 3D world in the way that it did with its open world and everything like that, which is like obviously super dated now. It's not that big a world and everything by today's standards, but it incorporated that open world that's not so big in today's standards with a really kick-ass narrative. And personally, So the point that I was trying to tie it into Final Fantasy VII was that if you made it like super free open world, would that come kind of at the cost of feeling like the main quest isn't as important? Would it give you kind of too much freedom to just go around like smelling the flowers and stuff? Where honestly you should be like, oh bro, no, like let me go fight Sephiroth because he's really gonna bring that meteor down on us. Like it kind of. Even though it's nice to give you that freedom and ultimately it'll probably add to replayability of the game, how would that make the narrative feel? And the story of Final Fantasy is really supposed to be one of the biggest appeals of it too, So it would kind of feel weird if like the game design, while giving you more freedom, also kind of strips the narrative of some of the punch that it had. I don't know if it's kind of meta what I'm saying, but I'm sure
makes
you guys
perfect
know what
sense.
I'm saying.
I'll this is sort of a quick aside. Alan Wake, right? I know you haven't played the game, but I remember that I was Sam Lake, who's the creative director on the game. They were originally designing it as an open world game, right? The engine they built was designed to be an open world game, but what they were finding was that when you can sort of do the missions at your own pace, it destroys the narrative propulsion of the story. And it changes the way that you're actually interpreting the urgency of what's happening. So then they ended up going for a linear model, linear episodic model over the open world aspect for exactly what you're describing. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense why you would do something like that. But it really just comes down to designing the story in such a way where those two things kind of work together, if that makes sense,
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we would have to debate in a future episode specifically about Final Fantasy, because there's a lot to say. Final Fantasy VII was a title that it really changed the way that developers would think about making their games. They were the first open world titles, and they did such an amazing job of... what were we saying, Sergio? I'm sorry.
I said CDs. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, the CDs, but they started off with the CDs. They made big titles that completely changed the facet of development for what it is. So yeah. But that's going to be its own episode, so we're going to have to move on here a bit, because this is about a review of 2020, not a review of Final Fantasy VII.
We're in April right now.
We will reintroduce this debate in the future.
Yep. So another game, and I guess this is the last game that I want to say that came off on a good note with no problems surrounding it, I guess, is Ghost of Tsushima. I know none of us have actually played, but we've seen a lot of videos and gameplay and whatnot.
Peace to our integrity.
Yeah, man, who cares about that? We can talk about whatever we want. This is all about our opinions, man. People can hear our opinion. I don't care if we haven't played it or not. But the point is, the game's beautiful. Graphically, it seems amazing. I mean, it really touches on the level of quality of like God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2 being able to make this open world game where you're this samurai that's lost his clan and his home, and you're technically this ghost on the hunt for the Mongols. That like, was it the Mongols? The Mongols, right? Yeah. That's the story. Okay. But one of the things I actually liked about it is how they took development forward by making a open world more interconnected by removing waypoints, right? And being more like Breath of the Wild, where they're making each experience that they're trying to put in the game more unique in an interactive way. So, for example, instead of having an icon when you're near to a treasure, you actually see a fox that catches your attention while you're riding a horse, and you slowly follow it to this area where there might be an injured deer, a bear, or treasure. And that's the way that they found open COVID for everyone here. Open world development in a unique way, following smoke in the clouds from fire far away to see what's a unique interest. Instead of waypoints, you're following the wind as it gusts leaves in the direction that you need to go to. And that's something I find interesting that really changed the way or perspective of game development. I don't know if you guys want to have any input on the game. I know you haven't played it.
That does so many things for a game. I'm gonna tell you, like, sometimes it's the small things. You know how people say sometimes it's the small things, like just even I know how it looks and stuff because I've seen like trailers of the game and everything, but just hearing Jordan narrate it, like, you know, audiobook style, right quick, I was like, damn, I'm actually falling in love with the idea of the game just listening to it, because it does so much for it. Like, just in terms of like not only immersion, because you know you don't have a bunch of like annoying UI everywhere, kind of like ruining the experience, like reminding you that it's a video game. It's just like, I don't know how to say it. It just like really puts you. You feel like you're part of the world.
Absolutely. No, I try to turn UI off most of the time in most games because it's usually so invasive. Like Breath of the Wild is a great example. I played that with just hearts. I didn't play with a mini map or any of that stuff. I really want to play Ghost of Tsushima. I'm waiting until I can get my hands on a PS5 because I want to play it at 60 frames per second. And there's a part of me that feels like I made the chump move of buying the other game this summer instead of buying Ghost of Tsushima. But you know, I've always loved Sucker Punch all the way back from Sly Cooper, and you know, I'm glad that they've seen so much success and people really like this game, and you know, I can't wait to play it. And the way you're describing it, it sounds like I'm gonna have a hell of a time playing it. It's just, you know, who knows when I'll have the chance.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, none of us have played it, but I mean, I'm a big guy who's pretty passionate about gaming, and I've played dozens.
He's a big guy, ladies and gentlemen.
Dozens and dozens of games. Yes. DM me. Anyways, I've played dozens and dozens of games, and if Sergio was just making a comment off screen, I literally have over 10,000 trophies in my PSN account, which lends to light of how much I game, how much I love gaming, how many games I've played, to have enough of an opinion to be passionate. I didn't hear that.
If his milky white complexion was not enough of a hint of how much he games, just so you know, he has 10,000 trophies.
Anyways, point is,
hey man, I've got like 6,000, so I'm not that far behind you.
Point is, I've played a lot of games, so it's like I can immediately tell from a trailer how far a developer goes, and it hurts me double when I realize the potential and what it's missing from the full end product, which is what we've seen with Cyberpunk and other titles.
Mm-hmm.
But off of games, Ghost of Tsushima, like I've seen all these different people playing and weighing in, and all the different gameplay trailers, and they've done all these extra things. Go that far into programming the game so you can play it without, you know, waypoints. That's something that I think it should be the next gen in developing.
Sure.
Development.
It's definitely worthy of admiration because, you know, while UI and like guide points and all that is something that I get, it's a bit dated at this point because you know, it did its job for the time that it was here, but the fact that they understood, okay, this is an open world game, we're still gonna need this because if not, it might make it really hard for players to actually play our game. But they took the time and care to find a way to add those elements in a way that instead of taking away from it, it only adds more to it. It shows that it's really it shows that it's really like an act of love for the game. You know, like it's just. I don't know. I literally get like I think about the beauty of it so much that I just get lost thinking about it. That's how much it's kind of impacting me. So I'm just gonna let you guys talk because I'm just gonna keep rambling like a baboon over here.
That's pretty much what we have to say.
I can't wait to play it.
We can't wait to play it. It's a game that definitely draws some inspiration from games like Myst and Breath of the Wild. That they strip away UI and it's just you enjoying the art in the world. And then they took that even further to making it an open world experience where they were still able to keep audio and visual cues within the game to replace the UI system if players choose to do that, so that it makes it a more immersive experience. And I think that's what next gen should be about. It's just taking it that much further. You no longer just need a weird icon when you have the space and the power to program a fox literally taking you and capturing your attention. And it also shows how good of a development team they have, because they were able to find a way to capture most people's attention with this fox to take them to I know I keep going on the fox, that's all I know about the trailers, but it's like the fact that they were able to do that on players that are generally just go here, point, shoot in a Call of Duty experience, or consistently just following icons because I know, and this is just, I guess I'm going to rant real quick, just 2-minute rant here. It's just me talking about people. There's people out there that if they don't have a waypoint, the experience is gone. And I'm talking about people that like the people that bought Destiny Beyond Light and returned it because this one mission was just too hard for them. And it's like, dude, you didn't even bother trying. The second the game challenges you, you give up. And you're letting go of the experience that it's trying to give you. Games are experiences. If it weren't experiences, you'd just be watching a movie. Just go to Netflix. Don't even bother playing games anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to be there for the immersive experience or following through what's going on, don't even bother. Don't go on the rides in Universal anymore. Then don't go to fun parks, because games are technically theme parks. They're taking you on the simulation, this experience that you can enjoy. And I think Ghost of Tsushima does a good job of doing that and stripping away some of the things that we've been doing, or reinventing the wheel, pretty much. I guess that's the best way to put it. All right, so now that we've kind of shed some light on some of the better titles, let's start going into where the year kind of started knocking down with all the virus issues going on, For starters, Last of Us Part 2. Now, I'm not going to get into this unnecessarily just a controversy, but also the fact that if there was articles being released on the development of Last of Us Part 2 where there was big narrative changes last minute and they cut out this thing, and then the game was in a different build a year before, and then they changed everything and they reorganized the way that...
Sorry to interrupt, I have a quick question. Was Ghost of Tsushima released before Last of Us Part 2?
It came out in July.
After?
Last of Us came out in June.
I'm just wondering, how are we tying COVID being a problem to the development of Last of Us Part 2 when Ghost of Tsushima came out after The Last of Us Part 2?
It affects everyone differently. The problem with Last of Us Part 2 is that it was on par with in its pace,
or something?
on pace to be done, and then last minute there were some changes that pushed back development a couple steps, which then got affected by COVID.
Yeah, but Naughty Dog has had a history of this. Like, here's the thing, right? Is that Naughty Dog never delayed a game until the first Last of Us, right? Even Uncharted 3, when they announced the game, they announced it with the November 1st, 2011 release date, and they hit that date. And I remember hearing Amy Hennig in an interview afterwards saying we should have delayed that game because there was so much content that we had to cut in order to actually hit that date that it wasn't the full experience that they had originally intended. But then the first Last of Us was supposed to come out on my birthday. It was originally scheduled for May 7th, 2013, and they pushed it to June 14th of that year. And ever since then, they've delayed every game that they've put out, whether it was Lost Legacy, whether it was Uncharted 4, whether it was Last of Us 2. Ever since they've started delaying games, they've always delayed games. But what was interesting about the Uncharted 4 delay was that it was done in May, and they waited until June to release it. I'm sorry. It was done in April, and they waited until May to release it because they wanted to make sure that they could do a global release and everyone could play it at the same time and all this stuff. So the game basically sat done waiting for the rest of the discs to get printed around the rest of the world. Last of Us Part 2, I'm sure the pandemic had something to do with that as well. But I don't think the pandemic really, I don't know. I don't think that was the main thing. I think that it's sort of part and parcel with the way that they just handle stuff now.
Yeah, I don't want to blame the pandemic directly. I feel like the big change that they had with the way that they were developing the narrative, because those changes came in too last minute when COVID hit, it resulted in a longer development time, which led to some of the narrative issues that people are taking problems with.
I wouldn't even say it's last minute though, because Bruce Straley was half of the creative team behind the original Last of Us. He left 2 years in. It was basically Neil was steering that ship for at least a solid 2 years. Like, I mean, it's the game's had problems. Let's just put it that way. It's had problems for a long time.
I'm just trying to point out because there was also articles about
Jordan,
extreme crunch within Naughty Dog during the years of the months of the COVID, hitting the early months, and then people like quitting, and it's like, hey, Naughty Dog's never been like this. Like, what's going on with management, this and that, and then the game just started going everywhere. And like some people,
Jordan, why don't you get more into specifics? Because I'm trying to follow along, but I'm just having a hard time because I'm gonna get into kind of draw a timeline for us because I'm a little confused with what's going on. You guys sound like you're almost saying contradicting things.
I'm not. I mean, sir, just trying to say that the problems happened before COVID. I'm talking about the articles that started releasing around COVID and making an impact, where it's like all of a sudden we started finding out there was leaks about the game and builds from the year before that they changed everything, like a whole bunch of scenes, and then it's clearly known that there was some serious crunch nearing the release of Last of Us, where the developers legitimately, like some of the people on the lower end of the food chain, within the management system and all that, started quitting because they were just like, oh man, this is getting out of hand. We're not used to this in Naughty Dog.
So wait, let me ask a couple of critical questions because I'm like, on top of the fact that I don't know this, I'm imagining that maybe some of the people that are listening or watching who don't know about this might have some questions as well. So officially, when did The Last of Us Part 2 development start, and when was the narrative being set and all that, if you guys know?
I mean, that's technically right after Uncharted 4. That's when they started.
I guess it would have been after Uncharted 4, because Uncharted 4, it ended up, Naughty Dog used to be a 2-team studio, right? So when Uncharted 3 came out, they had Uncharted 3 was Naughty Dog's B team, and the team that worked on Uncharted 2 was the one that was working on The Last of Us. So they split off, and then when Uncharted 4 became this huge problem, and Amy Hennig leaves the studio, and there's this huge drama about all that, they end up converging into one team again. Then Uncharted 4 comes out in 2016. Then there's this smaller studio that's working on Lost Legacy that ends up coming out a year later. But then the rest of them, later that year even, they end up announcing Last of Us Part 2. So as far as we've known, Last of Us Part 2 was announced in 2016, comes out in 2020. My assumption is that it was probably in pre-production for at least a solid year beforehand. So, I mean, 2015 to 2020? Like, solid 4 or 5 years?
Right.
Okay, so to then understand, the narrative of The Last of Us Part 2 would have already been started. They would have started working on it already since 2015, 2016 then?
Right. I mean,
possibly.
They started.
It depends on how many times they changed
the idea of what they want. And also another thing I want to point out with the narrative and talking about changes. If you really go back through articles, there was actually an article on IGN that I remember reading back when Last of Us was still, the first part was in everyone's mouths and everyone's like, oh my god, this game's amazing, blah blah blah. I remember specifically that Neil Druckmann was like, I really feel like I really sold or not sold, but I really completed the story with Joel and Ellie in this first part, and I'm seeing it right now, and this is him thinking back in 2013, his 2013 self, him saying that I really see that a Last of Us sequel would not necessarily be a direct sequel because it would have its own protagonists that would take the story forward in a different way, showing us a different part of the world. And I feel like in them bringing back Ellie and Joel and really tying it so, trying to really connect it, they kind of betrayed that sentiment where they were trying to keep themselves unshackled by part 1. In part 2 to create their own new narrative that would be free in its own thing. So I feel like if they would have kept to that original vision, which is probably what they were trying to do with Abby, if they would have kept with that original vision, maybe the game would have turned out completely different.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm not here saying that, I hate any things they did. I loved Abby, in my opinion. I know some people really disliked her as a character. I kind of liked her. I thought it was a cool character, with her going on an adventure to get, vengeance for here's a little bit of spoiler. It's a little bit of vengeance for the stuff that happened in her own past. But there were just some things in the story that narratively did not connect with me. And I honestly feel like the way they told the story was a bit of the same way that they did Beyond Two Souls, where they kept saying, they kept going to the story in the future, then the past, and the future, then the present, and the future, then the past, and then another character, and then this and that. And then somewhere along the way, they did a better job connecting the story in Last of Us Part 2 than they did in Beyond Two Souls. But it kind of had that where they kind of did a little bit of jumping back and forth between the characters that kind of, in a way, lost some players. And that's where I think that there's such a dissonance in the experience, where some people consider it a masterpiece, some people consider it such a mistake. I personally think the game is good. I don't think it was as good as part 1, but I'm not going to take away its credit. It's a good game.
Yeah.
And so just to make sure everyone's up to speed, so ultimately, they started that development a while back, and then whatever happened, supposedly there was last minute changes. Like how late were these changes that came to the game that ended up making it kind of a
I mean,
lesser
the game
experience for
did
some
get delayed. I think it was supposed to come out in somewhere at the end of 2019 or like earlier in 2020, and then it just got delayed. So these changes probably happened towards the end of 2019, early 2020.
Okay, I mean, personally, I don't know how well we could tie it into COVID-19, but basically, ultimately, their last minute changes, regardless, made problems for the game or whatever. I've only played it. I think I'm only in 4 to 5 hours, so I did see one of the more controversial points in the story, which I'm not gonna spoil in case there's anyone here who hasn't played it yet or whatever. But so far, I've liked the game. I haven't made it as far as to see if see if some of the complaints that people had were valid or not. So I guess I'll see when I finally play it. Maybe we'll revisit it in another episode where we maybe review the game or something like that. But 4 to 5 hours in, pretty solid experience, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to play the game either. I'm just waiting for the PS5 update and whatnot to come out, so that way I can play it at 60 frames and all the good, awesome.
Yeah, one game of the year, so there's that.
Wait, so you actually haven't played the game?
No, I haven't played the game, but I've literally watched walkthroughs and stuff because it was like I can't believe that a game that I was anticipating for the year and I loved part one, that it fell so far from its grade. It didn't make sense to me, but I could understand why some people might dislike it, and in some way, I think that one of the issues that game had specifically is that they didn't introduce choice in the narrative for you to choose at least some things to determine what your character would do, and they drove the experience so far into one direction that some people might have been put off by it.
Sure.
I felt it's like, if I would have had the ability to make a different choice, maybe the experience would have been better. Who knows? As a matter of fact, knowing you as a short film guy, and sometimes using a little bit of a creative license with some of the characters we've seen on the grander movies, I do want to eventually consider speaking with you on a little bit of a short film project where we kind of recreate the narrative for Last of Us Part 2 and see if maybe in our own perspective there could have been some improvement, or maybe it was a masterpiece.
Well, look, I can give you a quick and easy improvement that would change the flow of the narrative in a significant way, and it's restructuring the actual distribution of the chapters. Right, the way it's structured now is that you play a chunk as Ellie, and then you play a chunk as you play that same 3-day chunk as Abby, right? Really what they should have done is that they already break it up into multiple chapters, right? By day. Seattle Day 1, Seattle Day 2, Seattle Day 3, and then they do the same thing with Abby. If they would have let you see day 1 from both characters' perspectives in chronological order, first off, I feel like it would have been a much more solid experience. Granted, the way the game ends and the moral relativism of it and all that none of that works. So I mean, you're still dealing with the core fundamental issues with the story, but at least you don't get this period where it's like, I've just spent 6 to 8 hours playing the character that I actually bought the game for, the girl that's on the box, and then now I have to play 8 hours where I don't even want to play the game, right? I'm playing the game as the villain. I don't even want to play this. Like, I'm not actually engaged because I just want to go back to this person that I'm actually emotionally attached to. I actually hate this person, right? And I understand that there's some level that, the game's about hate, and, I'm sure there was something he was trying to accomplish with the conflicting emotions you would have about this character that you don't like, that you're being forced to play as, and the people around her and all that stuff. Like, the characterization of the people around her and all that stuff, it's cool, it's interesting, right? But it's just, there's just a fundamental misunderstanding of story structure here, where Abby takes something from us as players and takes something from Ellie as a character. We're both in the same spot, right? Because the thing that she takes from Ellie affects us in the exact same way emotionally as it affects Ellie, right? So Ellie and us, we're on the same page emotionally. We have the exact same motivation, which is very rare for video games, right? You look at something like Uncharted, just even going back to another Naughty Dog game, right? And Nathan Drake, he's, laughing and, chumming it up and all this stuff. Mass murder. He's killing thousands of people, right? Seems like there's a disconnect there, right? I don't want to kill thousands of people, right? But it's the way you play the game. Here, at the very least, we want to kill all the motherfuckers who wronged us. Fine, I get that. Okay. You get to the very end of the game, and there's this just whatever. The way they decide to end the game, where you've spent the whole game chasing this one objective, and then right there at the end, Ellie decides, you know what? Not worth it, right? Just get out of here. And it's just like, hold on a second.
The payoff wasn't there.
The main... No. Here's the problem. The reason the payoff's not there is because the game's lecturing you for being violent. when the main way you interact with the game is violence. That's the main way you play it. It's not like you didn't have to kill all those people. It's not like you could maneuver your way around it and actually not have to do it. MGS3 is a great example of this, right? Where you can go the whole game without killing someone, or if you kill a bunch of people and you go down the River of Souls, all of a sudden now all the people that you killed start fucking with you while you're going down that section. That's a great little picture of what I'm trying to explain here, where it's like the game is shaming you for playing the game. And it's just, it feels like it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what kind of games these people make. They make third-person action games, and the story they're trying to tell, which is this sort of like, moral relativist story about, violence is bad or some.
That also feels kind of naive considering the universe that The Last of Us is set in.
Right.
It's like, if in a post-apocalyptic world, where there's no, like, basically it turns into like an anarchic, is that the right term?
Yeah,
It turns
anarchy.
into an anarchy. It turns into a dystopian anarchy. Like, how do you? I mean, I would love to be an optimist and say that we would all like hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but I can't imagine that there wouldn't be people who try to abuse weaker people or try to ascend to power and all that. I could imagine that we would very quickly descend into violence.
The dwarvenism, survival of the fittest, the whole realist looking at it, where people are just going to focus on defending themselves and supplementing themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all there. In the game, you could see it. There's obviously the scavengers that don't give an F about anybody, and
that's true. But I'm just speaking to. I haven't played it yet, so I can't even give an opinion on it.
You haven't completed it.
But ultimately, if what he's saying is true, where the game is kind of shaming you for
that's what it felt
violence.
like. That's what it felt like for me. Hey, look, some people love the ending. Some people love the way the story is structured. I don't want to take that away from people. If you enjoyed the game, you enjoyed the game. I'm saying for me personally, the way the game ended, it made it seem like it was trying to shame you for playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. Now, let me tell you, playing the actual game, the actual act of playing the game, of sneaking around enemies and throwing bottles and dealing with dogs and ducking through grass and all that, fun as hell. I loved it, right? It was fun to play. But for shaming me for enjoying that experience, I mean, I don't know. If that was the objective, then okay, I guess. I don't think it was particularly effective.
I mean, we actually saw a Nakey Jakey video where he regards he loves Last of Us and he says it's a good game, but it's just he says that the Naughty Dog way of making games is a bit outdated, and I have to agree with him with that not by saying that the narrative is bad or that the game is bad, but by saying that they have to create more of an experience in which you as a player can interact and make meaningful choices. If you're giving me the option for stealth, let me stealth out of the way. Don't give me the option to stealth for the sake of just giving me another way to kill people, but rather to get away from situations where I would normally fight. And what I mean by this is, like, in Uncharted 4, I remember that they were promoting this game as this, it's the end-all, be-all experience of Uncharted, and we finally made stealth, incorporated stealth in its complete way, where you can navigate battle arenas stealthily and get past the area to get to the next level. If you want to play the game full stealth, you can, and then you play the game and you realize that 90% of the time the enemies are positioned in a way where you always get caught and always get into a cinematic fight. Yeah. And I remember I actually went out of my way, which I've done with Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, to officially try and stealth through the supposed stealth sections that they give you. Specifically, I recall this one in the when you finally get to the main island where the pirate treasure is at. There's this part where you have to stealth around a bunch of like cliffs that are all separate, and you have to rope jump, use a rope to swing across and jump, and like, try and get past the enemies, and they're all like snipers, like in different levels. So it's like pretty interesting navigating the way down. I love stealth. It's like a puzzle. It technically is a puzzle game, but the point is, I'm navigating my way down. I successfully, got to the bottom stealthily, and then they put this part where you have to slide down this mud and then jump off a cliff to then climb up and get away from the enemies. And no matter what you did, 99.9% of the time, unless the AI was glitched, every time you touch that mud, regardless of whether you were caught or not, you always get caught. And they always shoot you. And you always have to get into a fight for those last 3 seconds again. And it happens in every stealth section. Unless you glitch the AI, you are 99.9% of the time going to get caught, and you're always going to get into a fight, despite the fact that they advertise this game as a game where you can fully play stealth. So Last of Us Part 2 would have been great if all their themes connected by letting you stealthily get past certain sections and not actually having to kill.
Right. So basically the conundrum that they set up doesn't, or like I don't know if that's even the right word. the whole virtue morality or whatever that they were trying to signal with the narrative doesn't make sense because they didn't even like put like mechanics within the game that would let you even explore the dichotomy of whatever they were trying to say, and ultimately
that's exactly my point.
They were wagging their finger at you without giving you any choice to do anything else.
Right,
exactly
it's like Red Dead Redemption 2. They give you the mechanics, it's there, you can do it, but every time you try and do it, they just wag the fingers like, no, not in my house.
No.
Go back to the. Go back to, it's like a stage director telling you like, no, go back. You got to redo your lines. It's like, dude, come on. You're giving me all this creativity and freedom. Let me enjoy it. That's what you did it for. Why are you going to program all of this instead? Instead, don't even make stealth next time. Just don't even make stealth. Literally, just give me a gun. Let me kill everyone. Just tell me the stories about killing people. Because if you're going to tell me it's all about violence is bad and not give me an option to get around the violence, you're just throwing me into a simulation of where I'm the bad guy in both characters. It's funny because Ellie's supposed to be the good guy, but I'm technically still the bad guy. I'm still just murdering everyone. You know, it's like, doesn't make sense. Who's the good person, Abby or Ellie?
Well, I know that a lot of the times we tend to approach things in a different way. So I feel like, you know, we should actually make an episode of talking about the narrative, where maybe we include spoilers and we include
hell yeah, dude, I would totally do that.
Yeah,
no, we are gonna play the game on stream. We're gonna play everything. Everyone's gonna watch it with us, and they're gonna see our emotions as we cry and get upset and enjoy the game and whatnot. We got to do this. I mean, this is all for the community to interact with us and for us to build this conversation. So
yeah, so definitely, I think we're gonna revisit this conversation about The Last of Us Part 2. I'm gonna take notes and I'll give you guys my opinion on what I think on everything, and then we'll see if we all still land on where it is, on where we are now, or whatever, and then we'll talk about that more in the future.
Yep. So moving on. Now, with the year, we were talking about how COVID impact, you know, has affected gaming. Now that we're getting into the games that are more towards the end of the year, we can kind of see that more often. Earlier, you guys were talking about Cold War, Black Ops Cold War, and how it was a mess, a glitchy mess in a sense. I mean, it's still very playable. They did a good job for the short amount of time that they had to turn it around, but it still came out a bit glitchy. Marvel's Avengers came out like a mess, an extreme mess. They were able to, you know, they're starting to slowly pick up the game, but it's still a mess, and it all lends to the development cycle. As soon as COVID hit, they made this big video where it's like this whole studio's like coming together, and you see this giant Discord chat that's all of a sudden all these or Skype where all these videos and people are streaming in together. Oh yeah, we're gonna turn this game around, and then all of a sudden just the game.
No one's playing it anymore.
No one's playing anymore.
I had a little bit of a brain fart. You're talking about Marvel's Avengers here?
Yeah. There was this big trailer. I saw it the other day, or it was an announcement where like they have all the developers working on the game, or like 300 or so, I don't know, whatever amount that they put in, with different Skype icons, like showing their faces, like, hey guys, we're gonna work on this game. We're gonna turn it around. And I don't want to take it away from them because I love Crystal Dynamics and
Marvel Avengers is
I love Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal. They made Deus Ex and Tomb Raider and Deus Ex respectively, and those are the best thing for me. I know that Square Enix has this thing where they don't really like Deus Ex and Tomb Raider because they're not Call of Duty money, but they're both amazing titles, and it speaks volumes of who the developers are and how they take games. So to watch them make Marvel's Avengers and just bomb, I want to blame COVID because I just love the company that much, but I know that somewhere down the line there was some development issues that caused them to create the game that they made. I don't know if you guys want to have some input on that.
I personally have so much to say about Marvel's Avengers because I have more disdain for that game than I do for Cyberpunk 2077, even though Marvel's Avengers is way more playable in the sense of, not that it's fun or anything, but just the sense that the game, the glitches and like the frame rate issues and all that weren't as horrible as Cyberpunk 2077's were, at least on base console. I'm just gonna go ahead and give you guys my rank because I actually played the game. I actually tried to like the game because I'm a big Marvel fan, at least the MCU. I'm mostly for the comics, animations, and stuff. I'm more a DC guy, but the MCU for me really inspired me to kind of like try and stoke more of an appreciation for Marvel. So the thing with Marvel Avengers, and you guys, since we are ultimately talking about COVID and how it impacted development, how maybe it's led to problem with game development within the year. I ultimately don't really think that it had too much to do with why the game was bad. Maybe it could have impacted. Okay, so like Cold War, it was glitchy, maybe due to COVID-19 affecting development, and then also the fact that it was developed in such a short amount of time. Maybe with Avengers, that was the case too. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys were even following the development cycle for Marvel Avengers, but I heard that it was actually delayed multiple times before 2020, even, right? Or no?
There were some delays that has been sort of touched on, but there's no like direct confirmation. But it was delayed it was supposed to release in May, I think, and then they pushed it back to September. So
all right,
there was a delay. There was a delay.
Okay, COVID-19 for sure. Then played a part in developing it or whatever. But ultimately, I think that the only thing that would have even affected is just like ironing out those bugs and stuff like that. I think the problem with Marvel's Avengers ties back into a topic we covered in our other episodes, which is the whole games as a service bullcrap. It's literally reeks of it from top to bottom, you know. And I could draw out so many examples of why I know that is the case. Like for sure, even though they won't tell it to your face, because you know they're trying to lie through their teeth to you about why you should buy this game and it's so great and whatever. Ultimately, what it is, I think, is an ultimate. It's kind of like the next Star Wars Battlefront 2 in a sense, where they got this IP that is known and loved, especially now with the MCU. Even though, you know, call them bandwagoners or whatever you want, if they'd never read a comic before a day in their life or whatever. Ultimately, the MCU did create a new generation of fans for Marvel. So, you know, everyone's on this hype train for Marvel. You know, they see that, they're like, hey, let's just make a Marvel Avengers game because everyone would love that. And, you know, already from the start, and maybe if you have that in mind, if you have that in mind, that people are really digging the Marvel now because of the MCU, you know, why not even bother bringing the trying to get the likeness of some of the people that played them in the MCU or voice actors that, you know, are remotely like them or whatever. Maybe that's a petty argument because obviously that's super expensive, bringing in like these AAA Hollywood actors or whatever. So I'm not going to put it against it. I'm just speaking for the community, the part of the community that actually does care about that, because apparently people had a beef to pick with that. I personally didn't care about that, but I kind of lost my train of thought here. So okay, the problems that I had with development outside of those bugs and stuff, right? The story, not very solid. I could tell you that right away. You know, they only brought in, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 major villains. The rest of the time, you're fighting these mindless robots, and there's just a lot of points in the writing that just feel super weak. An example of that was like, I don't know if you've seen any of the cutscenes or anything for Marvel Avengers, but there, you know, you play as a protagonist, which is Kamala Khan. She's Miss Marvel. You start out as a teenager, you know, whatever. I kind of liked her character. And ultimately, what ends up happening is that the Avengers are set up so that, you know, Iron Man and Hulk were working on a project that was supposed to lead to, like, you know, super like sustainable energy or whatever like that, and then it ends up being unstable and it causes an explosion.
Spider-Man, Marvel's Avengers.
Yeah, it ends up
Marvel's Avengers, Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Just going to point that out.
Oh, really? Same thing?
Yeah, except they did it better.
So anyway, it ends up leading to like this massive explosion that everyone ends up getting powers or blah, 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 blah. And then one of the guys that was working with Iron Man and Hulk, they set up like a corporation to kind of be like, oh, you know, everyone turning and getting powers and turning into a mutant's a problem. We're going to find the cure. And basically they're just using that as an excuse to give themselves more power. And then they're just like oppressing everyday citizens, and they're just becoming kind of like tyrants or whatever. But like there were some really weak points that like showed that they I don't know. I'm not even a narrative guy. You're more of a narrative guy. I'm not gonna get too into it. It was like really lazy writing. Like, you know, Iron Man's password for like a server that she gets, that's not really explained how she gets access to it, is like, I am Iron Man. You know, they did like this really weird thing where like.
All right. I mean, the narrative thing, we can get on it and hate on it.
I'm not gonna talk about the narrative.
A lot of people actually did. They commended them for a good narrative. To be honest with you, I mean, I think what your problem is with the narrative isn't that the narrative's bad, is that it splits you off from the adventure by making you do. Oh wait, Iron Man's got to work on this. Let's go do 3 grind missions while you wait.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, there was things that it showed.
Let me give you the word. Artificial lengthening. That's what it is.
That's exactly right. Thank you. I think right now I'm being so hindered by my anger of the game that I can't even get my thoughts straight. And what made it so like shit, like. So yeah, they artificially lengthened the narrative of this campaign because I guess they just knew that with how bare bones the game was, like, you know, if they didn't do that, ultimately there would be nothing there to keep you playing for more than like 4 hours. The narrative I've heard was super short outside of like, I don't know why a lot of people don't talk about the artificial lengthening, but literally every mission, every 2 missions, in a campaign and a narrative that's decently interesting, at least in how it's written and stuff, you're forced to do a multiplayer mission for whatever reason. And it copies the same bullshit model that Destiny had at first, where it's like these multiplayer missions are like, oh, you go to this random map that no one cares about. It's worse designed than Destiny, by the way, because like, let's say you're thrown into like a frozen tundra. It has like these random hovering platforms and stuff that just make no sense. And so like, let's say, you know, I played as Hulk. You drop down into the tundra, and this is basically every single mission that doesn't have, even the narrative missions actually are all this. You just drop into some part of nature, you work your way towards a base of the evil corporation or whatever, and then you just, on the way there, you'll fight. There's like 3 different segments where you'll have to stop, fight like 5 waves of enemies. They're all super spongy, by the way. They didn't take the time to like even balance the game, because it makes no fucking sense that you're the Hulk. You're like a level 20 Hulk shoving your fist up a level 1 soldiers with a gun's ass, and they're just there like constantly tanking like 10 combos off the Hulk. I'm just ranting, man. I'm just ranting. I'm not just ranting. I'm not making a whole lot of sense.
Just to summarize what you're trying to say, they basically grabbed Marvel's Avengers, the IP, tried to make a Marvel's movie in a games as a service style format in the way Destiny did, and then what they essentially did with the story is that the entire game is you playing the part before the big finale fight in a Marvel movie. So instead of you fighting all the awesome parts where you're fighting these cool villains and getting into this fight, you go through these missions where it's for example, in Marvel's Avengers. Well, in Endgame, the last movie, right? There's a big scene where they all go back in time and try and capture the different stones to be able to build the Infinity Gauntlet again and reset time. The problem is that the entire game is doing that part of the story, not the big climactic battle at the end where you're fighting Thanos. No, you're doing all the parts to get to Thanos, and then the game doesn't get to Thanos. It's just cut off right there. For the most, I mean, I know there's supposedly a big fight with who's the bad guy again?
MODOK.
Yeah, it's MODOK, but it's like it didn't pay off, and then the entire story is just you fighting Abomination, which to me just looks like freaking Killer Croc. That's how poorly designed he was. It didn't look like Abomination. It looked like I was fighting Killer Croc with all the freaking reptilian things on his back. Which I don't know if that's how he's supposed to be.
I'm kind of getting a little bit more, because I'm trying not to let like the anger that I feel towards the game like keep me from properly describing what it is. Because it's not as easy as like Cyberpunk 2077, where you just point out, be like, look, there's 10,000 people fucking T-posing. The city's blowing up constantly. This game's fucking unplayable. Give me my money back. It's more like to explain it. It's kind of like they. Okay, so a perfect example. Did you at least play the demo, by the way, or no?
I did not.
You did not? Okay, so like the first level, everything was made really cinematic.
Dude, it was amazing.
Yeah, they found a way to transition between all the heroes that felt really cool. You know, obviously all the enemies there were like level 1, so it felt appropriate. Like, let's say if you were Thor, you know, you were fighting a level 1 bad guy with a gun, whatever. You throw your hammer, takes him out instantly, you know, whatever. You felt powerful. You felt like a hero. They had swooping, you know, cinematics and everything like that were great. The map felt diverse. There was no sit here and fight 5 waves of enemies and all that. The boss for the first mission was Taskmaster, so a recognizable face that you care about. And the fight actually felt, you know, it introduced interesting mechanics in that boss fight that wasn't really present for the rest of the game. So now I finally got my train of thought here. So you play that, the game's actually really solid. All of a sudden, you get past what's the demo, essentially, and then you get into every single other mission, and you know, the ones that have a little bit more of like, that they actually push the narrative forward, they're decent in the sense that they put you in environments that look remotely interesting and stuff like that, but already, you know, you start fighting NPCs that are just like nameless robots. Some of them start feeling way too spongy, and they kill you with like a single bullet. You know, the bosses, they start, for the most part, just being like faceless robots too, like these random spider robots or whatever. You know, not a single recognizable Marvel villain was there, and all except Taskmaster, Abomination, and MODOK. Those were the 3 people they put in the game. Even though, it's supposed to feel like you're in Marvel's Avengers or whatever. So it had severe balancing issues because, you know, you would sit in a fight for like 15 minutes, and especially depending on the hero that you picked. Like, let's say Iron Man was top tier for a fact, because they gave him so many different things that he could do with his flight and the counter and the the Hulk Buster suit and all that he's really like one of the people you should be picking, or like Black Widow. She was also another great character. But if you play as the Hulk, it's a piss poor experience because you can't vault over people. Really, the only thing you can do is just grab onto people and stuff like that. So sometimes I was sitting in these fights like upwards of 20 minutes without making any progress. And then to make it worse, one of the better parts of the game, even though it was kind of like, dumb, like, a little brain dead, was the narrative. At least it was cool and entertaining. But then they're constantly interrupting the flow of it with that artificial lengthening that we were talking about earlier. And the sad part about it is that there was only maybe 15, 20 multiplayer missions. They're already forcing you to play those missions within the campaign. So by the time you make it to play, you complete the campaign, you've already done those boring horseshit missions, most of them, like half of them, in the regular campaign. By the time you get to play with your friends in the multiplayer, you feel like there's a severe lack of content, and the content that is left over is highly repetitive and highly annoying. The game was running at 10 frames per second for most of it. You just explore these the same 4 maps: the desert, the tundra, the forest, whatever. You go into the base.
I'm going to have to explain here real quick so that people understand, and also use Serge as well, who hasn't played the game. So consider this: they make a 50-minute level, chop it up into different versions. So there'll be a 5-minute version where you start off right at the base. There'll be one mission where you start off at the other side of the forest, after that base. Then there'll be one where you come off from the other side and then get to that same base, and that's basically it. It's literally the same mission. It's just chopped up into different lengths for artificial lengthening, or for you're literally playing the same mission over and over again. It's just you just spawn in a different spot, and depending on what type of mission it is or how long they wanted it to be, you either spawn really far away from the objective or right at the objective.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. He's the one who's keeping my head straight here. And it was riddled with all these boring ass enemies that had nothing to do with it, overly spongy, like I said before. And then, you know what? Okay, you're trying to make a Destiny clone, whatever, that's fine. Give me a weak ass narrative. Give me the artificial lengthening. Give me this and that. Give me the loot. Because there's loot in that game, by the way. Thank God there's loot in that game. And no, the best part is the loot barely makes a difference in how you play. There's very, very small select loot that actually even remotely affects how you play the game. And the worst part, if you're gonna make a looter shooter, what's one of the most important things for you to do with your loot? For the loot to actually at least change how you look, bruh. But nah, these people are like, no, you know what our game needs? We need skins.
Okay, I know what you're trying to say there, but this is a part where I'm gonna stop you right there because it happens with every games as a service, and it's hilarious to me that people still complain about this. The biggest issue with that comment is that they are gonna go the maximum amount of effort that they possibly can to do that for their armor, to make it an actual appearance change or mod, right? In the same way they do in Destiny, only for them to find out that the community is just going to whine and complain that they want transmogrification to change the armor that changes their look to look exactly like everything else. So a big problem that we're seeing in Destiny right now is that they're designing all these armors, but there's no sense in designing them anymore because you could just grab an ornament and make everything look like your one armor.
Give them the option, though. That's a bullshit rationale. Literally, I was playing Diablo 3, which is already an ancient-ass game compared to Marvel Avengers, and they had transmorph, or whatever the hell you just called it. You could change the look of your armor to whatever you want. Leave it the same if you like it. Change it to something else if you want it.
But that's what I'm saying. All they're doing with Marvel's Avengers is that they just made a skin system so you can just change it to whatever you want without having to impact your power level and the grind.
Yeah, but you actually have to pay for the skins. They don't give you the option to change it in-game without paying for it. Then you have to pay for the skins, and then there's only 3 skins, bro. It's Hulk, green, gray, banana, yellow, and then Hulk in a suit, gray, blue, and red, and then Hulk in a tank top, green, yellow,
I guess that's
blue.
the problem with their games as a service
system. And then
system.
you have to pay $5 each.
Yeah, that's their games as a service system where they wanted to monetize the cosmetics and let people just play the game. The problem is the game isn't fun.
I'm gonna end it here because I feel like I'm ranting, and I've already talked so much about Marvel's Avengers that I can't even adequately put a thought together anymore. I feel like also Sergio's just here bro, I don't know what's wrong with this game, but Michael doesn't seem to like it. He's not participating, so I want to move on to a different topic. But what I'm saying is that it's very evident they didn't put any effort into this shit, and honestly, it shows because the game died in 2 weeks. So that's what happened.
It's fine, and in my perspective, just to close the comment here on Marvel's Avengers and let Sergio have input if he has any. In my opinion, Marvel's Avengers should have been like Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is the perfect it's the perfect way to do that model because the only thing that Marvel's Avengers players want is they just want to pick their favorite character and just kick some ass.
Yeah.
So on top of it being poorly balanced and not letting you properly have fun with the heroes that you had, there's only 6. And it's only the 6 main that you see in the movie, but it's not all the other characters everyone likes, like Spider-Man, Black Panther, Ant-Man, and all these other kooky characters that are just going to come in and change the experience for the player. But the way that Genshin Impact does it is that it was a free-to-play game. They basically just gave you like the first 3 missions of the story, and then they added to it over the updates that came out afterwards. But the point is that you grab your character and then you just go on this long adventure to make them really powerful and go on a power fantasy journey with them. And that's what Marvel's Avengers should have been, in my opinion. They should have just, instead of focusing on making this complete narrative, they should have just released the game free to play, introduced the world, and then the world state changes as a narrative alongside the fact that players are grinding towards getting their own favorite characters, grinding them up, going on a journey to get them powerful, and then, continuing with the game. I think that's how it should have been. They should have just done that because that's technically what the game feels like. I don't know if you have any input, Sergio. I know you've been mostly quiet because you.
Yeah, no, I really have nothing to add. It's just like I'm already kind of like done with Marvel mostly. Like the only things I really care about are Spider-Man and Marvel vs. Capcom, and I also don't like games as a service. So it's sort of like, okay, great. I know I'm not going to play that.
Yeah, man. I mean, maybe one day. They're working hard. It seems like unlike Anthem and EA, they're not giving up yet. I know that Anthem's trying to do its 2.0 thing, but now they're saying that because Casey Hudson moved to Mass Effect, because they're making on top of making Mass Effect Legendary Collection, they're also making Mass Effect 5, and the Dragon Age. He needs to lead the Dragon Age team. Oh, not Casey Hudson. Casey Hudson quit, and Christian Daly moved from the Anthem team to that team. So I know that Anthem's in its own mess, but with Marvel's Avengers, it seems like they're really struggling, but working hard to try and bring it back. As they just released Kate Bishop, and they might turn it around someday. It might be worth it someday to buy it for $5.
My closing comments on Marvel Avengers, I don't think they're going to turn it around because, using the example of Destiny, even though I'm still not going to play it yet, I can honestly think that they've made a decent effort to try to turn it around. You can see them working back to their, that original level of quality that they had. And I know that Crystal Dynamic had made some pretty solid games in the past, but they've never made anything like Marvel Avengers before. I don't think they're going to bring it back. And honestly, that game was a pitfire. They deserve to lose money on it. I hope that game dies and they never make something like that again.
All right. Well, moving forward, another game, a couple other games that we're going to touch on today. We got Godfall, which to me, it was like my random box purchase. It was like me just hitting the random box in a zombies game. And boy, did I get I didn't get a horrible product, but it was pretty bad. It's just, damn, it was a letdown.
Dude, I could have warned you about that.
I don't know what happened there, but
it's okay to call at the same time.
It's just
I
think the developers, in a sense, they were just trying to make a safe bet as a test to see what a future game would be, because even from the beginning they said this is not going to be a games as a service. It's just going to have the server system type of deal, so that way we can try and work on the game and see what's going on. So I feel like this is more like a test for like their big title when they do get money. But the problem is that they put themselves in a situation where we can't really trust them with any IP, new or old. We got to see what's going on there. But anyways,
who made it? Who made it?
It's I don't even know the name. It's some company that works under Gearbox right now, and they made an original indie game. So that from jumping from like 2D pixel art to like or something like that, or I think it's like pixel art. From jumping to that to like Godfall, I mean, it's a great thing that they advanced their graphics engine that far to make such a game that runs the way it does. But at the same time, it's also like they wasted all their effort on that, and then everything else just kind of went down.
What gripes you have with Godfall?
No,
mainly?
It's just I know what Godfall's trying to do. My gripe with it is just they built something that I thought was going to be like Warframe, but with an actual story, and then it's just Warframe without the story, which makes no sense because Warframe already does. I mean, it has a story, but it's like piecemealed, and what the Godfall doesn't have. I mean, it has a story, but it's just
not
guy kicked you off tower
at all. Pretty much,
it's just there's not any thought to it. It's just guy kicked you off tower. You're upset, so you're going to go on an adventure to kill guy who kicked you off tower. That's all I know about the story, and that's all there is to the story. And then on top of that, it's like they made a pretty good deal where they did the Marvel thing where they give you various characters in the sense of like they give you various frames or god frames or whatever, so you can use them and between them. But instead of making you level up each different one, like in Marvel's Avengers, it's one level principle, and then all the other things come together off of the one leveling system, which I think is a better job of doing that. So there's a lot of creativity, but again, and I think Scale Up, another YouTuber that did the review in the game, he kind of hit on the point. It's a melee game like Dark Souls and Marvel's Avengers and all this stuff. But the one thing they didn't add was cancels, which is important to those type of games because those games play like that. You got to learn how to, when you do an attack, you got to cancel, block, defend, and it not having that, it's just basically like I'm just whacking, a dude with a stick, and it's either my stick hits you first or their stick hits me first, and that's it.
Would you say that it's fair to say, like, an assessment of the game that's kind of just trying to copy, like, maybe Warframe, Dark Souls, and stuff like that, but it doesn't do what they did anywhere near as good, so it just ended up kind of being like a bland man, maybe?
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's just a giant test. Like, they're testing out a system for an actual game that they really want to make. That's how I feel about it.
Was it $60, like a full $60?
Bro, games are $70 now.
Bruh, yo, you got ripped off, dog.
No, I got even more ripped off because I bought the full $100 premium edition.
Yikes.
Yeah.
How about if a game looks anything remotely like a games as a service? If you just stop buying
all they did was just make a trailer.
I've been doing that for years. Woo. Stress off my back.
I really tried with Marvel's Avengers. I was like, bro, you know what? Jordan tells you the game's a service, but look at that opening mission, bro. This game cannot be bad. And then they literally went through the stress of making what a good game could have been to lie to us. So we could be like, nah, bro, we got you now, bro. Go fight 5 waves of enemies, bro. Just stand in the circle and fight 5 waves of boring ass spongy robots.
Yeah. What happened with Godfall for me, I guess, is just, I mean, I should have seen it coming because they were kind of hiding most of the game. They only really talked about a couple of things in the lore and just the combat, right? Honestly, I just wanted things I could test out my PS5 with. I had money for 3 games, so I got Spider-Man, amazing title. I'm doing a walkthrough right now on my YouTube channel for people who want to see it on ultimate difficulty. By the way, the channel's called JG_Mark1 Gaming, if you guys want to subscribe to that. Aside from that, I also got Demon Souls, which is another example of how a remake should be. I mean, that game's amazing. But aside from that, when I got Godfall, I was actually going to get Immortals, Phoenix Rising, but I felt that it was going to come out too late. And on top of that, Ubisoft didn't want to put out the gold edition for PS5, which pissed me off. So I was like, oh, you're going to lose my money now. I'm just going to go buy Godfall instead. I did. I expected something out of it. Didn't get what I expected. I guess it's just a game I could play on my off time or something. I don't know. Well, whatever. Moving forward. Watch Dogs Legion. Now I'm going to call back to the beginning conversation that we had about, like, how games of service might cause developer complacency and all that. But just to point out, Watch Dogs Legion started off with this thing where you can play as any NPC. They pushed it back a whole year from last year. And it still releases with a save file that gets corrupt. Same problem as Cyberpunk and Fallout. Just your save file can get corrupted at one point. You lose 30 hours of progress.
Has that been a thing in Cyberpunk?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. If you go over 8 megabytes right now, well, I think the patch 1.05 fixed it. I'm not sure, but I know that if you go over 8 megs, your save file gets corrupted.
That game does not sound like it's worth even $10.
I mean, look, it's what people are memeing about. All you have to do to play Cyberpunk 2077 is just to install an extra PS2 memory card that says 8 megs on it.
Oh, God. Yeah, go on, bro. I can't even believe that's an additional problem that they're having.
These problems happen, man. It just happens. Anyways, the point is, Watch Dogs Legion, to me, when I was telling you about the whole thing where, like, I don't want Cyberpunk to be a thing where developers just like, oh, let's just pick the safe bet, is I don't want them to fall into the Ubisoft Call of Duty syndrome problem where they just endlessly make Call of Duties the same game every year with just a couple added mechanics and they're done. The reason why I'm saying it about other games is because Ubisoft has fallen to that. Ever since Assassin's Creed became Assassin's Creed, every other title has been modeled by it. Every model has a leap of faith or some type of tower or a central thing where you can just unlock all the activities, and all the activities are the same thing since Assassin's Creed 1. It's just been expanded upon. So there's an outpost, there's a section to hunt an animal or something, or kill a VIP. I haven't played Legion, but I'm just going off of my knowledge of Ubisoft. Then there's a point where there's like a couple collectibles everywhere, a couple chests that give you resources to go buy stuff. And then it's the same thing for every single province or district, as they like to call it, in each part of the game. Far Cry has this. Assassin's Creed has this. Watch Dogs has this. Ghost Recon has this now. Ghost Recon has this model. In Breakpoint, specifically in Breakpoint, and the one that came before, Wildlands. Division has it. Although Division does a better job because it's a game of service, but they did a good thing with their world creation and whatnot, and the systems for the grinding and whatnot. It fits there. But the point is, all these other games have it. And then all their games are now games as a service. So now Assassin's Creed all has leveling systems, armor, loot, DLC, and games of service model. I don't know about Watch Dogs Legion.
Essentially, all the basic mechanics of the game are all feeling the same, or like how you interact with the world.
No, it's every single game they make all feel the same.
Exactly. Especially, so it's like you're in the same universe or something in every single game.
It's essentially in the extended Ubisoft universe where everything's the same. You're just playing in a different country. So that's kind of what I wanted to point out. And I don't want developers to fall into the Cyberpunk thing and just look like, oh, I'm just going to make a safe bet. Because then they fall into that where every game is just one thing and we lose creativity. Ubisoft is probably crapping their pants on the fact that they announced Prince of Persia Remake, that when people started crapping on how crappy the graphics were, they were like, oh no, it's just a Switch version. Oh no, don't worry about it. And they pushed back the game like 4 months up the texture. You can clearly tell that they weren't really putting any thought into it because they were like, oh, there's not enough people that care about this title, so we're just going to piece crap on it. And it makes it's just how it's going, that they're just grabbing all their games and just turning them to the same carbon copy of each other with different texture pack. You know, so I don't know if you agree with me in that sentiment, because I know you were saying that you didn't agree with me when it came to that. But I'm just saying, like, every company has done that.
I think, particularly in the Ubisoft case, they do tend to have very similar design philosophies between all the games that they put out. Right, whether that be Far Cry or Assassin's Creed.
I'm actually going to answer that by explaining to you that in an article that I read off, I'm not sure if it was IGN, Game Rant, or Forbes, but basically Ubisoft has Red Storm Studios, which is a specific studio that used to make Tom Clancy games, as a principal designing team for all games under their household. So like all games talk to this one developer, creative development team that announces what they want to do. And then they had this guy that eventually got fired because he started abusing some of the female workers there. But not to get into that, but the point is that he was the lead chief creative officer, and everything had to come up to him. And he was like, if it's not Uncharted, if it's not Assassin's Creed, it's not Far Cry, get out of my face and rebuild the game. So he would purposely make everyone go back and remake all their games exactly like those two. Yeah. Just to tell you how this company has designed their philosophy. So,
well, no, then that changes my point entirely.
Then I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's just I just wanted to point out that this has been found like
evidence. Well, it's a model that works, right? I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are a business, and you're going to have to vote with your wallet, right? I mean, if you don't like the way they're running the show and you don't like the way that things are being handled over there, then you have to stop buying the games, right? Look, I'm watching stuff for Far Cry 6. It looks kind of cool. I like that they've got Giancarlo Esposito in there. It doesn't work anymore. I like what I've seen so far, right? But I've kind of gotten to a point where I just I know what a Ubisoft game is going to play like. So I'm only going to play the ones that I know that I'm going to enjoy, right? I don't generally enjoy the Assassin's Creed ones, so I don't play those. I don't generally enjoy Ghost Recon games, so I don't play those. I kind of like Far Cry, so I'll play them, right? I skipped 5. I played 5 for a few hours, but I didn't really give it the time that I gave 3 and 4 and Blood Dragon especially. That's
Blood Dragon 2, man.
I never finished fully playing it, man. But that game is so
dude,
beautiful.
Go back, dude. It's so much fun. So yeah, I'm at that point where I get what they do, And is it the best course of action? Not really, no, because I prefer that more creative, interesting games get out. But here's the thing, though, right? Like the major franchises, they do go that route. But I mean, Ubisoft does put out smaller kind of titles, don't they? I mean, Child of Light and Valiant Hearts,
been doing that since 2013. They've been focusing on all these big games as service games since then.
Really?
Yeah, it's just
I haven't been that engaged with Ubisoft all that much, so I don't know.
Honestly, look, I'm not saying I hate their design philosophy because I do like their games and I eventually do get around to playing them, but I just feel like their complacency is
starting to feel a little stale.
It's getting pretty stale and repetitive. And the problem is, if it's a consistent experience across the games, I would at least feel like there's a continuity worth looking at that we can appreciate. But the problem is that every title and every company, you can clearly tell that they had a different direction. And then it all comes to this guy or team, and they all just like, no, go back and remake it to look like this other game. And then by doing that, all the games that have a certain direction that they're going for all disappear and go back into this main, narrative direction that they're trying to create. So I think that's the biggest problem with Ubisoft that I wanted to point out. I mean, I don't know if you want to add anything else to it. I just want to say, like, I do like their games, and I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's just they need to reinvent the wheel there if they're going to do that.
Well, I think I disagree with the last statement you said that that's their biggest problem with their games. To be honest, think Ubisoft's biggest problem is that each of their games feels like it was developed under COVID because it's like they're like bug riddled messes, right? You know, like they don't. I don't think completing a game has been a thing for them in a very long time.
You know, it's actually funny you mention that because every game is the exact same thing under the exact same mechanics, and yet they still somehow always find a way to bring it, broken, release it broken.
But guys, stop buying them then. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I've done. I haven't really bought like a Ubisoft title in a long time, but ultimately, I mean, what do we expect? We're kind of talking about, I don't know if you guys see it the same way as I do, but I think they're like one of the big three bads of video game developers. Like, honestly, they're just like, oh, I don't give a shit. Give me your money. You're gonna get your horse manure or whatever every year. You get your Assassin's Creed. You get your Far Cry. You get your whatever. Get out of here.
Look, I've been pissed off that we've gone like 4 or 5 E3s now, and there hasn't been a Splinter Cell. But the way you guys are describing Ubisoft, maybe I should be glad that hasn't happened yet.
No, they already announced there's not going to be. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already announced that there's not going to be any more Splinter Cell.
It's just going to be included. Splinter Cell always been one of their most solid games. I don't think they care about making solid games anymore.
They don't care about making those single player adventures anymore. They want to make games where you grind and spend money. That's all it is. That's what most of their fans are going back to them for. They're playing these open world Assassin's Creed adventures. So why make anything different? That's what people look up to them for. People look at Activision. People look at Activision. They like them for Call of Duty. So why make something different? You know?
No, I hear you. If there's no financial incentive for them to change, they're not going to. So as long as people keep buying the games, you're going to keep getting the same thing.
That's kind of also why I'm holding on to PlayStation to keep up what they're doing. And that I think the CEO Jim Ryan has come out and said that they have no plans of slowing down. In the sense that they're really trying to push the creative outlet on their games, where like they still have a space for short games like Lost Legacy and narrative-driven games, and then they also have space for games like Horizon Zero.
Yeah, hold on, but that's exactly the point, right? Where they say that they believe in generations and they believe in the generational leap, and then they wait until the PS5 comes out to say, oh yeah, Horizon's also coming out on PS4, and Sackboy is also coming out on PS4, and all these games are also coming out on PS4. I mean, I don't know. I don't. This year, I've sort of learned to not necessarily trust Sony corporate as much as I used to, because they say things and then they're not necessarily true, right? I remember one of their marketing guys did an interview with Jeff Keighley where he's like, you're going to have plenty of time, plenty of notice, pre-orders are going to go up overnight, and then literally pre-orders go up overnight. Right after they announce the price, Walmart's just like, okay, great, go for it. And then everyone's just like, okay, everyone's trying to race each other, and then you end up with this whole situation that we ended up with.
And now we've come to the section of the podcast where we talk about scalpers. Apparently. Yeah, I mean...
scalpers.
I agree with you 100%. And what I wanted to add to that was, I don't think it's necessarily that they're lying with that part. It's that Sony is a company where they've been trying to push themselves to become the go-to for video game development, right? They want to be the best of the best. They want to say that, oh, Nintendo's no longer the best. We are the creative best. And they want to take over this market, saying that PlayStation is the best place to be, right? So every time they go out and do that, all the gamers are like, cut your BS. PC is always the best. You're never going to beat it. So just be like Xbox and be more open to the community and be more, open to crossplay and this and that, which originally they were really tightly wounded on that. They don't want to open up to that because they want everybody to come to the PlayStation market. And it's, again, be in my house so you pay me more money. I don't want you paying Xbox more money. And if I put these exclusives out, you're going to come to my console. But if I also close off the market, then you're forced to stay within the PlayStation market and you can't jump out and interact with the other communities. So I think that's also what Sony's trying to do, and why every time they come out and say something like that, it's not that they're lying, it's that they're falling flat on their faces when everyone calls them out on their BS and it's like, hey, stop, don't do that, be more open. And then they have to go back and say, oh no, we're wrong, and quickly rebuild, a PS4 version of Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales.
No, that's not the sort of thing that you can just do in a few months, right? I mean, the way they're developing these things, like that has to be in the plan. I mean, you're not going to develop it. I mean, it would be like saying you could do that for Demon Souls, right? I mean, if you're designing the game for this hardware, for that amount of power, you're not going to be able to put it on a box with hardware that was sourced from parts from 2012. So I mean, Miles Morales, Horizon. I mean, my guess is that the next Horizon started development on PS4, right? And then they just decided, okay, we'll make it a cross-gen game. I mean, I would just prefer transparency. Right, I would absolutely prefer it if when they announce Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Zero, whatever the next one is, they just said it's coming to both of them. Just coming to both of them. Sackboy coming to both of them. Spider-Man coming to both of them. Get them on PS5 if you want them. Get them on PS4 if you want them. I understand why they waited, right? It was supposed to create this sort of sense of urgency about you need to get the new hardware. You know, if you want to play the new games, you got to get the new hardware. But then the
problem with that was scalpers.
Right. Well, here's the scalpers, right? But honestly, it leads into this trend that I've been noticing with games lately. That's kind of disturbing. Where it's like the live event, like if you're watching E3 or the State of Play or no sé qué, whatever. When you watch the trailer for whatever game's there, and I noticed this with Final Fantasy 16, it says exclusive for 6 months and also coming to PC, right? And then you go back to the trailer. You try to watch the trailer, and that message isn't there anymore, right? Like you have
that it was a mistake.
You actually have to go to the live stream, right? The actual live stream, and then it's not there. By the way, the official live stream channel, it's not there. They take the message out because when you have a corporate channel, I guess with Sony, you can re-upload something to the same YouTube link, and it'll change the actual video file. But if you go to the stream, you actually have to go to someone else's archived version of these streams to see that. Right.
They actually
and the same thing happened with Demon Souls, by the way, where they had a PC version announced in the text at the bottom of the trailer, and then they pulled that like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, it was like, exclusive to PS5 for 1 year.
No, it's weird. It's weird. I mean, you know. And the same thing, by the way, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the same thing happened with Death Stranding. When they announced Death Stranding, the press release said PS4 and PC, and then they pulled that. Right? And then we went 3 years waiting. Oh, maybe it's going to come to PC. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. And then 6 weeks before release, it's coming to PC. Like, guys, I get it. They're doing the Grand Theft Auto thing of trying to get you to buy it over and over and over again. Not telling you it's coming to the new platform so you can buy it over and over and over again. But this is ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's again what I'm trying to say. It's like they're trying to capture you into this ecosystem, right? They want PlayStation to be the end all be all, and they're trying so hard to build that. And I think that also shows why their games are so great, because they're trying that hard to make sure that the products are worth it. But there's nothing they can do about it. A gamer should play wherever they feel best, and unfortunately, if PC is a thing, I mean, I think that's also why they just officially closed in the entire umbrella of Sony computer entertainment companies and bringing them down under the Sony PlayStation Studios umbrella, so that there's like a Marvel. And I love how they copied Marvel Studios with like the whole intro. I know you saw in the first episode when you first logged into Spider-Man, you see the whole PlayStation thing. We're showing off all the characters there, like Marvel's Avengers. They're doing that because I think now it's that they're finally trying to create the brand so that when they release on PC, people know Sony. They didn't really have that before. Everyone would just build their own version of saying Sony on it. But now it's like they have an official universal one, which I think is why they're going to slowly start releasing onto PC. But I think they want to avoid the Xbox situation, because one of the things is Xbox can just throw money anywhere. So we don't know what's really going on. But if you really think about it, the Netflix model doesn't work the same way it does for a game, because a movie might cost you maybe $10 to $100 million to make. A game could cost you upwards of $1 billion if it really felt like it, right? So
if you're spending $1 billion on your game, you probably deserve to go out of business. That's insane. How are you going to make that back?
I mean, look, freaking GTA 5 was $300 million and they made $8 billion. Destiny made
GTA 5. Fine, you have the pedigree of a franchise that's 20 plus years old.
Released as a new franchise with nothing but name of Bungie, $500 million in budget, and made back over $1 billion.
Everyone's money.
Exactly, and they made back over $1 billion. Borderlands 3 released with I think $400 million in budget and made back
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's irresponsible.
Sergio's making the case that you pretty much need to have some sort of a reputation about you in order for you to actually make a safe investment of $1 billion.
Right. Now what I'm going to say is, in Xbox's case, the only titles they're spending money on is the same titles that we've been seeing from them. They have nothing else yet. So of course they release the stuff in 3 years. But Halo, Gears, and Forza. So they spend all their money on those games, right? But what PlayStation wants to avoid is that somebody comes in and it's like, haha, I like your game. Let me pay $5 or $10 for your monthly subscription, and then I actually give money to the studio. So then how do you give that money and then give it to the company that's making all this money? And even in the Google Stadia subscription model, there's developers that are actually freaking out because if the game doesn't rate well, they don't get the same money from the subscription that other developers do, and there's a lot of cannibalization that could happen between the different IPs. So I guess Sony's just hesitant to get into that.
Well, I think the main difference between Microsoft and Sony is, first off, Microsoft has a capital that Sony just does not have access to, right? and they literally have billions of dollars in the bank compared to Sony, which, you know, I mean, granted, they are a billion-dollar company, don't get me wrong, but in terms of the actual spending cash, right? I mean, Microsoft's floating around the idea of buying TikTok, and then when, you know, they end up deciding not to do that, they just throw $7.5 billion at ZeniMax Media to go buy Bethesda and everything that they own, right? I mean, it's not like Sony has $7.5 billion just to throw around willy-nilly, right? They have to be very intentional about how they're spending their money. So when you're talking about how, you know, sure, maybe not everyone can afford having a Netflix model where you're spending so much money on content just to get people to be on your platform and to be, you know, subscribed to you or whatever, right? But I mean, the problem is that Microsoft can afford it. That's the thing, is that Microsoft is fighting a battle that I don't know if Sony actually can even reach them on, you know, when it comes to the Game Pass thing. Because how many people are subscribed to Game Pass? Do we know?
I'm one of them.
Unfortunately,
I am too. Right?
Yeah, but he only paid $1 because we subscribed with $1. They're literally selling the subscription for $1.
Right, because they're hoping to get you in, right? They're hoping to get you in that you'll want to be playing these games, and that because you'll want access to these games, you'll be willing to pay $10 a month or $20 a month or whatever it is. And honestly, Game Pass is a fantastic value for all the stuff that they're offering you. It's a fantastic value, and for all the studios that they have in their first party, I think it's probably the best value you can get in gaming. Period. Right.
Right. But one of the things too, it's like, again, okay, so we're talking about Sony not being as capable of in a financial way to fight Xbox, but people aren't really seeing what PlayStation is doing. They're spending all their money on doing what they've been doing great. Why change the direction when their studios are making the top tier content or IP? So that's what they're going to continue doing. Why change the PS5 infrastructure to include this cloud saving thing when PS4 did great? So just make PS5 do it better, of the better version of the PS4, but leave the doors open, obviously, to cloud gaming like Xbox.
Wait, what are you saying about cloud saving?
Cloud gaming.
Cloud gaming. Okay.
Cloud gaming. You know, Xbox has the whole xCloud.
Sure, xCloud, yeah.
So, I mean, Sony's trying to get into it, but they're leaving the door open. They're doing the PS5 the same way that the PS4 was, basically, you know, improving or iterating upon what was already done great. But here's the thing: a lot of people don't know this. Sony's actually doing an amazingly generous thing to the Chinese market so that they can get into video game development. They created the Chinese initiative, funding upwards of 20 different developers to create whatever game they want for PlayStation, and allowing them to choose whether they want to keep their IP as an exclusive to PlayStation or expand upon them to PC and Nintendo and whatever. They're not even making them do exclusive games, but they're spending all this money to get the Chinese market into the Sony ecosystem, while Xbox is still trying to get Japan, you know, back into their ecosystem, because they lost them back in 2007 for disrespecting them in the first place. But that's a whole other comment. The point is that Sony's doing their own thing. People just aren't realizing. And I think that's why they can't keep up with Xbox, is because they chose a different direction, and they're using all their money in that.
Sure.
But in regards to the thing, I get that Game Pass is great, but let's be honest. Is it really working out? Because, I mean, Netflix, you know, is going into depth every 5 minutes, upping the subscription fee because they can't keep up with all the IPs they keep buying, to keep them for such a long time in their subscription, so that people actually stay within their subscription. I think now Netflix is up to like $10 for the basic, and then almost $20 for the HD. You know, and it's going up every year. So at what point is Xbox going to keep it $10 forever? And because right now they only have like 100 IPs in the system. What happens when they get
it will absolutely go up in price. Yeah, you can be guaranteed.
I remember
of that.
Everyone's like, "Oh, PlayStation now sucks. It's $120 a year, and Xbox is $60 a year." All of a sudden, Xbox is $100 a year. You know, so we can stay here and continue rambling on about that. That's a future episode, I'm sure. But just to close it off on this part, Cyberpunk 2077. Michael, magnum opus.
Utter horseshit. Nah, not utter horseshit. Let me rephrase that. I think honestly that the feel, the story, the world that Cyberpunk 2077 is trying to build, so the intentions were there. Where I have to draw the line and say that it is kind of bullshit is that CD Projekt Red basically tried to pull the wool on our eyes, and they intentionally for whatever reason, they felt the need to release the game unfinished. Obviously, the game's nowhere near remotely ready to be, sold. I guess either due to pressure from the fans or stockholders, management, whatever, they decided to release it. The game isn't finished. It was very scummy that they tried to make reviewers not talk about the console version. They didn't give people review copies on console. That obviously is also evidence that they understood that the game wasn't playable on like PS4 and Xbox One or whatever. So they deserve to pay the price for that. I'm glad that they're offering refunds for it. As we said in the previous podcast episode, And I'm also happy that they got hit with a lawsuit for it because hopefully that sets the precedent that hey, developers, EA, Ubisoft, you want to release an unfinished game again, bro? You're gonna get slapped with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Try us. I want that to be a thing so that I don't know why game developers think they get a special pass in business where they think that they're exempt from actually selling you the proper product that they're advertising. You do that in any other business. Try to be a doctor and give fake healthcare. You try to be a lawyer and you give some sort of snake oil legal representation. You're gonna get busted up the rear with Better Business Bureau and I don't know how many other thousand things. So good that this is being introduced to game development. Stop giving us broken crap. Finish your game. Make it good. Otherwise, expect to pay the price. Like, I don't get it. Like, we've allowed Sony and Microsoft to set up such strict return policies. Same thing with GameStop. And at the same time, there's zero accountability for these companies that are dead set on just demanding that you give them your money in 1,000 different ways in a game, and then they don't even want to give you a game that it's just sad to see that games for as pretty as they get, you have better titles on Nintendo 64, the PlayStation 1, the PlayStation 2 compared to a lot of the stuff you got on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, PS4. Like, come on, get your stuff together, guys. You have all the resources in the world now compared to before, and you guys are trying to steal our money consistently, man. It's CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk 2077. My closing comments on it. I hope it gets made an example of, and I hope that game developers never do this again. I hope that people keep pushing developers into a wall so that they either understand that if a project is going to be too ambitious or whatever, maybe tone down the graphics, whatever. Like, ultimately, graphics, while they're great to look at or whatever, they're not the most important thing. Give me a strong narrative. Give me content in a game. Give me features.
Right. And
make it enjoyable.
It's actually funny you mentioned about the refund policies being so strict because PlayStation legitimately gave everyone a refund and they just kicked the whole company off of, well, not the whole company, but the game off of their PSN list. So
I wish that would have been a thing for Marvel Avengers, by the way.
I mean, Sergio, I don't know if you want to speak on, because I know you had your own PS1 experience with the game and pop-ins and whatnot.
Oh, sure. I mean, I had issues, right? But it's nowhere. I'm not incensed to the degree that most people are, where it's like, I want to demand a refund or anything like that. I've been playing it in fits and starts for the last couple of weeks. It's a shame that the game came out in the condition that it's in, and it's pretty incredible how high profile a disaster this has been for this company, right? Where I'm seeing articles on Bloomberg and the New York Times about how big of a problem this is for CD Projekt and their stock price, and their investors are pissed, and like you mentioned, right, they're doing this class action lawsuit. So I mean, it's it's crazy. It's crazy to say the least. But I would be lying if I said I was super mad. I mean, I've just sort of accepted it, right? That's just how the game is, and I've been playing it, and it's been generally fine for the most part. There are little bugs, right? Like where Jackie will walk right through my car. People are T-posing. I've never had anything as egregious as walking down the street and a car flies at me from 2 miles away.
Egregious.
But word of the day. But yeah, I don't plan on getting a refund, and I'll probably keep playing the game. There's a part of me that wonders if I'm playing the worst version of the game, which I guess technically I am, right? Because it's going to be better in January and better in February. But I'm not particularly mad about it, honestly. I probably should be, but
you're playing on the PC, right?
I am playing on PC, yes.
Yeah, the thing about it is that even though there was still a bunch of game busting stuff on the PC versions, PS5 and the Xbox X, what's the new Xbox?
Series X is the new one.
Yeah, Series X. There you go. Yeah, sorry. I haven't even Xbox. I'm just in the back of my mind. I'm just ignoring them for the moment right now. But at least it's. Even though there is a lot of game-breaking things varying on the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and the PC or whatever, it's just particularly the last-gen consoles, it's just
that's where the biggest problems are.
It's inexcusable.
They shouldn't have released it, honestly. They should have canceled those versions, and they should have focused on next-gen. Because frankly, they should be embarrassed with how those things came out.
Oh,
it's totally ridiculous. And I remember actually going from PS3 to PS4, there were a few high-profile cancellations of games that were originally going to come out on PS3 and did not come out on PS3, and they just focused on the next gen versions. One of those was Mortal Kombat X. They could not get the game running right on the last gen versions, and what did they do? They said, you know what, forget it, we're just going to focus on this new hardware. And I understand the temptation, right? PS4 has 100 million units out there. Xbox One, tens of millions of units, right? The install base on these things is insane, right? So you're opening yourself up to a bigger market. I understand why you would want to do that from an investment perspective, but from what that's done to your brand, right? From how that's tarnished you guys from here on forward, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it to do that sort of thing. And, they had to learn that the hard way.
Right. I mean, and it goes on to the conversation, please release a title, day one, fixed. Don't give me a broken mess and then tell me you're going to fix it later, right? But one thing I also wanted to mention, because you were talking earlier in the episode about how PS2 games used to come out like, one shot, this is the experience. If it sucks, it doesn't, right? If you really think about it, this is me just going off on a conspiracy style theorizing or theory crafting. From PS2 to PS3, if you look at the best PS2 games, graphic-wise, and the way that they were made, the jump to PS3 should have been, it should have been Black Ops graphic, right? But what we got at the beginning of PS3, we actually got Heavenly Sword, which is a game where like they had beautifully rendered faces and eye detail and animation and all that, with the game running spectacularly well. I think it was like, I don't know what it was trying to hit, but it was trying to hit like a consistent 30, but like a 720 HD type of deal. And then they also had MGS4, which they also had MGS4, which is any. Okay. So and they also released MGS4, which with MGS4 the graphics are like beautiful. It was literally made in a way where it feels like you're watching a movie, right? With this high level graphic. And then Xbox 360 launches with Halo 3, which completely revamps the way people perceived graphics rendering on a console, right? So all these games come out at the beginning of the lifespan, and then as soon as they were like, oh snap, we can't be putting this kind of money all the time, graphics started kind of going down again, and the frame rates were dropping, and there was a mess with the Unreal Engine and all this crap. And then all of a sudden it picked up back again with high-end production games like God of War 3 and Last of Us Part 1 and all that stuff. So what I really want to say is that this never-ending race to be the best graphically and appealing to the player has made development go in a way where they're favoring one type of style of development versus actually just making a good game. And I just want to put like how anime games and all these Japanese games were being made at the same level as every other company, and then all of a sudden like Western games just went like to another tier of gaming, and the Japanese developers are still making PS2 games up until the end of PS3. So it's like they've stayed on the natural evolution of their companies, I mean of their game development, whereas everyone else just kicked up to a whole other level due to graphics. And if you notice that in world design, how games used to be more open world than they are now today. I don't know if maybe you guys think I'm kind of hitting the ballpark, but if you notice, there's a lot more single player.
I don't know if I necessarily agree that games were more open then than they are now.
Before PS2?
Sure, fine.
Before
but
PS3.
With what they're able to accomplish now on this hardware, I mean, I don't think it compares in terms of the actual.
No, I'm saying
openness.
now with PS5, but I'm just saying the natural evolution of game development went in a different direction. Where Final Fantasy 10 was graphically, there should have been something in between 13 and 10. I guess like 12, but like there should have been something in between, whereas like from Final Fantasy 10 you go off into 13 and it's a completely different graphical experience, and it kicks off from there to 15, where it's like again they like raise the bar, and then again with Final Fantasy 7 remake they're making all these strides and jumps that really took them to a part where they've had to sacrifice one part of the game for another, which is the graphics. And I feel that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
With if you've seen the natural evolution of graphics and you compare them to the Japanese market, where their games just evolution, their evolution has been slowly progressing to where they've been able to keep to the systems that they originally had, versus the Western world, which kind of tapered off into a whole different direction and then came back, right? Because you do have GTA, but that's a multi-million-dollar business. Not every game's going to look like that and be as big, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't know if maybe this theory, like if you guys are getting
so
confused.
Let me try to encapsulate your arguments. You're saying that because there's such an emphasis on graphics, it's taking resources away that could be allocated to To what? Like developing?
Yeah, developing the other parts of a game. So, for example, and this is going off again to that comment that one of the creators or creatives at Square Enix said, where they said the reason why we can't make open worlds like we used to is because each world is so graphically dense, or so detailed that it would harm the actual consoles in a way where we wouldn't be able to program it or bring it in line so that we can fit all those things together. And that's why we have such a split, or I like why they had to split Final Fantasy VII into parts, and why their games are quarter driven or less open world than they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Final Fantasy VII then versus now, in Final Fantasy VII you have this whole entire open world game where of course there's different parts and whatnot. But you look at Final Fantasy VII today, it's more quarter driven. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, I kind of get that. Where, you know, if you're gonna make something that's like graphically super beautiful, you know, especially like something that's gonna push your hardware to the limit, you're gonna have to probably make a game that's smaller. But ultimately, I disagree with the foundation of what you're saying, because there's a lot of games that look like crap, or they're nowhere near pushing hardware to its fullest potential. And on top of that, they're just bad games to begin with, you know. Or
no, yeah, of course. I mean,
yeah, the thing with graphics are that you can market graphics, right? That's the thing, is that graphics are very easy to market. You know, all you have to do is make the trailer look the right way, and they speak for themselves. Whereas something that's more interesting, like Play as Anybody in Watch Dogs Legion, that requires a little bit more nuance, a little bit more explanation to understand how is that going to change my gameplay experience. Whereas you look at something like Demon's Souls compared to the way it looked 10 years ago on PS3, you can see how much of a night and day difference it is. Literally, the commercial speaks for itself just in the visuals alone.
But you know something, since we are talking on the topic, I'm as far okay. I just want to give you my 2 cents on this, because this is actually opening the door to something that's kind of an interesting conversation, I think. So, ultimately, I don't think that's the case, because, like I said before, like I don't think that the focus on graphics was making games how delightful. You want to be famous? No. So, yeah, no. Well, I would have banned. Anyways, yeah. So anyway, that kind of threw me off. Okay, so ultimately, I don't agree with you, because there's plenty of games that look like crap. They're still crap. So maybe what it is that I think that games are kind of using graphics as an excuse, or like that. It's basically a marketing campaign now, right? You know, they just make a game look good, so that way you can be invested into pre-ordering it or buying it, and then they could try to trap you in it or whatever. A big example of that is how usually whenever they show an E3 demo, they always, you know, spice it up, give it ray tracing, I don't know how many other 1,000 things or whatever, and then you end up getting the game and it looks.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, is that this whole market shift to market that instead of the actual game is kind of what I'm trying to say, where it's like, because they've focused on that so much that they've tapered off from what the original.
But hasn't that been at the core of? I mean, even going back to the Super Nintendo, right? What makes that more? What makes the Super Nintendo better than Nintendo, right? 8-bit, 16-bit, 256 colors, all the different kinds of things you can do with graphics. You go to PS1 versus N64, right? 64-bit versus 32-bit. The kind of graphics that you can put out on these two machines. I feel like graphics are they've always been a part of the way games are marketed, I guess.
No,
right?
I am saying that, and I just want to close it off here because this is completely off topic at this point, and I actually feel like if I do more research, I might present a better case for you guys in a future episode. But what I'm trying to say is, after PS2 to PS3, there was that change there. There was something where it okay, so yeah, you're saying right, SNES, and then the PS1 and the N64 graphics are going off up in like a slope, but an easily climbable slope. Then it just tapers off into a complete tangent upwards, like it just curves upwards to the ceiling during the PS3 phase, where like all of a sudden games were looking almost as good as PC, where they weren't even anywhere near that in the PS2 era. And then all of a sudden it just went curve up, boom, straight to the roof.
But what does this have to do with the quality of games?
I'm just saying that in trying to release day one products like as good as it could be, because we've gone into that adventure, games that become so dense like Cyberpunk, it becomes almost near impossible for them to really. I mean, they would have to delay it infinitely, and then that would factor into more costs, employee payment, and whatnot.
Nah. That just comes down to planning, man.
It is true, but I want to build a case for this because it's just there's a games used to be so big, and then somehow they went small again while they were trying to figure out what the F was going on with the PS3. Because obviously Sony did their own mess to try and make it hard for developers so they wouldn't capitalize day one on the console.
Mm-hmm.
But if you notice, there was a big thing on the PS2 games where if you really play them, there's a lot of deep mechanics and systems that were kind of like GTA, where they kind of went out of their way to make sure that each area was special, and then all of a sudden it just went into something like Assassin's Creed, where everything became the same mission practically, just in a different direction. This and that, or like creativity somehow went down. As
I don't know, man. I disagree with you because there's plenty of shovelware garbage on any platform.
No, there
doesn't
is.
matter if it's the NES or the Nintendo Switch. There's plenty of stuff that's poorly made and
the best
repetitive.
of the best on PS2 versus the best of the best on PS3 versus the best of the best.
I think I finally figured out what I want to close off with. I don't know if you guys want to add to that or not, but ultimately what I'm gonna say about this is it has nothing to do with focusing on graphics or anything like that. The graphics, what I will say about graphics, has become another means by which, you know, companies that are looking to steal consumers' money, they can lie to you, you know, like show you, oh, look how great Watch Dogs looks. And then you get
Colonial Marines, Aliens, Colonial Marines. That's the most prominent example.
That's a
one that
example.
Went to court, by the way.
Yeah. So I think it's a means by which you know, a corporation with nefarious purposes could try to, like, you know, use false advertising to try and get you to buy their product. But I think that the decline of the creativity or just how good a lot of games has been recently, or for a while now, has been because, you know, when games first started out, I kind of feel like, you know, ultimately, yeah, they knew it was going to be a business, because obviously they wouldn't have, you know, sold it as a product if they didn't see it as a commodity or whatever. But I think it's kind of like it's on a spectrum or something, or kind of on a pendulum, where, you know, it swings between like their mentality of how they could monetize a game and actually appreciating the art form of creating a game. Right now, I think the problem is that too many people are focused on making a quick buck out of a video game rather than actually respecting the art form of making a game and actually making something that's going to be beautiful, something that's going to be an experience that people could enjoy. Like, they're not hitting the sweet spot. Either some people are just going completely to, oh, you know, maybe this isn't super marketable, but I'm going to just make what I'm going to make.
This has been a problem in video games literally since they started. I mean, this is going back to the Atari 2600, when Quaker Oats had a video game development department. Okay, the games were shovelware was such a problem in the 70s that the entire market crashed in 83 because of ET. Well, ET is one of many reasons, right? But you didn't have stuff like IGN, where you could go to a website and make sure that a game actually functioned when you played it. This was back then. There are no consumer standards back then, right? Anyone can make a game. Anyone can put it on the Atari 2600, and the only thing that mattered was how good your box art looked, right? Because all you were doing was selling to dumbass kids who didn't know what the hell they were doing. And all these games ended up being terrible, right? So what happens? People just stop buying these games. They stop buying these games. No one wants to play video games anymore. Everyone thinks it's like disco. It goes the way of the dodo, and no one wants to fucking play them anymore. And then that opens up the door for Nintendo to come back and completely change the market in the way they did with the NES. But no, man, the idea that people are more so chasing a quick buck now, the only reason that's true is because there are more people doing it, right? Because there's just more access to development tools. But I mean, this has literally been a problem since the 70s, and that happens in every market. Doesn't matter if it's video games or anything else.
I guess I'll have to find a rebuttal, refocus my case.
I think it would make a great article on Positive
No, I am
going
to make an article about it for sure, but I do want to present it as a title because obviously the whole point of my blog, writing these articles, is to build upon community interaction.
Sure.
So it's like I bring an idea, people talk back to me, and then I make a new article, whatever, and also bring it to the podcast. It all comes together. You know, we're all talking with each other. I'm probably going to make a rebuttal about this episode, which I've been doing for the other episodes.
Sure.
On my blog.
And we'll revisit it.
I definitely want to build this case because I do want to talk about that whole generation, that whole time gap and these things. Because at this point, the way I see it is like we're already to the point where we're so saturated in graphical quality. We have Cyberpunk. We have Spider-Man, Miles Morales. We have Demon Souls. All these games are fantastic. But they're endlessly going for these higher graphics where it's like at one point they cut it off and they just focus on the actual game. They could probably make a better game than anything else. I don't know. That's just my opinion and view of things in development. But moving on. Now, let's just quickly touch on some things. I want to say, mention some surprises I've been seeing for this year. So one of the biggest surprises I've seen this year is Halo Infinite got delayed after it was so heavily marketed.
You thought that was a surprise?
Oh, I was surprised it got delayed. Yeah. Yeah, because this company,
did you see the trailer, my guy?
It's their biggest No, I know I did, but
it's a Lego game.
This is 343, Xbox's main
flagship title for their new console, right? Like I understand.
This is the game that they were like, this is the one game that we actually want you to play, and this is going to be the game that's going to sell Xbox. And all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, we got delayed. Sorry,
dude. They announced that game. They waited an entire year to show one E3 demo. An entire year for one E3 demo for a game that was going to come out in 5 months, bruh.
It looked like an Xbox 360 title, man.
Fallout 4, fine. Fallout 4 is
Fallout 4,
right. Okay, fine. That is a good example, but generally that doesn't happen.
No, yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't. But that's actually, it was just surprising to me that they were pushing out, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh crap, there's been all these problems happening, COVID, and the management's going in a mess, and we hired like 3 different companies, and none of them are actually communicating with each other, and then all of a sudden gets delayed till the following year. We don't know what we're doing. It's going to have 120 FPS multiplayer, but we don't know how we're going to get there. And the campaign's incomplete, but it hit 60, guys. Hey, it hit 60. But half the game's not even there yet. You know, I just thought it was surprising that such a massive company, like flagship title, just out of nowhere, like poop. We effed up. We don't know what we're doing. And damn, Michael, you want to say something on that?
Okay, so if we're on the topic of surprises, I'm not going to elaborate on it any further because I think we're beating the dead horse at this point. Obviously, the underwhelming development of Cyberpunk 2077 was a nasty surprise.
That was kind of surprising.
Good surprise for me was Sephiroth and Smash. I almost had a heart attack when I saw the trailer. I wish I would have recorded it because it would have been content. That would have been content for the channel. With the fact that I nearly had like a stroke or started convulsing when they released
Michael was
Smash.
Really having during the Game Awards. Michael was like dying pretty much.
Yeah, look, it was the first thing they showed in the Game Awards. So I was just there, waiting, whatever. And I was like, oh look, something with Smash or whatever. And then they were showing I'm sure everyone saw the trailer by now if you're a big fan of Smash or whatever. But so they opened up with the opening of World of Light for Smash. I was just like, okay, what are they doing with this? Like, what do I care? Show like, are you gonna have a character or something? Like, what's up? And then. So they showed you the shot where everyone was concerned because they were clearly going to get wiped out of this existence by the final boss of World of Light.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it was preparing to just repeat the cutscene, all of a sudden there was just like a flash of light. And then, it got cut in half. I was just like, whoa, wait, what's happening here? And then they started playing One Winged Angel. And you just saw like a flea floating up in the air. And then when the camera finally focused in, it was Sephiroth. And I was just like, oh my god, Sephiroth in Smash! And I just had a heart attack every single 5 seconds when they just showed him do something.
Oh my god,
something else. It was like
that trailer was so good.
I literally thought Mario died, and then I zoomed in. It was just like on his overall, like a little strand of his overall.
Yeah, all the Advent Children like references that they put were like gold. When like instead of stabbing Cloud, he just ran his sword under the in Mario's clothes and stuff. That was like golden. I don't know if you guys caught it because it was super quick. And if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have noticed it. But when he lifted up Mario on his sword, Cloud came in to swing on him. And so, the sword, like, Sephiroth's Masamune is, like, massive. So you couldn't see the top of it anymore. Like, when they changed, would it be scenes? Or when the camera, when they changed the angle, it just showed Cloud and Sephiroth crossing swords. And then... they started swiping at each other, like with a second swipe, you just saw Mario like fly off, and I thought that was really funny or whatever. But
I cannot believe that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a real video game that you can play. I mean, honestly, funny. Right? I mean, I heard Maximilian say this, but it's just like Sephiroth and Steve. It sounds like a GameFAQs shitpost, but it's real. It's real, and you can play it. I mean, it's amazing.
Actually, something I wanted to mention off of that. Anyone remember those like weird super anime collab clash Smash style games? I know Michael plays
Super
some of them.
Smash Flash.
That you can something like that where you can play them
like
off
Naruto versus Bleach and all that.
Yeah, and then like all of a sudden you have Naruto and Bleach and Dragon Ball Z and all these characters.
Oh, like Mugen Fighters, right?
Yeah, Mugen Fighters.
That's a perfect example. Yeah.
So that's what Smash is becoming now. They're becoming the Mugen Fighters of the video game IPs.
I know, and it's awesome,
dude. Smash,
I love it.
Smash feels like a little kid's fever dream, and I think ultimately something that helps me think of it that way is I remember when I first started playing Smash, the first game that I played of it was the first Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64. I remember that the opening cutscene for that one was kind of like these little figurines getting picked up by a hand and stuff. And so ultimately I kind of get the feeling that Sakurai has like in his mind as just kind of like
Well, it's kind of what it's become, right? I mean, especially with the amiibo, right? Is that there's literally a version of Smash Brothers that's toys in the master hand of you moving those toys around and stuff. But it's sort of the realization of that childhood dream, right? Of like, who would win in a fight, right? Mario, Samus, whoever the fuck.
Just
Sephiroth versus Mega Man,
together and stuff.
Ryu versus Bayonetta, Solid Snake versus Steve. Like, what the fuck is this game? Oh, great. That's how excited I've gotten. I've started breaking the set. That's how excited Smash Brothers gets me.
No, yeah, man. I mean, I'm really hoping that... I know Nintendo and PlayStation had a falling out back in the early 2000s.
Falling out?
Yeah, remember that?
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah, well, okay.
They let them get on stage and announce a product that doesn't even exist. And then the next day, they get on stage and say, we are making that, but we're making it with Philips.
Elaborate. Because
I'm sorry, I kind of burned through that.
Man,
so... I'll do the very quick version. So the PlayStation, the original version of the PlayStation was a CD-based add-on for the Super Nintendo, right? Nintendo approaches Sony because Sony makes the sound chip for the Super Nintendo. So they approach Sony and they say, hey, look, we want to get into CD gaming. Sega's making their own version of the CD stuff. We want to do our own thing. So, Sony, they draft up plans. There's actually a prototype that exists that you can see footage of it. So they go to CES. They announce we're making this add-on with Nintendo. It's called the PlayStation. And then the very next day, Nintendo gets up on stage at CES and says, yes, we are making a CD-based add-on for the Super Nintendo, and we are making it with the Philips Corporation. Yeah, exactly. So first off, you don't want to do that in a business setting, period, right? Where you make a deal with someone and then you literally just announce it behind their back the next day that you're not going to do it with them. But then especially in Japanese culture, which is super honor-bound, I mean, that's like literal egg on their face. And the only reason the PlayStation came out was because Ken Kutaragi was like, we cannot let them disgrace us like this. No one at Sony wanted to release the PlayStation. Everyone thought it was going to fail. It was a waste of money. It was a waste of time. But he pushed, and he got that thing out there. And now there's 5 of them. Now there's 5 PlayStations. I mean, that's
anyone
crazy.
Ever was wondering if spite was a powerful motivator? Well, there you have it.
You
just make a multi-million-dollar company out of spite.
Going back on the previous guest episode, how to make inspiration, right? Am I right?
There you
how
go.
To inspire somebody, piss them off.
Piss them right the fuck off.
It's that's actually I know we didn't write this in the guide, man, but Nintendo's been up to like some sketchy stuff lately, and that just kind of
they stalk people that people in the homebrew community. I read documents earlier today, actually,
that they found out that they're ninjaing like people and just chasing them down.
They send private eyes like to follow people who like are online and cracking like 3DS software and stuff, tracking their behavior and like all kinds of like weird shit.
Wait a minute, because you guys are
I sent you the articles this morning, my man.
I hadn't had a chance to look it over. Okay, wait. There's so many questions.
Nintendo is actively sending private investigators to modders' homes.
Yeah, to follow them around.
What they're doing and how they're cracking the software, where they live, where they eat, what they do every day, everything.
Wait, but just in Japan, worldwide?
No, this is worldwide. Of course, they're going to where these people live, dude.
You're telling me that if I was a modder, I could literally wake up tomorrow and like, I don't know, go outside and try to make
and there would be someone in your bushes.
Well, no. I mean, you
here's
have
the thing, right?
Some traction.
Have you cracked the software that allows you to play pirated games on your Nintendo system? Because if that's the kind of modder you are, then yes, there is someone in your bushes. But if you're just modding like new skins onto Sephiroth and Smash, I don't think they give a fuck.
Okay, but Bob, there's so many things I have to ask
they're
about
basically chasing down specifically modders that know about software engineering specifically and go that far to be able to recreate the systems as emulators. That's what they're hunting.
So they're targeting emulators. But it's not
look,
emulators.
I'm not saying that they do this regularly and they do it for hundreds of people. I'm saying the document I read was that there was a 3DS hacker, right, that managed to crack into the firmware and change some stuff so that you could play unsigned software on there. And they send people to his house to follow him around. Send people to follow him around, follow him to the supermarket, follow him to the bank. I mean, like, am I off camera? Oh well, whatever. The point is that they're following the guy around, but I mean, whatever. That's how they're building the case against them, I guess. Yes, I mean, I don't know. Yes, I mean, Nintendo's kind of they're very stringent when it comes to protecting their IP. They were going to do a Smash tournament this year with Melee, like over the internet, and they sent them a cease and desist for a 20-year-old game with no netcode, right? There's no actual way to play this game legally, right? There's no way for Nintendo to make any money off of this game. And it's not like they're doing this and all of a sudden, if you can play Smash Melee online, no one's going to play Smash Ultimate. Bro, the people who are dedicated enough to play Melee online, to go to Evo, to play Melee with their friends, they already have Smash Ultimate. They buy Amiibo. They are your biggest customer. And you're just smacking them in the face because I like some harebrained scream of, we have to protect their IP. Like, it legally, I get it, but guys, show some fucking class. It just makes you look like a bunch of villains.
Right. I mean, Michael, I don't know if you want to add in anything because I know you said you had a bunch of questions.
Well, no, I guess you guys painted it pretty much clear as day with the whole following thing. That's kind of a shocking development for me because of the fact that they've already been getting into so much like flack like lately. I don't get it, man. I thought Nintendo was supposed to be, they were trying to kind of be like the Disney of like,
no.
Of like video game developers or something, man. They sound like they break your legs.
They promote themselves as that, but the real person that's all Disney and free about it is Xbox with their whole play on PC, play anywhere, just respect us, blah, 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 give us money, whatever.
You should read Console Wars. This book came out a few years ago. It was about the business practices that Nintendo engaged in while they were fighting Sega during the Super Nintendo days. And it's interesting the kind of stuff that they would get up to.
Right. The last thing I'm going to add to
that's a really good book.
I don't know if you guys heard about it, but were you guys aware of a streamer that went by the name of Etika? Or his name was...
yes, the Etikons, right? Where they forced them to take these things down. And poor kid, right? I mean, he killed himself. I mean, it's a tragedy. And like they're selling custom Joy-Cons based on based on him, I guess, right? It's a color scheme, and I think it had a quote of him that he said Joy-Con boys or something like that. And because it said Joy-Con on it, Nintendo's like, you cannot sell that. And it's like, if I remember correctly, all the sales were going to a charity, right? Like,
it's not even to a suicide prevention charity.
It's like they're not even profiting off of it. They're donating the money. It's like, nope. There's Joy-Con on it.
With them. They're within their legal right to prevent the sale of that. But honestly, like, considering everything that Etika did for their brand, for Nintendo, and what this was ultimately even for, you'd think that even if you're going to look at it as like a skeevy, like, let me make myself look good within the public eye, like, why wouldn't you try to collaborate or find some sort of try to come up with a deal with the person who's doing it to begin with? Like, it just looks bad when you're like, this is my intelligence property. I'm the one you're selling it for suicide prevention.
This is the same company that told YouTubers that you can't make videos about our game unless you give us a cut of the ad revenue, right? Like, they literally developed an entire program that you had to sign up for in order to be able to make videos about their games, right? Free advertising for them, right? Think about it, YouTube, right? People who are making videos about video games, it's essentially free advertising for whatever game they're talking about. But no, we need to make money off of your work.
All right. Well, to close off the comment here, because I mean, we could just go on here rambling. This is a whole other episode.
Here's the thing, right? Nintendo bad, but I'm buying a Sephiroth amiibo. Like 5 episodes altogether. I bought the character pass, right? I still buy the shit, So
yeah, no, they always win in the end. Okay. Well, I'm gonna close off my comment by saying 2 things here real quick because this is already just becoming nuts.
This has been the longest episode of your show so far, hasn't it?
It's gonna be the longest one for sure.
Jordan might be a little disappointed in the fact that we might not. I don't know if you guys still want to do Uncharted or whatever. You guys gotta let me know.
At this point, I gotta work tomorrow morning.
They're just like, hey man,
if you gotta go, I'll just stay with Mike, I guess. But I mean, if he still wants to do it, I know I still want it. I'm still energized, so whatever. But anyways, close off on that. I just want to point out and say there's 2 things I want to say to Nintendo. It's these 2 things. One, fix your crap with Sony so that you can have Sony IP in your Smash games so I could finally feel more inclined to give you money, which I don't right now, but I want to. And the second thing is stop, only make games, don't make any more consoles, and sell yourself to Sony so that they can host your games in a superior console and you guys can focus on the only thing you're good at, which is Smash.
Man, relax.
The Switch is a piece of hardware.
Relax, kid.
I love that thing, man. I mean, it's just it's the perfect fusion of what they do so well with ease of use and accessibility, and they're making the best games that they've made in years on this thing. They're making some of the best decisions that they've made in terms of the games that they're putting out, right? Obviously following people around and being as strict as they are with their IP. Yes, we don't like that sort of stuff, but the stuff that they're doing with the Switch right now, I mean, I have almost no complaints. And I love that piece of hardware, so I don't agree with that at all.
I'm just upset that they're making 20 different consoles and I can't keep up with all their IP. So I just want them to come over to one console that I know is going to.
I think you being behind like 5 generations is just a fault on yourself. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, dude, you've been slacking. You've been sleeping on Nintendo.
All these consoles. PS3,
PC, Switch. That's the combo right there. As soon as PS5 starts putting their games on PC, it's over. It's over for the hardware.
Let me just put it this way: with literally, Nintendo looks like dog shit in the public eye. Like no one thinks Nintendos are the good guys, but they still make money hands over fist because of like their consoles and their IPs. Like all their video games are just that good, man. So
they really are.
Sony wouldn't be able to do that. Like if Sony turned into like an evil company overnight, I think they would just vanish because I honestly don't think they provide things that are that unique for them to be like, oh, I'm going to treat everyone like garbage, this and that. If they did that, I honestly think that they would just go out in an instant.
Nintendo is a mainstay. Yeah, I mean, culturally, they have so much cachet. I mean, let's put it this way. Is there a Super Sony world at Universal Studios Japan? Is there a Super Halo world at Universal Studios Japan? No, there is not.
I guess. I mean, in that respect, you guys have a point. I don't know. I'm just a Sony fan. I'm just gonna finally admit it. I've been trying not to admit it, but I'm just gonna admit it. I'm a big Sony fan, and I think
I hear you. Look, I want a Sony rep in Smash too. Dude. Don't get me wrong.
Stuck right now, trying to stay ahead of the game, and they're trying to just make sure that they're fixing or improving upon what they know work. But I think that they need to find a way to stabilize that so that they can effortlessly do what they're doing now, and then finally get into all the other things they need to get into. I think that's what they need to do because they will be. Xbox is right. They will be stuck at one point once cloud gaming takes its stride.
Sure,
it's the honest truth. All right. So aside from that, some other surprises in the year. I mean, we're finally getting another Fable. Might not happen. Who knows? They've been saying this for years, but there was a Fable announcement. I guess we should acknowledge it.
Well, look, let's stay optimistic, right? New studio, Playground Games, right? We don't know what they're capable of. They've made their histories with Forza Horizon, right? So this is sort of a new territory for them, right? But I think a lot about Horizon Zero Dawn, right? Where you look at Guerrilla, where they had experience really making one type of game, right, with Killzone, and then they come out and they knock it out of the park with this totally awesome like third-person action open world adventure game, right? So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. It could be good, could be terrible, who knows? But I think it's better to be more optimistic than pessimistic, especially when we know so little.
Michael, you're a Fable fan. Anything you want to put in?
Okay, so for me, Fable was actually one of my favorite Xbox titles on the original Xbox. I played the first one, fell in love. Fable 2, Fable 3 kind of really hit the mark. I think that's largely due to the fact that the creator, I believe, left after the first game, right?
No, he stuck around till the third game.
I think he was there till 3.
Really?
Yeah, he's actually upset because Xbox didn't want to give the extra money for Fable 3 because, again, they were focusing on Halo and Gears. I didn't think Fable was a game that was going to be big. So they kind of just he had bigger plans, and then they just like took off all the funding last minute. So then the whole part where you're a king at the end of the game in Fable 3 was just like a 3-mission arc or whatever, and that was it.
Okay, so like I don't know, my opinion, I kind of felt like Fable lost its identity a little bit in 2 and 3. I don't know what exactly it was about it, but it kind of lost like that magic that Fable 1 had. So for me to if I would enjoy a new Fable if it found a way to kind of be more like the first one, because that's the one that I enjoyed the most, really, and then just really expand upon that. If they do that, or just something else as swell, maybe just something completely new, and it ends up being really awesome. Because I personally love the idea of Fable, at least what Fable 1 showed me, where you were like this hero, and you can build your class however you want. You become like all powerful and stuff, and the narrative I thought was kind of swell. So if they do something along those lines, I'd consider it.
And the interactivity with the world, like, being able to speak to NPCs and controlling how they perceive you, pretty much.
Well,
like the whole like-dislike system,
like
romance,
the interaction.
All that interaction was important.
Well, that's true.
It blends to the identity of it. Because you could be a hero and then I'm going to run unscathed. And
it was very specific, though, at least in the first one, because it wasn't like you would just go up to them and choose like branching dialogue and stuff. It's like you would use an emote or something with them.
And none of them you use branching dialogue. And all of them, it's always been like the first game where you have a wheel and then you do like emoticons, and that's how it's kind of like a Sims interaction.
Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is like if it gets somewhat close to like what the first one was, but an improvement, or it's just something that isn't necessarily like the second or third one, I think I'd give it a chance. But ultimately, that's where I stop with it. I don't expect anything good of it. I don't expect anything poor of it. I'll keep an eye on it, and if it does well with reviews and stuff, then I'll consider getting it.
All right, and we also got Perfect Dark. Sergio's a big fan of Perfect Dark, so I'm gonna let you have your moment here.
Boy, man, they've been poaching talent from Sony and all these different Rockstar, all these different studios coming together, going at the Initiative. It's a studio that they opened up like 2 or 3 years ago, and I've been saying since the moment they opened that studio that it was going to be Perfect Dark, and it's just so nice for it to be finally vindicated that it's back. It's back, baby. Now, if it's going to be any good, who knows? But like I said for Fable, I want to be more optimistic than pessimistic, so I'm going to hope that the game is good. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna remain optimistic on that too, but I just want to point out the last time I heard that world-class developers were all being pulled together for a project, we got Marvel's Avengers.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna put that out there and like make sure that people understand you want to be cautiously optimistic while you wait for this title to come out.
As more content comes out, I'll keep an eye on it. And by the way, I'm gonna have Game Pass, right? So I'm gonna get it. So I mean, there's really no reason for me not to try it at the very least when it comes out.
I can't wait to get a PC for that.
They literally just announced it. No, it was a CG trailer. That's the thing, is that even as they announced it, they said that this was a CG trailer that's sort of meant to show what they want the game to feel like, but it's not necessarily representative of what the game will actually be like.
Yeah, there's rumors that this is going to be the first ever Quad A game. So each A...
That just sounds like marketing bullshit to me.
It's marketing bullshit, but if you really put the terms down...
A fourth-dimensional neuron transmitter.
each A in the AAA thing, like each A means how many millions are being thing. Kind of like how you say, what's the word? When you say thousands, you say
K is 1,000 type of deal.
No. The other word that people say, G's, or like when they say I got 6 G's, and that just means 6,000, $6,000, right? Or they might say like I'm making a 6-figure salary. It just means I have 5 zeros after my 6.
Okay.
Or my 1, right? So that's 100,000, right? So each A means that. It means $1 million. So a 1A type of game would be $1 million to $9 million title. A AA project would be $10 million to $99 million. A AAA title would be $100 million to $999 million, which is what they're saying now. It's what it is now. And then a 4A is going to be $1 billion.
Ooh.
Yeah, things have changed.
Sergio went from I'm going to be optimistic to...
The other rumor that's going on with Perfect Dark is that it's going to be an episodic adventure. It's going to mash together all these different universes and IPs that have been gone from Xbox. So the first year is going to be Perfect Dark.
That sounds like forum baiting bullshit. I mean, I don't know. I read that thing too, and it didn't sound real to me at all. It's like what are they going to gain from that? By the way, I remember, if I remember correctly, they said that each episode or season or whatever was going to be a different IP. Yeah. Or something like that?
Yeah, but like, each year, it's going to be like each expansion going to be a new IP.
Yeah, no, so think about if they're going to spend millions of dollars developing all of this content, right, and then they're going to do a different IP every single year, that means they're going to have to spend the same amount of CapEx developing all this new stuff, right? That's the thing, right, is that developing a new IP is very expensive because you have to design everything from scratch. So if they're deciding, okay, we're going to go from scratch every single year, I mean, no shit, they're going to spend $1 billion, but that sounds like that's not going to work out for them.
I mean, it would be more like under the games as a service model where you have one graphics engine and you just put in all the texture packs for everything else. If you understand what I'm saying.
Game because it's game.
No, there's no way it's that simple, Jordan.
Dude, I mean, I'm not saying it's that simple, but if they're throwing in that kind of money, they might have multiple teams more than just the Initiative to be able to build all these different expansions.
It's possible, but if I'm being perfectly honest with you, my assumption is that it's going to be just a Perfect Dark game.
Maybe it's just rumor fodder. If it's just a Perfect Dark game, I'm totally fine with that too. I'm just saying we should be cautiously optimistic. Anyway, last surprise of the year that I remember at the top of my head is Project 007, aka IOI, making
I forgot that's
new
happening.
James Bond game.
That's pretty crazy.
Pretty interesting that it ended up in the IOI company. They make Hitman, so it makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, I mean they already make James Bond games to an extent with Hitman. I mean it captures the secret agent feeling, very well.
I was gonna say, I know it's been. I know there was games that came out after GoldenEye, but GoldenEye was actually another one of my favorite games that I played as a child on the Nintendo 64 and stuff. So I think it'd be pretty sweet if they were able to make a James Bond game as something modern since it's been so long. And especially, something like Hitman. I could imagine that being pretty sweet.
Yeah, we've got to see what's going on there. I mean, this could be... We got to wait and see. I'm hoping that they start revealing what they want to do, especially since IOI left Square Enix. So, like, now they're on kind of like Bungie. So we got to see...
Can I add a surprise? It's IOI related. The idea of Hitman in VR is insane, right? And the fact that they're bringing all three of these things to VR, I know it's only tangentially related, but I mean, it's gonna be crazy. I just wanted to say that was one of the biggest surprises of the year for me.
On the mark because you're gonna experience. This is the first time where now we're gonna see all these problems in the government. It's like, oh my god, Hitman VR is literally a murdering psychopath simulator, and it's gonna cause all our kids to turn into super murderers.
I don't know about you guys, but I've already seen like games on VR. I don't know what game it is, but it gets like heavily modded, and it's actually one of the fun. Like it makes for some of the funniest content I've ever seen. Where it's like some sort of a VR combat simulator or something like that. Where it's been like
There's
I don't
quite
know,
a few of those, Mike.
There's quite a few of those. Well, I don't know. There's this specific game where you like fight people like swords and axes or something.
Not Blades and Sorcery. No, what's it called? Gorn?
Maybe, I don't know. There's like a really funny clip where I've seen like Yoda like charging.
Oh no, I think that's Blades and Sorcery. Yeah.
And then they literally just grab him by his neck and they like put an axe in his head and like throw. I don't think it's gonna be like a whole.
My brother has that game. It's pretty funny.
Inspires you to be the stealth guy that like goes around and legitimately garrotes people with barbed wire, literally choking them up, and you're seeing the character in high def. This is going to be a game it has some intense graphical potential. So watching that in VR, it's going to be like a really visceral experience, like the ones you see in those dystopian movies where like a game takes on a life of its own. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I'm just saying that people are going to turn it into that.
That game better not get delayed, bro. I need to play that next month. I cannot wait.
I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see what happens.
We're going to see what happens.
People will learn their lesson already over trying to make the whole argument of
every time we come to something new, I remember my English teacher once said, I don't remember exactly how he said it, but it's like every time humans interact with something new, they're always afraid of it because it's unknown. And then we start naming it so we can take away its fear. Like once we start understanding, quote unquote, or naming it or giving it a name, we therefore find a way to overcome the fear.
I guess that makes sense. That's just probably like a primal part of our instinct. It's like a survival tactic.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So next thing we're going to talk about real quick is just what's our favorite games of 2020. I'm going to go ahead and start just so I can say it off the top of my head. Favorite games out of 2020 played has been, I've replayed Red Dead Redemption 1. I think that's one of the best games I've played. The best game I've actually played all year.
2020, Red Dead Redemption 1.
Yep. No, I'm just, I have my backlog, man.
Most of my favorite games of the year are games that came out years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Years ago. My second or my favorite game of the year out of all three of the ones that I've played is actually Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. I thought they did a really fantastic job. It was a short title, but it hit the nail in my opinion. I actually, the game is so good that I actually feel like I now like Miles Morales more than I do Peter Parker, and that Sony needs to quit, putting Peter Parker everywhere and start putting Miles Morales. And specifically the actor for the guy who the guy who plays Miles Morales in the game, because the guy just does it so well.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, the game's really great. They really iterated a bit on what the first game was about. And the story, to me, it doesn't go a little bit longer, or it doesn't outstay its welcome like the first game. I feel like somewhere when they started introducing the Sinister Six, the game started going a little bit further than what it was intended. Whereas this one, because it's shorter, it was more concise and straightforward, and I feel like the narrative here was left. So for me, that's probably my favorite game aside from Red Dead 1, replaying Red Dead 1. And then the other title, I guess I could say that I enjoyed a lot. I mean, surprisingly, Genshin Impact, I've been playing that a lot, and it was a surprising title I thought, was an interesting release this year. So,
did my man's really just hate on the reveal of the Sinister Six in Spider-Man 1?
I should
choke you. That was one of the scenes that got me the most excited, because it was so epic. He was just there like, no wait, Doc Ock, and then like he was just like
all these fuckers just show up
and stuff. I was like, dude, this is amazing.
But my problem with the story is that I granted it's a full game, so it makes more sense. But somewhere along the way, where the whole story starts off with you kicking Kingpin off of his high horse, then jumping into Martin Lee as Mr. Negative, to then all of a sudden going into Sinister Six, that 3-arc thing kind of, because it was so long, it made sense, and it didn't fall into the Batman versus Superman problem where they mashed in everything together and nothing made sense. To me, it made sense. It's just that somewhere along the way, I got a little tired of the story. Somewhere in between learning about Mr. Negative and then getting to Sinister Six, and then all of a sudden, Martin Lee was the main bad guy, and then all of a sudden, it ended up being Doc Ock, and that kind of story. Its flow was great, but somewhere along the way, I got lost, and then it captured me again in the end.
I disagree
maybe
too.
I guess for you that might have been the case. I'm gonna just quickly state my opinion on it. The thing is, I think that the story was supposed to be more like something that was very it's accessible to people who are new to Spider-Man, sure, but I think ultimately it was like a love letter to the Spider-Man fans, like both of the video games, comics, movies, and all that. Because if you're even remotely a small fan of Spider-Man, people like Kingpin, the Sinister Six are not going to really need an introduction. They still made a good job of showing a decent origin story for Doc Ock and everything like that. And it goes back to what you said, that the game really does give you enough time to take all this in. So, it's not like they were trying to give you the whole origin story behind Kingpin and this and that. And they didn't even they didn't use exposition to a point where it hurt the story. They very quickly made you understand that Kingpin's like the top dog in this universe. He's keeping everyone in check. Another rival gangster was Martin Lee, and he's like a villain where they're making him kind of look, make him look newer or something like that. Like they're also giving you I guess he was kind of there to give you an antagonist while Doc Ock falls from grace. Which that was awesome too, as like a narrative.
Yeah, that was one of the better parts of the whole game.
Because the game, that was basically like, it was a more complicated narrative, but the whole point of that was so that you could develop an emotional connection to Doc Ock, and then when he turns bad, that gives you more of
it's like a tragedy.
I saw it coming, but it still hit me. So I agree with you guys. I just feel like maybe I'm gonna probably blame myself, because when I played Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, I actually shot through the story, which is something I haven't done in years. Normally when I play a game, I play a mission and then I do the Assassin's Creed thing where I go off for 800 hours just doing the open world stuff and then coming back to the story. So that's probably where I got disconnected, because I do remember that upon playing New Game Plus in the original Marvel Spider-Man game, I actually did understand the story a bit more. Now, that's probably one of the reasons why, but I think in a sense it's it just hit me too fast, I guess. I felt like if they would have probably done a bit more of an arc, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 type of deal, and just kind of let me know that they were separating that along the way, I would have probably resonated a bit more with the story. But I'm not saying the game is bad. I did enjoy the game. I loved it, and I thought it was the greatest title I played that year, 2018. And it was probably my best purchase that year, aside from the fact that I didn't play God of War or Red Dead Redemption 2. But when I play Marvel's Avengers, Marvel's Avengers, why do I keep going to Marvel's Avengers? Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, I just enjoyed the way they did his character development, and that the fact that I feel the opposite problem in Miles Morales. I feel like they should have given me 2 more missions with a more extended narrative, because there was I like the mission, but there's this weird mission where you end up fighting the Prowler, but you fight him because he stops you from going to the final mission of the game, and essentially lengthening the story by kicking you back to the other side of New York to fight Prowler in the subway or whatever in the metro, to then go back to the other side of the map again to fight, the final boss. I thought that was kind of a little weird, and it kind of detracted from the experience, but they did it in a way where it made sense. So I feel like if Miles Morales would have been a mission longer, and maybe they would have probably segmented the acts in the first Spider-Man, they would have both been perfect. But I think they went too far in the first one, and they went too short in the second one. That's my opinion on it. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to that.
Just a quick little thing, so if Sergio wants to say anything, he can. I think that actually part of the fact that they kept the pacing so fast added to the art and more of the impact of the story for me, because I noticed that a big theme that they had going on in the first Spider-Man game for PlayStation 4 was that you were supposed to get a feeling of Peter getting overwhelmed by everything that was going on. Yeah.
I do feel that. I do.
Yeah. So I personally, I love that story as it is. That story to me was a 10 out of 10. I don't think I could have made a better story myself. I'll leave it at that. I'm kind of arrogant when it comes to story writing. Sometimes if I'm like, you know what, I think I could have made this story better, that to me is maybe a sign that a story is mediocre to maybe poor. I can't think of a way to improve that one, so I'm just seal of approval from me. I cried a little bit at the end of that game and everything. I was like,
maybe I have to replay it. And I'm not saying the story is bad. It's actually pretty great. It's one of the better ones that year. But I felt there was something in the pacing that could have been done better. That's the only thing I'm saying. It's just the pacing. Everything else was stellar. The mission structure was stellar. The boss fights were stellar. The whole journey as watching Doc Ock, degrade as a person or devolve into his more primal, octopusy type of deal. Octopus. Talking about James Bond villain.
No. Word of the day, the octopus.
Oh man, James Bond right there, man. I'm vibing right now with James Bond. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, he's got James Bond on the mind.
Yo, you got to get that tattooed on your forearm. Primal Octopusy. Oh my god, dude.
I fudged.
No.
I've been going 6 hours, man. I'm already gone.
No.
All right, whatever. Point is, I just felt the pacing could have been done a little bit better, and watching him degrade into the
that's your first T-shirt.
Octavius. I forget his name. I can't remember his name, dude.
Doc Ock?
Doc Ock, yeah, okay. So, to get to that, watching him turn in that and then releasing the Sinister Six to create his final arc as a villain, I thought was really great. So I'm not going to take away from that. Anyways, those are my favorite 3 games. What about you guys?
Well, okay, so for 2020, if we're talking about specifically a game that came out in 2020, my game of the year is going to be Doom Eternal, for sure.
Okay.
That's I feel pretty confident in that one. And then here's the thing is that I played a few other games this year. This was the year that I sort of discovered my love for Dark Souls. So I actually have a list of all the games I finished this year, and it's actually not very long. There's like 6 of them on here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then at least one of those was a replay. But yeah, I played Jedi Fallen Order earlier this year, and figuring out that was actually a Dark Souls game, basically, in terms of the way the game's designed and all that, made me want to play the original Dark Souls. And this is back before all this COVID stuff happened, right? So part of my routine every day, I was doing the film full time back then. I would wake up in the morning, I'd make my coffee, and I'd play Dark Souls for 2 hours. And I would do that every day.
As you were writing your films, you were basically subjecting yourself to self-torture.
No, I wasn't writing the film at that point. The film was already written. I was in pre-production. I was having meetings with my producer, and we were trying to get stuff done. And anyway, so yeah, part of what I liked about Dark Souls was that it sounds weird to say that a video game was teaching me discipline. But on some level it was, because I literally played Undead Burg, I shit you not, for like 40 hours before I got through it. I mean, that first few areas, like, it took me forever to get through that. But I said, you know what? I'm going to do this thing, and I know it's hard, but I'm going to do it because I want to, right? I'm doing this because I say that I want to do this, and I want to see it through to the end. And that's exactly what I did, is I played through that whole game, and it was fantastic. I loved it. And then... I want to give a special shout out to the Control DLC, even though it's not really in my top 3, just because Alan Wake, anything Alan Wake, I'm a big fan of. But I guess more so than Dark Souls, what I loved even more than that, and would probably be my game of the year of games that I played this year, would be Bloodborne. Because that was a game that I had for so many years tried to get into, because the way it had been explained to me and the way that I saw it, like, it seemed like exactly the kind of game I would love. And every time I tried to play it, it would just be so frustrating that I would hate it. I would have to delete it and just stop playing it, because I did not have the patience to play Dark Souls at its own pace, right? Dark Souls is a game, and all Souls games are like this, but it asks you to play those games in a very different way than you might play most action role-playing games. And yeah, I mean, it finally clicked. It took a global pandemic and being locked in my house to play Bloodborne, which was a weird, kind of surreal way to play Bloodborne, because the premise of the game is that everyone's trapped inside their house because there's a plague going around that's turning people into monsters. So there was a little bit of surreality in playing Bloodborne during the height of the pandemic. Right. But yeah, man, that game is glorious. That game is so glorious.
It's funny you mentioned a surreal experience while playing Bloodborne with the whole being stuck in your house, because I had a surreal experience with Division 1, replaying the story and just watching.
Yep, I was going to say the same thing. I was playing it with him. I had the same experience when I played The Last of Us. I had the same experience because I was playing The Last of Us Part 1 this year. I was playing The Last of Us Part 2 this year. There was a part in Spider-Man, the first game, where they brought a plague as well. And I was just like, wow, dude, everything's starting to have to do with a plague. What's up with that?
What's with all the plagues?
I know, right? What an easy way to create distraught in a story, right? Just put out a virus to make everyone, feel bad. Yeah. Story writing, right? Oh, well. Mike.
All that's
yeah. Mike?
So, okay. This is a hard one because I actually didn't play that many games this year, to be honest.
It's stuff that you've played this year. So anything, I don't care if it's Smash. If you want to say Smash is the best game this year, and just say Smash is the best game this year.
I think Smash is great, but I don't want to discredit things that were released this year that became popular this year. I think first and foremost, you guys might laugh at this or whatever because it's not a traditional game in any way. But I think Among Us does deserve my nomination to be Game of the Year.
Yeah,
good team that made that game. They're wholesome. That's something that matters to me is the moral efficacy of the people that actually made the game. Don't ever change, guys. The people who made Among Us. You guys stay as you are. They've already planned their next DLC or whatever for the game, and I could see the effort into it. They added a bigger depth to the game. They're making changes that. I think they're watching, listening to the people that are playing their games, and if they have any valid complaints or whatever, one of the biggest issues is that if you were an imposter and after you would do like a meeting or whatever, everyone was forced to go back to the same room, and then you could do something cheap like sabotage something and then just murder the people there while something was sabotaged and then no one could report or whatever. So, they added that update that now you could choose the room you come back into and stuff. So honestly, their heart's in the right place. I think they feel very lucky that the game got picked up as well as it did, because I think it's been out for a while, but ultimately streamers are really what pushed that game to become as big as it is. And honestly, I just like seeing a success story like that, and I think that concept of a multiplayer game is super unique and super awesome. So they for sure get a seal of approval from me.
Okay, respect.
Wow, that's kind of heavy. Like giving the moniker of Game of the Year, I don't take it that lightly.
Well, I'm not just saying Game of the Year. I'm just saying the games that you feel are the best games you've played this year. It doesn't have to be Game of the Year.
I mean, I invested a lot of time in Battlefront 2, but I have some gripes about that game, so I don't know. Cool idea, could be made better. So I'm gonna give it like an honorable mention. EA, I hope you learned your lesson, and DICE, don't ever try doing that again. Do a Battlefront 3. Make it right the first time. Don't get sued into the ground to have to do it, or get threatened with the governments of the world uniting to like destroy you.
Man, if you don't have, then that's fine. I mean, I know you haven't played that much, I know most of the year for you has been pretty bad.
Yeah, screw it. Smash, I'll throw you in there again because you're just, it's an awesome game.
Sephiroth.
Adding Sephiroth is great. Keep adding characters. Just literally to work out something with every company so you could just get every character like in there. It'll be like the most legendary fighting game of all time. So
dude, Microsoft's got 5 reps in Smash. Sony's gotta have somebody. They gotta know that they're slacking.
Metal Gear.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but that's not Sony. That's Konami.
That's Konami.
I mean, it might. Yeah, but
on PlayStation.
Yeah,
okay, fine. But Cloud was on PlayStation too, right?
Same thing. All the Final Fantasy characters.
That's my point. Final Fantasy, you got,
Crash Bandicoot.
Officially, own
Crash Bandicoot. That's the character.
Hey, man, Sony should have thought of that before they tried making Sony All Stars or whatever, man.
Oh my god, what a waste!
Boy.
What a waste!
Oh, back to that.
So much wasted potential. That game could have been so good.
That's actually,
that could have been so good.
That game is Star Wars Christmas special, the one that no one talks about. No one talks about that. That didn't exist.
I actually seen people. People remember it, man. At least Smash fans, I think, remember it.
The few people that cared enough to download.
When that game came out, I was like a Smash hipster. I was like, oh, this game sucks. I don't fucking like it. And I was like, oh yeah, PlayStation All Stars is gonna be my thing, right? They're talking about the games that I like. And that game was trash. I mean, it was not very good. And the roster was not very good either. In fact, Smash Bros. Actually has a better representation of Sony properties than the game made by Sony. But man, That game could have been so good. It could have been so good, and they really rushed it.
Put that princess in there and Parappa the Rappa. Yes.
Hey, hold on. Parappa the Rappa is a big deal. Okay, in terms of the Sony characters, Parappa the Rappa is a big deal. In terms of the history of that company, okay, he was a big deal on PS1. Maybe not so much now.
All right, well, let's not get in there anymore because we're tapering off. Anyways, this is your third game.
Okay, there has to be 3. Damn. Okay, let me just think back in like the catalog of what I've streamed, because that's pretty much the only time I've even like played games of this. You know what? Actually, there's one I am forgetting to mention. What the hell's wrong with me? Terraria.
Oh, okay, yeah, Terraria. It's a good game. It's a good game.
Okay.
I think they've done an amazing job. It's an old game, you know, but they released their final update this year, and I just remembered back to when I first started playing it. When I first started playing it back in like 2011, 2010 or something, and you know, while the changes that they've made, you'd think are kind of minimal, outside of obviously the big things like the new areas and the new bosses and items and all that, they actually did make quite a lot of changes. They added mounts, new weapons, new magic and all that, blah, 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 and all these different things you could craft and everything. It's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful game. Very simple, you know. Like I said, graphics aren't the most important things in the world, but it managed to do an art style and it did it, you know, well, and it's a fun game to play by yourself. It's a fun game to play with your friends. It's innovative, creative. You know, it's like a 2D Minecraft, sure, but I think it has a heavier emphasis on combat and stuff that Minecraft does. So it has its own niche, audience, and then also the modding community is fantastic on Terraria. So shout outs to them. And notice how I brought up two indie developers. I think I have a part of me respects indie developers a lot more than big
you're an up and
companies.
coming streamer. Maybe, who knows? Maybe your niche isn't, or your thing isn't playing high AAA games like everyone else, but it's actually playing indie games and giving them a spotlight.
I just see, I don't know, for some reason, it's almost like, to me, I almost see that mostly like the little guy tries more. Like these big companies like EA and all that, they think they've made it and they just stop caring.
The argument, just to go back for a second, lends to the argument I was trying to say, where somewhere along the line where the shift towards graphical quality is the shift to graphical quality, you know, has shifted game development, and these indie developers that don't have the means to spend billions and billions of dollars in graphics, they can just go back and make a good game, you know?
Look, actually, Sergio just handed me the trump card to this argument, because he brought up Star Wars Fallen Order. Fallen Order. That game is graphically beautiful, made by one of the scummiest companies that tried to rip us off with Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2 was a graphically beautiful game, but so was Fallen Order.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that game came out and it's as good as it is, and it wasn't like fucked with by EA. That it turned out to just be a very good single-player action role-playing game.
But that's what I'm saying.
But why was that the case? Because they literally tried to release the hottest steaming pile of shit game that was a deliberate attempt at just trying to rob your money, and literally the governments of the world were about to be like, nah, bro, you're about to get destroyed. Disney was about to be like, bro, we're gonna revoke your Star Wars license over this horseshit of a game that you made. And all of a sudden, no, you're right, boss. $60 best game we've ever made for Star Wars. Look, this is a classic, amazing Star Wars game. Great title. It's beautiful graphically. No DLC, no loot boxes. No, you're right. No. Take the game, boss. So I don't think it's that, oh no, the graphic processing power is making it so hard to make a good game. It's that their incentive or their priority is in trying to steal your money. They're choosing to not make a good game. I have to build
a better case. All right, let's get off of that, because we're gonna go. We're done with that. Okay, you're right. You're right.
That I buried his argument in 5 seconds.
You're fine. I'll come back with a rebuttal later, because the problem is you're talking. Okay, when did that game come out? 2019.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about 2019. So graphically, 2019, we have Death Stranding. We don't even know what else. That just have like 10,000 times better graphical detail. That game did not have the same graphical fidelity as that, and on top of that, the games were smaller.
Your argument is that graphics is making games bad. Death Stranding is a beautiful game that's a good game too.
Right. Okay. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's not just that. Okay, maybe it's the fact. Let me see if I can explain like this. All right, it's the fact that they're trying to pursue the Ubisoft level of production versus trying to make a good game. It's Ubisoft level of production is, I guess, what I'm trying to point out, the fact that everyone's trying to be as big as Ubisoft with over 100 hours of needless content to be a good game. And that's where they're falling short. And by the time they make a smaller, more compact experience like Death Stranding or Jedi Fallen Order, and they focus in on what they really want to do, is when they finally get a good title. And that's what I'm trying to say.
GTA is a graphically beautiful game.
Stop playing Ubisoft games, man. Right. I don't know what to tell you.
My argument, I think you're okay. I get your argument. I honestly get what you're saying, but the problem is that there's too many
factors. There's too many factors.
No, not factors. There's too many. What is it that you say when there's a case of something or like a case study or not even a case study because it's not. That would have to be a proper study or whatever. There's just too many examples of games that are graphically like push the envelope that are also good to justify that graphics. Like
right,
prioritizing graphics is the reason why a game is bad.
Is weak, which is why I said I gotta redo my study because all I'm trying to say is that there was a development focus that changed, and somewhere along the line, maybe it was because it was just so hard to do with the PS3.
Just want to rip you off, man. That's it.
But I'm just saying there's something there.
The business incentive changed, right? There was a period of time where all you had to do was make a good game, and that's all you had to do to make money. But then there came a point where they could say, okay, we could sell you this game. And instead of having you sell it to GameStop so that they can sell it again, and then they're making money off of a sale that we'll never see a dime off of, we're going to keep putting content into this game to incentivize you to keep it for longer, right? And it's just the business model changed. The business model was no longer about making the best game right now. It was about making the best game for as long as possible, to keep it in your system for as long as possible. I don't remember what the number was or something like that, but it was like 10 years ago. I remember I was listening to this lecture that was given. I think it was by EDAR actually, but it was something like 65% of people that like once they take the game out of the system, they never put it back in. Like most of the time, it just ends up in the box, and then they take it to GameStop and it gets resold. So they're just trying to avoid that, and part of that was right. DLC and all this stuff, and the advent of the internet made it easier for them to create new revenue streams with existing infrastructure. Right? They'd already spent all this millions of dollars building this IP. Let's milk it for everything we can.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. I'll still find a case because it's a worthy topic in my opinion. But anyways, let's go into the final topic just real quick. Sergio, we're gonna start with you. What's your hope or expectation for 2021? Just one thing that you're waiting for next year.
2021, what's even coming out next year? Well, Hitman.
Anything.
I want to play that.
It doesn't have to be a game. Just a new business philosophy that you hope people adopt. Whatever you want.
Oof, man. That's a broad question. I hope people wake up to tyranny. That's what I hope for 2021.
Okay.
If we're keeping it light for video games, yeah, I don't know. Is Silent Hill ever going to be real? Probably not. Maybe.
There's lots of words on that. Maybe someday. Well, I've already made 2 or 3 articles referencing a bunch of rumors and leaks. If you want to. Are
you saying specifically the Hideo Kojima Silent Hill?
No, just
if he wants to do it, he can do it. I would play any horror game that Hideo Kojima decided to design. But unless I knew the team behind Silent Hill, unless it was Kojima or some other team, right? Like it can't be. I remember there's a rumor that Keiichiro Toyama was working on it, like the guy who designed the first one. And that ended up not really materializing into anything because they left the company, right?
Yeah.
They left the company to do their own thing. So that means we'll also never see another Gravity Rush, which we were never going to, right? I was like the only guy who bought Gravity Rush 2.
I can't wait to play it though. I have to jump in there.
The single person that populated the game.
I know. And yeah, I don't even know what's coming out next year other than Hitman. Like,
oh man, there's a lot of stuff. Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War 2021.
Was Back 4 Blood one that was coming out
one
next
of those is getting delayed.
No.
One of those has to get delayed.
All right, Mike, you.
My hopes for 2021, really want to see this lawsuit on CD Projekt Red go through. I want game developers to start being held up against the wall and be like, you're gonna do your job or you're gonna go out of business. I want to see like people starting to push back on it because I don't know. Oh my god, I almost said it. I almost said the freshly banned word on Twitch that I could no longer say.
Better business practices, practically.
Yeah, I want to see better business practices. I want to stop saying what's the word that's not banned anymore. I want to stop seeing penis
Primal
riders.
Octopussy.
Primal Octopussies on Twitter. Be like, no, bro, CD Projekt Red is so good. They can take my money all day.
Watch. The word's going to become viral, but our podcast is not.
Well, hey, look, we'll just sell merch. We'll sell... Look, worst case scenario, let's just rename. Let's just rename it.
Yeah,
we'll change it from Co-Op Syndicate to Primal Octopussy. We'll just sell merch. We'll just find different ways to sell merch off of that, dude.
I want that t-shirt, dude. Holy shit!
You got it. You got it. I'll make it tonight.
Hey, we're doing a custom-made shirts off of random BS that happens in our. I mean, we'll give you one for free or whatever, but because you're part of the cast, sort of as a recurring character. But actually, there's actually a Patreon. What are those called? Oh, there's a Patreon tier specifically where we allow for people to grab random words or faces and turn them into a shirt, and we'll go and we'll print them out for you. So if anybody finds Octopussy to be such an interesting word, I'll go find a way to make a shirt if you pay that tier.
Dude, if you made it all the way to this point in the stream where you've been around for Primal Octopussy, you are buying that fucking shirt. I know you're buying that shirt.
Oh man, I can't wait for people to see it on YouTube, man.
I'm actually gonna make that though. But so yeah, going back on that. So yeah, definitely hold game developers to a higher standard. You people who are like sucking CD Projekt Red off on Twitter, stop that bullshit. You know the game's broken. Stop apologizing for it, because I don't care if you have a $5,500 PC. If they knew it wasn't working on PS4 and Xbox, they shouldn't have sold it. That's just morality 101.
It's actually funny that you mentioned $5,500 PC, because everyone that does not have the 3080 is actually having a good time, and anyone that got 3080 and 3090 is actually having a bad time.
Yeah, that's like its whole separate scandal on its own. But outside of that, as far as like actually maybe like a game release or something, I guess I would be looking forward to. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but possibly a Spider-Man 2. I'm certainly going to play miles around this when I have the opportunity. But I would like a Spider-Man 2 with Peter Parker as well. I almost said Peter-Man Parker.
Peter-Man Parker.
I know that it might be dead, but I don't know. I'm kind of missing Metal Gear a little bit, so I don't know. Maybe one day.
Oh yeah, there's also rumors there's rumors out there I've seen about Sony trying to, aside from trying to supposedly coin a Silent Hill remake or remaster or whatever they're trying to do in the background, they actually started. There were supposedly negotiations for MGS remake from Bluepoint.
From Bluepoint?
Yeah, the creators that did the Demon Souls remake. There's a rumor going around that Sony's trying to make a deal with them and Konami to make a MGS remake.
There was a long-standing rumor that the Bluepoint project was supposed to be an IP that they had already had experience with, and that kind of limits it to, Metal Gear and what else? I mean, Uncharted, right? So what are they going to remake Uncharted? I mean,
okay, so that I hope that's possible. Maybe in the future they could work something out where Metal Gear could just transfer to Hideo Kojima because it's his baby, and Konami really shouldn't have anything to do with it.
No, man, no. Let him do his own stuff. I mean, no, he's been doing that shit for too long.
That's true. I think he has gotten tired of
Dude,
of
every time he came out with a Metal Gear game, he's like, this is my last one. And then he gives the next one to a team. And then when the team can't do it, it's like, okay, I guess I got to do it myself.
Yeah, like, I mean,
let the guy breathe.
I want to let the guy breathe. But I want to point out that I want him to have the same creative direction with the game, the same way that the creator of Remedy Entertainment just got back Alan Wake, where he has the IP and he can do with it as he sees fit, and then maybe he could probably outsource it to a development team that he can sort of have creative input to. But hey, keep that away from me. You do your own development, and I'll just kind of give you tips.
That's literally what he did with every Metal Gear game, and every time he had to go do it himself.
This time he's not obligated.
I'm kind of thinking like I don't want him to be obligated to like do stuff with Metal Gear.
Yeah,
and I respect him too much to want to wish on it. Like obviously one of the worst things as a creative is being forced to do something that you don't want to do.
Exactly.
Like, that just kills your soul.
But what I want to point out just real quick, I want him to be able to say, okay, I got MGS. Hey, Platinum, make me Metal Gear Rising 2.
I think that was supposed to happen at some point. No, there was a Tokyo Game Show, I remember, where I don't know if it was a Tokyo Game Show or it was some Sony thing where there was like a bunch of trailers and there was this 2 right in between these other trailers that looked like the Metal Gear Rising like sort of texture and all that, and there was never anything after that. Like that was the only thing we ever saw.
Right,
of that
and
thing.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like if he were to get the IP back, he'd probably know what to do with it best, and he feels that Platinum Games was a good development team that actually took the MGS in a different direction, but provided something of value to the IP. And I feel like that's
those guys need to finish Bayonetta 3 first. I've been waiting way too long.
They're making like 4 projects or something.
I know they're making 4 projects, but finish Bayonetta 3.
Yeah, and stop re-releasing our games.
Either man, re-release. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Either man, re-releases are too. They're too lucrative for them at the moment for them to stop.
No, I know. And that was actually
here comes the money.
Yeah, exactly. But money. Wow, I don't know. I have a lot of hopes, I guess, for 2021. God of War 2, please. For continuing the story from the reboot or whatever.
Place your bets. Does Horizon get delayed first or God of War get delayed first?
Oh boy,
I think it's God of War.
I think it's
God of War gets delayed out of that year.
They're gonna want to make sure that it comes out as another match.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm sure. I'm okay with them taking their time as long as it's a beautiful game. So God of War, that would be another one.
Oh hey man, it's just like one or two. It doesn't have to be like a whole list. I mean, do you want to give up a whole list?
Well, let me think. Okay, let me think. Let me just think real quick. Hopefully, a Star Wars Battlefront 3 that's actually good.
Oh boy, don't say that. They're gonna come out with loot boxes.
Please, I just want Star Wars Battlefront 3 that's actually good.
Don't bring Star Wars Battlefront 3 until you can create maps like the one in Battlefront 2 on PS2, where you can go from space. I mean, or make something next gen where you can go from ground to space.
They were gonna do that in 3.
They were gonna do that in
Free Radicals Battlefront.
Yeah. But
yeah, okay.
Well, I actually have that build. I don't have a 360 I can play it on, but I actually have that build of Battlefront 3.
Nice.
So if you have access to a modded 360, we could play that.
Wow, that's actually.
Didn't you have like a friend that could mod a 360 or whatever? But we gotta try that sometime.
Oh, I don't even know how to mod achievements. All right, look. Point is, don't make Battlefront 3 until you can figure out boots to the ground and space battles all on the same level.
Or just start by bringing vehicles back in a normal sense, please.
Yeah, like how they have it in Battlefield. You know, just let people just walk into it in real time.
You have the perfect formula with Battlefield right there. Get Battlefield, reskin it as Star Wars, put Jedi, put Sith, done.
Yeah, and don't release Battlefront 3 without Galactic Conquest. I'm just gonna tell you right now, release Galactic Conquest.
I think they put Galactic Assault. Yeah, we do need Galactic Conquest.
We need Conquest, like a whole map.
That pretty much narrows it down. If they could,
dude, they could do a planet side Battlefront 3. I just thought about it. Like, why make Galactic Conquest? You get a real-time planet-side server type of deal where you have like thousands of players all on one giant-ass map, and you're all controlling different sections of the planet, and you're all coming together to fight and have these long.
What was that one game that was kind of like that? There was like
PlanetSide.
Was it PlanetSide?
Oh, I think we're talking about Mag on PS3, which disappeared, and we don't want to talk about that either. It's not one of those games that just goes in the endless vault. I remember there was this
particularly Dust 514.
Dust 514.
Yes, I think that's it. I think that might be the one.
Okay, that's another title. But
yeah, that was in the EVE Online universe.
Well, yeah, but I mean, PlanetSide 2, I think, is also. Well, yeah, I guess the Dust would be better. All right. Well, I guess I'll close off with mine. My biggest expectations. It's just as a Sony fanboy, please Sony, keep doing what you're doing. Don't fall into ambition like other companies have. Like, continue doing what you know you're good at, but try and reach a point where it's so easy to do what you're good at that you're finally able to then iterate to something else. Because I love the dramatic storytelling of the stories that, you know, God of War and Horizon and Days Gone and all these games are bringing, but it all seems like where you either have an interesting one-off adventure where it's like all fantastical, or it's just a zombie outbreak. I want to see a horror game from you guys. I want to see Siren come back or something else. I want to see kooky games like Gravity Rush make its full AAA budget hit.
Get a PC, get indie games. Asmophobia.
I don't want to play a game mode. I want to play a full game. All right. I'm not going to diss any more companies. I'm just a big Sony fan, so whatever. It's just my take. But I'm just saying, I just want them to make sure that they don't fall out of their ambition and just continue to improve upon what they're good at. And grab the other companies that are still kind of struggling and take them up to the same level of Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch and Santa Monica. You know, I want all the other companies to have their put on the development thing. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll get that Getaway 3 we never got. Never know. I mean, give them a chance to make something other than what's the game that they're always making? PlayStation SingStar or something? Give them a chance to do something out of that.
SingStar? When was the last time a SingStar game came out?
What are they doing? Okay, no, I think the last game they made
was London? I think was Blood and Truth.
Blood and Truth was the last game, but they made a lot of PlayStation Eye games and whatnot. They've been their niche developing team where they just make things for all of Sony's one-off gimmicks.
Well, I think part of that was because Brendan McNamara left, right? And then he went to go do Team Bondi, which ended up doing LA Noire. I think that was the main reason why they stopped doing Getaway. I could be wrong about that.
What the hell is a SingStar?
This is a karaoke game.
Don't worry about it. The point is, and I want. I also
Man
want
said
Rockstar.
I want a full game, not a game. When he's talking about SingStar, I should smack you.
No, I'm saying I don't want him to do that anymore.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I want him to stop and let them make a full game.
I misheard you. I was like, yo, I want SingStar. I was like, bro, you just said no Phasmophobia. I want SingStar.
And I also want Rockstar to kind of find their groove with whatever systems they're trying to do right now. To like, I'm a big fan of what they're doing, but I want them to let GTA and Red Dead be its own thing and start funding a separate company, which I think that's what they're doing. They just bought a whole other company to start making Agent, that PS3 game that never came. They're going to start dying.
Agent?
Yeah. Why not?
You know, Agent still, the website's still up. It still says coming to PlayStation 3. I swear to God, you can look that up right now. Right now, you can look that up and it's there.
Yeah, man. Well, I just want Rockstar to get back to their creative roots. Make me a Bully 2 or remaster Bully 1 to make it look like Red Dead Redemption 2, you know? I want them to get back to that.
Give the little kid a beard so that way he could show his dominance upon the other kids in the school.
I have 3 chest hairs.
Okay, so Emerald6913 in the Twitch chat said, "Damn, y'all are still live. Didn't expect that. That was the crispiest dab in all the land," because I dabbed for all you listeners out there that are listening on all the different podcast platforms. Hey, Emerald, welcome back. We, funnily enough, as you said that we're actually getting ready to end the podcast soon. We went on for way longer than we expected. We've been live for 7 hours and 13 minutes.
We went off on some serious rants.
Yeah, we did go on a small break, but honestly, like, it's just that Sergio's like a great guy, super intellectual dude.
No,
he brings a lot to the table.
I made sure Michael would be passionate about some of the topics we would talk about.
Yeah, so we talked about a lot, man. We even talked about some other stuff and found a way to make it relevant to the conversation that we didn't expect. But honestly, we got to do this more often, because this is probably giving me content for 4 weeks when we were only trying to make content for 2 weeks or a week and a half that Jordan was going to be on vacation. So this is giving me quite a lot of work, quite a lot of videos to make.
Yeah, that's actually true. He says he just mentioned now Emerald 6913. He just mentioned that you look like Cisco from the CW's Flash.
Cisco?
Yeah, Cisco. The guy with the long hair.
I've never seen that show, so I don't know.
Oh, find him right now. Does he turn into a
This better be a compliment.
No. He turns into, he's a guy that he can traverse like the multiverse with his mind or something.
Oh yeah, that's actually super broken. I remember I was like, yo, what's wrong with this guy? And then he was just like, oh, I can control the universe. Everyone wait for Sergio's reaction to become Cisco in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it.
I could
see it.
Emerald, I personally think what I said at the end of the
Emerald,
first part,
like Emerald Lagasse.
Oh, I'm gonna just go out and say,
Emerald.
I actually consider him to be more like the third Sprouse brother that no one knows about. So that's just me, just because he portrays himself like one in a way. All right. Well, anyways, we're kind of done here, I guess. It's been an exhausting night, but a fun one.
Indeed, yeah. I think we're definitely pretty much.
It's a real fatty on the books, boys.
I'm glad I could be here. Books. I mean, we're glad they're here too, man. Again, our special guest was SR Sotolongo.
Who does this, right?
Consider going, checking out his Twitter, check out his YouTube, check out his Twitch. He is eventually going to start incorporating all his platforms and all the different things that he's doing right now. Do check out his website. What was it again?
Sotofilmworks.com. SOTOFILMWORKS. That's where you're going to find all of my content. So.
Thank you. Emerald in chat says he's actually going to give you a follow right now. So for all you guys who are watching on YouTube or listening via Apple Podcasts, Spotify, etc., make sure that you go ahead and give him check him out, give him a follow as well. Let me just quickly go through our stuff again.
Yeah, and while Michael does that real quick for myself, I'm also pretty proud to have finally started my gaming channel at JG_Mark1 Gaming on YouTube, and the first game I'm playing is Miles Morales. No commentary, so also no music because DMCA. So if you really just want to watch a dude play on the hardest difficulty and try his best to survive, I mean, you can do that too. But yeah, Mike, you got her set up.
Also, consider giving a follow to Jordan's Twitter, which is the same handle, and consider checking out his articles on The Positive Player to support him. You can find me on every social media, basically, under Michael C. Moore. Give me a follow on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. I think maybe even Snapchat. I'm not sure anymore. And then, of course, if you'd like to participate with us while we're recording this live, while we're recording the podcast live, consider giving us a follow at twitch.tv/Co-Op Syndicate. That's COOPSYNDICATE. If you want to support us and also get rewards for doing so, consider pledging to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/Co-Op Syndicate, spelled the same way. And also, if you'd like to give us direct tips, in case you want to just donate and give us, just straight up shoot your money into our bank account, consider doing so at streamelements.com/co-op syndicate /tip. That's TIP. And also consider following us on YouTube at just look up The Co-Op Syndicate. And also, if you want to listen to our podcasts, while you're driving or working out, or you just want to multitask and just give us a listen, check out our website, buzzsprout.com/co-op syndicate. You could find literally 20 different ways to listen to our podcast. So check us out there. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've been your co-host, Michael C. Moore. Love you guys. Have a good night.
I'm your other co-host, Jordan G. Marcos. Have a good one.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, guys. That's a wrap.